Okay, apparently we are now live on YouTube as well. So that's wonderful. Hello, YouTube people. Lovely, lovely to see you all. Who have we got? We've got Kif, the wonderful Kif, and Isa, Fliberty Giblets. Great to see you, Fliberty. And Wadden from up north. Great to see you. And Pasta Fairy's in. Hey, Pasta Fairy. And Remesis, welcome to channel membership. Great to see you looking green, my friend. Fantastic. Welcome. Delighted that you have joined as a member. That's absolutely awesome. I'm just getting Sean in on the Video Ninja side, and hopefully Sean will pop in to the TikTok as well, and then he'll join us. And Josh says, "Hi John, love your show." Well, thank you, Josh. That's extremely kind. I really, really appreciate it when people let me know I'm doing all right, because sometimes I wonder, is this any good? I ask myself, and then people say nice things like that, and I feel emboldened. Right, we're going to bring in Sean. We did actually have another guest in the queue on the TikTok side, but they have dropped out, so they are in the queue no longer. But Sean James in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Sean James. Hey, Sean.
How you doing, John?
Very, very
Hello,
well.
everybody.
How are you?
Doing good.
Good. So a quick recap of Sunday. If anybody missed Sunday's stream, Sean put it like, I think the way you put it, Sean, was, is it a full moon night? Because the crazies were out in force on Sunday. I got to the end of it after nine and a half hours of streaming, which I grant you, some might say is a little excessive. I got to the end of the 9.5 hours and I felt like I'd done like 10 rounds in a boxing ring. It was just like, it was so intense and so many crazy people and so many really aggressive people as well. I mean, I quite enjoy it. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy that. But it was pretty full on. So for those of you who watched it, thank you. who were there, thank you very much. Quite a few have commented, put comments in the comments under the full live stream video on YouTube. I appreciate that as well. It was pretty wild. It was an interesting time. Okay, a couple of other little bits of housekeeping. I absolutely love that Aleph Nort here has just said the Jethro devout have arrived, which is absolutely superb. That's a throwback to a conversation we had on Sunday where a caller was ringing in, berating me for not having got some of the minor details of the story of Jephthah correct. But he kept on getting the name of the character wrong and calling Jephthah Jethro. And so it started something of a meme now on the channel where we now call ourselves, we're up for Jethro now. We're the Jethro people, which I think is hilariously funny. So a couple of little bits for you. I'm going to put the link to call in. It's in the description on the YouTube side. Obviously, if you're watching on TikTok, you just hit request if you want to come up, and up you'll come. And if you're watching not on TikTok and you want to join, I've just put the link in the chat. It's tinyurl.com/JCGuest. It's on the screen and it's in there, and it's should be a clickable link in the description of the show as well. If you just click that, you'll join our queue, and in you'll come. It will be delightful to speak to you. And we've got Don Julio or Julio on the TikTok side, who we'll bring in a moment, and we've got Random Thoughts over on the other queue. So we will get to it in just a moment. But before I do, just another little housekeeping thing for you. If you want to participate in rating the guests, or rating, it's more really, it says rate the guests, but it's actually rating the conversation. We don't really want to make these things personal, but if you want to participate in that, I'm putting the links in both chats as well. And that just takes you, if you haven't done it before, you just open a web browser with that link, and it allows you in real time to rate the conversation we're having. And I'm interested in what you think about the quality of the material being brought by the guest. Like, what is the substance? Rate the substance of what they're saying. Because it'd be someone who you don't even like them, but you admit that they're coming with good arguments, or even if you don't agree with them, they're making reasonable arguments, even if you disagree with the conclusion. You would put the ball higher up on the screen, and the left to right is about whether you think they're there in good faith. So if you think they're there in good faith but making poor arguments, you'd put the ball over to the right but lower down. If you think that they're there in bad faith and not making good arguments, then it's in the bottom left, somewhere around there. But participate in that. It's great. The more of you who do it, the more we get a kind of real-time peer review process of what's going on. And this could be seen as an incentive for guests to try to improve the quality of the engagement, because we're all about that. As much as the crash outs are fun and amusing, and don't get me wrong, I do love them, in some ways it's more rewarding to have productive conversations where people come in with reasonable arguments, we listen to each other, we respond to each other, we don't overtalk. Those are the exchanges where I think the most value is to be found. Okay, with all of that said, let's get Don Julio in. I wonder if I'm saying that right.
What's up?
Welcome in, Don. How are you?
Amazing.
Excellent. You are our first guest. Thank you for joining. This is the first time we've run this particular prompt, so it's an invitation for people who have a different view to us to present the reasons why and to try to show us why they would be convincing to someone else.
Okay. Right. So I mean, I'll prove that God is real. I mean, like white people, honestly.
I beg your pardon?
White people.
Why people or white people?
White people.
Oh, why people? Are you asking the question?
No. White people.
White people prove that God is real?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, because they're perfect.
Okay.
No, this can't be real.
No, it's not real. You're just an idiot.
No.
I'm a racist asshole. Off he goes. Bye-bye. So we're interested in actual arguments, not just overt displays of racism. Is really the flavour of the show. Is more along that than, it's not the white supremacy show. It's the come in and demonstrate that you're not a complete idiot show. This would be another way of calling it. I was going to call it the come in and display that you're not a complete idiot show, but I thought it's not quite snappy enough, it doesn't fit nicely in a thumbnail. So I went with Prove God I'll Wait. But it's kind of the same thing. If you self-examine for a moment and find that you're a complete idiot, don't call in, if you can help yourself. Okay, we will get random thoughts in, and then we have honours in the queue on the TikTok side. I believe we spoke to random thoughts last time, but let's see what we're saying. Just going to set up random thoughts audio. Looks like iPhone microphone. Let's see if this works. Random thoughts, welcome back.
Hey, how are you?
Very well indeed, thank you. Thanks for calling us back again. What would you like to say today?
Well, I'm just calling in about your prompt. Says prove God exists. I
would accept even a well-evidenced argument in lieu of proof, but proof just is a shorthand.
All right. That's fair at least. Because I was gonna say I can't prove to myself that I exist.
Yeah, granted.
Okay, so I think since we're not going with proof, I think a good way to approach life is that things are as they appear unless proven otherwise. Do you think that's a fair rule?
Not always. Some things aren't exactly as they appear.
Obviously not always, but unless proven otherwise, I guess is the caveat on that one.
I think it depends on context.
Okay.
If it's plain thing, like if I know I don't, for example, have a disorder like schizophrenia or what have you, and I see a spider on the wall, I think it's reasonable for me to infer that I'm actually seeing there's actually a spider on the wall.
Right.
But when it comes to like the nature, like the more complex issues, like the nature of reality, like time dilation f's with my mind, right? But it is an actual known thing that has been demonstrated to exist as an aspect of reality. I think our into things appearing a certain way and sort of feeling a certain way doesn't really, it's not very reliable. And so, for example, I look at the universe and it appears to me to not be designed. And then if you look at the universe and it appears to be designed, that's just an example. Right now you have appearance, just someone's gut feeling or gut reaction in opposition to each other. And now we have to rely on evidence, right?
Well, yeah, I think you can still say the statement holds relatively true because the point you brought up about time, well, time was proven otherwise. So, I guess I would say, as far as God goes, when you look at the impossibility of an infinite regression, well, then it
I
looks.
I don't hold to that. Or an infinite regression is impossible
Why not?
Well, that would be
because
something
it hasn't been
yeah, you'd have to
hasn't
demonstrate
been
it.
demonstrated.
You can't just
Well, that's
assert
easy
it.
to de-
But you're just asserting it as
That's
if
easy to
But
demonstrate.
hang on a sec.
Okay,
Before you
demonstrate
try, do you grant that there
Mhm.
are people who know much more about this stuff than you or I do, who don't believe that an infinite regress is impossible? There are people whose professional jobs are studying this stuff and researching it, and opinion is divided, and there's a significant number of them who don't think it's a done deal in the way you seem to. Just do you accept that? That's true?
For the sake of argument, I'll accept that. I would say that they're making the same assertions I am, and their method of um testing that doesn't actually address the point. But sure.
I
They're
wouldn't.
not making the same
Yeah.
assertion you are.
They're not making any
Okay.
assertion. They're just saying it has not been demonstrated that the universe must be of a limited age. That's all they're saying. And what they're saying is factually true. It has not been demonstrated that the universe is of a finite age. Now, it may be or it may not be. And there are viable models
right,
for an infinitely old universe, and there are viable models for one that isn't infinitely old. But you don't get to say, we know this is a fact, because at this point we don't.
All right, but but that argument works both ways, because there's people that know more than both you and I who assert that the universe
Right. So there's
be
a
infinite.
so there's a difference of opinion. Hang on. So
So
there's a difference of opinion, and I grant that there's a difference of opinion there, and that it's not settled either way. Do you grant the same thing?
yeah, but that's
Great.
a weird starting point, because that can
Well,
be said about literally anything. That's just an appeal
it
to
can't.
authority.
No, it can't be. It's not
No,
an appeal
sure
to
it can.
authority. For example, it can't be said about the fact that the Earth goes around the Sun. We can say that there is no serious argument to suggest that it's otherwise, and it can be considered a settled fact in as much as anything can. And that's not
Well,
the case
sure, but
for
that's why it's
the
not
claim you made.
discussed.
So you started exactly. So you started off saying, well, we can look at the impossibility, your words, the impossibility of an infinitely old universe, and you presented that as if it's something which is established. It's not. So you don't get to use it as a premise in an argument until it is.
Okay. Well,
So what else?
can I at least try to demonstrate it, and then from there you can contest with the argument I'm making?
So you want to argue for the impossibility of an infinite regress, is what you're asking.
Well, I'm arguing for the impossibility of an infinite regress, and that's based upon my previous point, which things are as they appear unless proven otherwise.
Right. So I mean, if you want to, it's going to be slightly boring because everyone's heard the arguments for and against an infinite regress hundreds of times, and you're going to say you can't traverse an infinity.
All of these arguments have been played out 100 times.
Yeah, exactly. And if there's been an infinity of moments, how would we get to this present moment? And then I say no one needs to traverse all the moments and all of that. It's just a bit boring. Why don't you just agree with me, because you already have, that it's not a settled fact, and that there's a difference of opinions, and so you can't present it as a settled fact. The most you could do was say some people think that there are problems with this idea, and I would go, okay, build an argument based on premise one, some people think there are problems with this idea, and then give us the rest of the argument.
I mean, that feels like a cop-out, because it's the entire atheist position to me is, I mean, I don't know for sure you're saying this, but it's like this Matt Dillahunty comp-out where, oh, well, I'm not convinced. Well, yeah, you've already made up your mind.
It's not
a
being
cop-out.
honest about our position a cop-out?
Yeah.
Like, should I lie about my position?
Well, I think you should be intellectually honest with the facts, and because saying, well, I'm not convinced. Okay, well, I'm not convinced that your facts are correct. So it's just this weird stalemate where it doesn't mean anything.
No. So I mean, not being convinced is, we all have that position for many things. So if somebody gives a proposition, you're either convinced it's true, you're convinced it's false, or you are convinced of neither. That is just the normal state of affairs. So I don't know that there's no gods. Like, there's certain gods that I strongly believe don't exist, but to just there being a god or some entity that could reasonably be defined as a god, I am not convinced that any exist, nor am I convinced none exist. And so,
all right, well,
you're calling it a cop out. Am I lying about my position? and if not, is being honest about my position a cop out?
Well, I mean, as far as whether or not you're lying about your position, I suspect that you're not being honest with yourself about your position, but that's kind of a whole separate argument.
No, I
Um,
am. I'm able to read my own mind and determine what my position is. So I'm
well,
certain
so I mean,
about my
so
position.
broadly speaking, I'm not going to try to make this personal or anything. Broadly speaking, when I
Uh-huh.
speak to when I speak to more militant atheists, it sounds more like they're this whole I don't believe in
All right.
God it
I mean,
sounds more like a crazy ex-girlfriend
you're fine.
begging for
You're fine.
God's attention
You're
so
fine
that they
not
can
to.
tell him how much you don't need him.
Okay, so this is getting off track. So we're getting into
Right.
whether I'm actually being honest about my position, and I know for a fact I
Right.
am because I can read my
Okay.
own mind, and you can't. So I'm going to give you the respect of when you tell me what your position is. I can't read your mind, so I'm just going to take you at your word of what your actual position is. So back to this whole thing with um, an infinite regress. Scientists right now, cosmologists, do not know that if and I have tons of quotes. I have a survey that I can show. I have data actually backing this up. There is no consensus among the scientific community whether the universe had a beginning. The vast majority, the consensus is we don't know. That is the consensus. We don't know if the universe had a beginning. Some think that it probably did, some think that it probably didn't, but nearly all will say we don't know.
Okay. But all right, fine. And that so we'll shift arguments then, since you guys don't want to engage with that one.
It's not that we don't
Um,
want to engage, we just disagree with you.
Easy, Tiger. Easy, Tiger. It's not don't want to engage. It's asserting that a particular type of argument is invalid. And there's a thing that I hear a lot in these circles, which is that to admit you don't know something is a cop out because you don't want to engage with it. It's not a cop out. It's just a statement of intellectual honesty. There are some questions to which the appropriate answer is we don't know. That's just being honest. Like if you say to me,
Well,
is there
sure.
is there life on other planets? I'm not obligated to take a position. I can just say, I don't know. I can say, as far
Right.
as I'm concerned,
Right,
I've
but
heard the
I'm-
arguments for, I've heard the arguments against, and currently I don't know. If you then say, what a cop out, you don't want to engage with it, that's a bit silly, isn't it?
Well, no, because we're responding to your prompt. This is your prompt that you put up. Prove
Yeah.
God exists. Okay.
Right.
So that means you have to at least look at the evidence and determine
Yes.
what the best possibilities from the inference of evidence.
No, just whether or not you've actually proved that your God exists. If you fail to prove your God exists, that doesn't mean I conclude your God doesn't exist. It just means I don't accept your claim that your God exists.
All right,
Yeah,
but
you
you're but that's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're going to say that about any claim because your mind's already made up.
minds are
No,
not
I mean,
made up.
now you're just
Again,
making it about us again.
more mind
Don't make it
reading.
about us. Just make it about the evidence. So just give the
All
evidence.
right, fine. I would say the best evidence for God is that the statement that God does not exist is a self-defeating claim. The same
Well,
way
no-
as
no-
if
no
you were
one
to
is
say
making
this
that statement.
statement is false.
No one's
Huh?
making
That's
that
a
statement.
that's
No
an
one's making
argument
that
from
statement.
ignorance fallacy.
And you're also
No,
arguing
that's not
against.
what I'm saying.
You're currently
it's not a
arguing,
matter of
my friend. You're currently arguing against
Yeah.
a position neither of us hold. Neither Sean nor I are making
I
the
know,
claim
but
God does not exist. So don't argue against a
My-
position we don't hold. Engage with the position we do hold, which is we have not yet been persuaded by any evidence we've
Right,
seen
you
that
guys
it's reasonable
aren't
to believe in a God.
right. So your position is you're not taking a position. So how am I supposed to argue for that?
We are taking a
If you
position.
don't have a position on the shape,
We are
if you
taking a
don't have a
position.
position on the shape of
Okay,
the Earth,
look,
hold on, then I would give positive evidence for the Earth being an oblong sphere.
you guys are misunderstanding my my argument here. I'm not saying that you are saying that God does not exist. I accept that that is not your claim. Okay.
Right.
What I am saying is the statement that God does not exist is a self-defeating claim. Therefore, God exists due to the impossibility of the opposite.
Okay. So just hear me out on this, okay?
Okay.
If I cannot disprove X,
Mhm.
that does not mean that X is true. Are you okay with that statement?
Yes, I'm totally fine with that statement.
I cannot disprove God. All right.
Okay.
So you went a little further and you said the statement God does not exist is self-defeating. What do you mean
Yes.
by self-defeating? Showing itself to be wrong or just not being proven?
No, I'm saying it's self-defeating in the sense of the same way the statement, this statement is false, is self-defeating. You get in this weird, because you're like, all right, so is the statement true or is the statement false? It's
Okay,
this
so that's a
weird
paradox.
self-defeating loop.
How is it a paradox to say God does not exist?
Because once you remove God from the equation, you lose the ability to make truth statements.
Okay,
So
so
Okay. So
hold
just
on. Your argument
tag.
is God is required for truth statements.
yes.
And what I would say is the only requirement to make a truth statement is the ability to make a statement that aligns with reality. And if you have a
How do you
brain,
know your statement is aligning with reality?
whether you know, well, so first of all, whether you know it or not, a truth statement is either true or false. So it could be a true statement without me knowing it's true. So that's a separate question. The way I
Mhm.
know it is because I have a brain, a biological brain that can know things. And
Why
if
do
you,
why does a brain in and of itself equal truth?
I didn't say a brain equals truth. So that if a statement aligns with reality, that makes the statement true. Period.
Right.
Um, Whether a brain knows it's true or can decipher whether it's true is a separate question. And now you're getting into neurology, you're getting into biological evolution and how that worked with helping us align our beliefs with reality. We're getting into
Mhm.
biology at that point, and especially with me not being a biologist or a neurologist of any or of any kind, you can get to a point to where I say, I don't know how brains do this or that, and I
I'm
don't
not
know
talking.
if
Well, how it does it is beside the point.
uh-huh.
So
Well, why is that? That's what you're
my
asking.
point is once you pull God from the equation,
Uh,
you have no way to account for the metaphysical. Okay,
what do you mean
so
account for the metaphysical?
This
You
is
said
just
so
tag.
I can account for truth statements because we have the ability to make statements, and sometimes statements are true.
you're just
Meaning they
asserting
align
that
with
though.
reality.
Okay,
Well,
That's all that you need to account for.
that's delightfully ironic. Talking of just asserting, because basically you're just running tag and dressing it up in a fancy coat. That's all you're doing. You're just making the completely unwarranted claim that unless we believe
well
in
you
your imaginary friend, we can't make true statements. What absolute drivel is this? Demonstrate this rather than asserting it. If your God isn't there, why
yeah,
can
just
we
give me the
not?
chance.
Why can we not make
Sure.
true statements? So if I
All right.
say, hang on,
So,
if I say A equals B, B equals C,
mhm,
why does it not
mhm.
automatically follow that A equals C without your imaginary friend?
Right, because the premise of A becomes subject to question. All right, so the way this
A
works
doesn't have a
is
premise. A doesn't have a premise.
okay,
It's a symbolic representation of anything you like. A is equal
okay.
to, is equivalent to B. B is equal to, is
Hmm.
equivalent to C. You can swap in whatever placeholders you want for those things. These are called
Hmm.
abstractions. A is equivalent to B. B is equivalent to C. Therefore, it follows that A is equivalent to C. Why do I need special magical powers in an imagined creature or a real creature or a special space wizard in order to make this true? This is preposterous.
All right.
Demonstrate,
Are
please.
you can yes, can I get 30 seconds to make my point so you're not just straw manning me?
Go for it.
All right. So my entire argument is on the basis of once you remove God from the equation, all you have is matter in motion, which means that your brain is composed of nothing but biological signals and all based upon evolutionary factors that did not have you in mind. Therefore, there's no possible way you can trust your brain since every thought you have, every feeling you feel is nothing but the result of biological predisposition and previous experience, none of which you had any control over. Therefore, are you actually thinking what your thought is, or were you simply biologically predetermined to come to that conclusion? Therefore, if the statement "there is no God" was biologically predetermined through evolution and thus cannot be a true statement.
That doesn't follow. If it's
Doesn't
if something,
remotely answer
let's
the
say
question.
determinism is true, it could be determined that our brains would be able to align our beliefs with reality, and that would actually make logical sense since being able to perceive reality to at least some degree has survival benefits. So that would fit in uh, very logically with biological evolution, determine whether the world is deterministic and whether our brains can determine truth are independent from each other. Both can be true, both can be false. One can be true and the other one can be false. They're not linked together.
What is the survival benefit of a philosophical claim?
Oh, please.
No. The survival benefit is being able to have an accurate enough perception of reality to avoid danger, avoid bad foods, to do things that are conducive to survival. Do you not see how being able to perceive reality is a survival benefit?
Being able to see reality as a material, sure, but the metaphysical, I don't understand how that even remotely benefits
You're
us.
also getting confused between the truth of a statement and our ability to perceive the truth of a statement, also known as confusing the map for the place. This is a classic schoolboy error. It's to confuse our ability to think about the truth value of something with the truth value of something. It will be true that if A equals B and B equals C, that A equals C, irrespective of whether there's anyone here to even think about it. And you're just getting confused and linking our ability to contemplate that truth with its actual truthfulness. Its truthfulness is analytical. It exists independently of our ability to discuss it, think about it, pray on it, sing songs about it, clap our hands about it, write it down, draw art inspired by it. All of those things derive from our own mind. But the truth of that analytical statement, that if A is equivalent to B and B is equivalent to C, that it follows deductively that A is equivalent to C, is not dependent on any of the things you said it is. And therefore your assertion fails. Have you got another way of demonstrating that these truths and logic and reason and all of that require the space wizard, or was that the only one?
No, I'm talking about, I'm not entirely sure you understand the argument.
Oh, I do. I understand it quite well, which is why I just pointed out why it doesn't work.
Then how are you just simply granting yourself all of these laws of logic, laws of reason outside of
because they're necessarily true
within the framework of biological predeterminism?
But it's got nothing to do with biology. They're necessarily true. We have a thing called inference laws. And inference laws are based on the way that propositions are related to each other. They're not dependent on a mind. They're not dependent on our biology. They're not dependent on evolution. Our ability to talk about them and think about them, maybe. But again, it's not my problem that you have a confusion and you can't disambiguate being able to talk about something and think about it from the truth of the proposition, which is necessarily true.
All right.
Can I clarify your argument?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can you guys steal me in my argument for me?
Well. So I'm just gonna ask you a clarifying question on it, because you seem to go back and forth between how claiming we need God in order to perceive reality, and then you seem to also be arguing for the place. So all right. So let me just ask a clarifying question. We both agree that the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's called the law of non-contradiction.
Right.
All right. So us understanding that the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously is our concept of it. That's the map. That's what John was talking about. The abstract fact of reality that the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously, that's the place. That's independent of any mind. That's just how it is. Are you claiming God is required for the abstract fact of reality to be the case? Or are you saying we need God in order to have biological minds that are capable of understanding it? Like, which is your actual argument?
My argument is you cannot trust your mind to make truth claims outside of philosophical constant from which you can pull metaphysical truths from, such as mathematics.
That's a different argument. Yeah, the argument about whether we can trust our minds to make truth claims isn't tag. It's closer to Plantinga's argument against evolutionary argument against naturalism, which is also a stupid argument because, as I've said before, it rather cuts off the branch you're sitting on, because if you can't trust your mind to make truth claims, then you can't trust your mind to make these arguments. And the fact is that it is an evolutionary advantage to be able to correctly discern the world around you. If you can't test reality, you're not going to survive. It's not that you're trying to claim that evolution wouldn't shape minds to be able to discern truth from fiction. Trust me, the brains that couldn't do that got selected out of the gene pool many hundreds of thousands of years ago, and they are not around anymore for a reason. Because if you can't tell the difference between what's true and what's not, you ain't going to survive. So this attempt to separate survival from truth-making fails. The other point at which it fails is that you say, well, we have evidence that we can't always reliably determine truth. Yes, that's true. We don't determine truth with 100% accuracy, but we determine it with it.
I don't think that's a claim I'm making, but go for it.
But, well, this is the argument you're making. You said it yourself. How can you trust your mind to determine truth? This is a subtly different argument from the one you made before, which is that the presence of the magical sky wizard is required in order for us to be able to make truth claims. That's different. There's two separate strains of argument here. Both of them fail. One is that things can't be true without the God to preserve and sustain that truthfulness. And the other is that we are incapable of assessing things as true without the magical God to intervene in some way. Both of those arguments are poor. Both of them fail for the reasons I have said. Anything else?
As far as no, I mean, obviously you and I are going to agree to disagree. You're far more eloquent about it than I am, so I'm not going to try to continue to press on it. So I'll let the next caller have it.
All right. Well, thank you for calling in. Appreciate you taking the time, and nice to talk to you again, Random. All the best.
All right, later.
Bye-bye. Okay, there we are. That was Random Thoughts. I appreciated. He was cordial. He wasn't disrespectful. So good for him. So if you're rating that, he's definitely not a troll. He's making his arguments in good faith. I think he was here to have a reasonable discussion. His arguments were poor. I think we demonstrated that. But good on him for trying. Okay. Let us read a few super chats and check out 11 calls on the bingo. I'm not even kidding. People, we have 11 calls on the newly reshuffled, thanks Jiffy Cones, bingo board. It was Jiffy's idea to move the tiles around the board between streams so that people can't sneakily know where to find them all. Sometimes it's a few seconds that counts. At least that's what I've been told before. Right, Espresso Jack called Look at the Trees. I didn't hear a look at the trees there. No, I think he was appealing to other things. But look at the trees is like look all around you, look at nature. How can you explain mountains and rivers and trees without God? I think he was arguing for something more fundamental than that. So we'll save Look at the Trees for when there really is a look at the trees. And we also got Kif called Fine-Tuned Universe. Was he arguing for fine-tuning? Kif, I'm not sure he was. He basically made two arguments. One was tag and one was Plantinga's argument, evolutionary argument against naturalism. So we're not going to do fine-tune universe because we'll probably get that today. In fact, I'd bet money we will. Espresso Jack said nothing comes from nothing. He didn't say that either. And you can't prove God doesn't exist. He did say that. And I always make that too loud. I'm sorry. And Kif crying about the meta. There was a bit of that going on. And Espresso Jack, everyone knows God exists. He said that to Sean. And Espresso Jack, circular argument. There was definitely circular argument going on there. Jack's on fire today. Zeitgeist Omega called How Do You Account for Logic? Yep, that was there. Good old tag. And Yowie Gaming said personal incredulity. There was a bit of arguing from personal incredulity there. I personally can't understand how you could come to truth statements or things could be true. Well spotted. The secret nuggets on this board are personal incredulity and circular arguing because they're not so obvious, but you have to spot the type of argument. So well done, Yowie Gaming. That's excellent. That should get 2 points, really. Zeitgeist Omega called Without God, Life is Meaningless. I don't think he got into that. I don't think so. Someone probably will. And Pastor Ferry called Philbro Babble. I'm not going to allow that one because Philbro Babble has to have that kind of trying to confuse deliberately, and I don't think he was doing that. So there we go. Excellent start. Excellent start on the bingo. Let's read a few super chats. When Babs sent this, it had a picture of an unboxing on it. I absolutely love unboxing videos. I find them really relaxing. I'm just a freak. I loved unboxing videos before the term unboxing was even a thing. Years ago, I used to watch them because they relaxed me. But what can I say? I'm a bit weird. But thank you, Babs. Appreciate that. And Buzz, back in the house properly. Buzz, I hope you're rested and got some some sleep after your crazy jet lag and journey and not knowing what time of day it was or what day it was. Hope you're feeling better. I was a bit like that yesterday after Sunday night stream, getting to bed at like 8 a.m. on Monday morning and grabbing a few hours and then getting up and feeling a little bit worn out all of yesterday. But back to good shape today. So Buzz said, sad yesterday because no show. Watched Game of Thrones instead. Well, I'm honoured to be compared to Game of Thrones. I loved Game of Thrones when it was on. Absolutely loved it. Maybe it's time for a rewatch of all of that soon. And Bab said, I think I will make a coffee, traversing the infinite divisions of space between armchair and kettle to do so. Babs, you always bring it. Babs thereby, in the course of one hot drink, refuting the nonsense that is the impossibility of an infinite regress. I love you, Babs. You're absolutely brilliant. Superb. And Philo said, when your belief system is based on a series of logical fallacies, it's time for a new belief system. I completely agree. This is really something that we say a lot. If you self-examine, if you are able to self-examine, and you're able to see that the reasons you give for the things you believe are all bad reasons, it's time to think again about what you believe. That's what we should all do. I do it. I test my ideas all the time. If I feel like I'm holding a belief and I'm persuaded by something which I think actually doesn't really stack up, I really try to self-examine and try to think, should I be convinced by this? Is this right? Am I being rational in being convinced by this? And sometimes that process leads me to realize I'm not being rational, and my beliefs automatically change. I have no choice. And Ven Morgan, thank you for the super chat. I see no problem. On Infinity, I could go on and off. Love that. Excellent. Excellent work. Very clever. I saw what you did there. Buzz said, I'm going to make this scat list so fucking long. Yep, you do your thing. Thanks, Buzz. And again, starting with a banger. No, let him talk. There's a bit of that. Cheers, Buzz. And again from Buzz. Am I opt to call and say you'll be waiting forever? Trying to think what that relates to in terms of what the infinite regress. Sorry, Buzz, that might have gone over my head. Sometimes Bethos posts things. I'm like, I don't quite get this, and then I realise half an hour later, after I know everyone else has got it, I realise what they meant. And Bab says, Sean and yourself are just what I need to help me recover from a weekend in hospital with a burst hernia. Oh, Babs, I'm doing better now. And we'll do better yet. I'm so sorry, Babs. Hope you're doing okay and you're taking it easy. And I hope there's someone around to kind of help you out and look after you a bit. That sounds painful and horrible. I had a hernia many years ago and it was quite unpleasant. So hope you're doing all right, Babs. Sending you lots of love. Hope you're okay. And Ven Morgan, the Jethro devout have arrived. This is what we were talking about from the other day. Oh, it was so glorious. That caller was called Jill, which stands for Jesus is Lord. And he came in full of so much bluster because I'd been speaking to a young guy before and telling the horrific story of Jephthah, who promises God in exchange for a victory in battle that he will sacrifice by burnt offering to God the first thing that comes out of his house when he comes home. And the first thing that comes out is his own daughter. So he dutifully goes through with the promise to God of, as any sane person would, killing and burning his own daughter. And my point is that this is a horrible story, and God could have intervened and said, I understand you were desperate about winning the war. I understand that you were willing to gamble everything, but I also understand you didn't know it was going to be your own daughter who came out. And, because I'm not a complete lunatic, I'm not going to accept this offering. You don't have to do it. No, God just stayed silent and just watched while the guy killed his own daughter. He let her go into the wilderness for a short period of time to mourn her virginity. How heartbreaking is that, to mourn the fact that she was going to die a virgin, and then he killed his daughter and burnt her for God. And I presented this as a horrible story, and this guy, Jill, Jesus is Lord, called in all puffed up, full of, righteous indignation to say that I'd lied to this young man because I might have implied in the telling of the story that God collected on the debt, that God made some sort of statement to collect. He didn't, of course. It was just Jephthah thought he was obligated to fulfill this promise, and God didn't intervene, as he had done with Abraham, to say, go easy in the killing your own children, son. Don't worry, I'm not going to need you to do this. He doesn't. He lets him do it. And I think this is disgusting. But when he called in to protest about the way I told the story, he kept on getting the name of the character wrong and calling him Jethro, which was such a chef's kiss, undermining of his own position. calling in to cry about me getting a detail wrong in the story, whilst completely messing up the name the name over and over again, even after me correcting him. It was just glorious. And then went on to lie about the slavery laws in Exodus without realizing or admitting that they were just pertaining to fellow free Israelites and not people from other nations, who, of course, you're allowed to enslave. So thus was the legend of Jethro born. And I love the way that things become mimetic on this channel. So we've got Puff, of course. We've got the Nope, as started by Buzz, and we now have the law of Jethro, the Jethro devout. You are all now the Jethro devout. And I love this. And I love Jill for doing that. And I love him even more for coming into the comments under the live and making his idiotic argument again and being roasted in the comments again. It was just beautiful. Jill, if you're listening, we miss you. And Miko has sent out 10 Unconvinced memberships. Thank you, Miko. That's really, really generous. Super kind. Thank you. Thank you so much. By the way, where is everyone? No one in the call queues. People, 1 Peter 3:15. Your obligation. You're supposed to come and give us your reasons. What's wrong with you? I know it's early still. Maybe they'll turn up later. And Hominid Logic, thank you for the super chat. That was the most moronic word salad I do believe I've ever heard from a guest. It wasn't great, was it? It wasn't great. And did you notice the shift from vanilla tag to something about what your minds are capable of perceiving, and that evolution didn't make us to be truth detectors, which is just Plantinga's argument without naming it. It wasn't great. But I appreciated his graceful exit. I think that's good. He realised that the argument wasn't working, and that's okay. I've also made arguments in the past that weren't working and thought, this isn't working, I'll bow out and give it a thought, a think. Good stuff. Bab says, does 1,000 islands go with word salad? Oh, that's sharp. That's sharp. Yeah, but you need a lot. For that one, you would need a lot to balance it out, you know. And David Burke, wow, that's a huge super chat. David, thank you so much. David's comments are always on point. Ask Christians, how many galaxies in the observable universe? 2 trillion. That's 2,000 billion. How many stars? 200 sextillion. But couldn't make the plan work without a baby cancer, dying deer with seconds less pain, and his fine-tuning men with nipples. We have to poop, what the actual fuck, the best he can do. Absolutely brilliant, David. Quite right. And also the narcissism of thinking that in this enormous universe full of all of these stars and galaxies and planets and moons and all of this stuff that's out there, that somehow everything is all really about us. You know, here we are on this little world, and everything that God has put together is all because he's got a special plan just for me. It's the height of narcissism. Thanks for the comment, David, and the very, very generous support. Much appreciated, friend. Much appreciated. And Real Jiffy Cones, you're welcome. Ain't it more fun? Yes, Jiffy, it's much more fun shuffling the bingo. I love it when people make great suggestions. I'm always up for them. So if there are any suggestions, if you see things that I could make better about the stream, things I could do differently, things you'd like to see, things that you don't like, let me know. And I always think about it. I always take note. I'm always trying to make it better for you guys. I'd never want it to feel stale or too repetitive, or always trying to keep it innovating and moving and changing. I think a lot about the interactive elements because I think that's really fun, and I love the fact that people can get involved. So definitely thinking about all of that stuff. And thanks, Jiffy. Good call. The Perfect Element, thanks for the super chat. Greetings from Toronto. Greetings back. Sometimes you agree with callers that a God is possible, but possibility should be demonstrated. You're giving them too much. This is fair. It's an argument I've heard Matt make before, that to even claim that something is possible is itself a truth claim. That would need to be evidenced, and it has not been established that a God is possible. So I think that's fair. When I do agree with that, you're right. I probably am giving too much latitude there, but I do so confident in the knowledge that granting that possibility, albeit maybe unwarranted, is not going to be enough to get them to where they're trying to get to. So you could see it as me lending it to them, and I'll take it back afterwards. But you make the point well. And perhaps I should take a leaf out of Matt's book and say, well, before you make this claim that it's possible, you would need to demonstrate that. I suppose a flip side to this, and Sean, I'd be interested to know what you think about this, is if you don't grant the claim that it's possible, does that take you stronger towards a closer towards a strong atheism position, or are you just saying you would just say I'm not saying it's not possible? I'm still having a neutral stance about its possibility as well as its existence, right?
There's some nuance there. So first of all, in these philosophical discussions, there's logical possibility, and then there's nomological possibility. It's logically possible for me to jump to the moon. It's nomologically impossible for me to jump to the moon. So logical impossibility would be like having a circle square. There's, you can identify sort of a situation where you end up with P or not P, or something that actually violates the laws of logic. So we'll set that aside, and then we'll just go colloquially when somebody says, well, is it possible? They can mean, they can, and very often what they mean by that is I cannot rule it out.
Yeah.
Now, I also cannot rule it in. I can't rule it out. They're just saying, so if they say, well, that's possible, that means I can't rule it out. You're not saying it's nomologically actually possible. So I don't know if it's possible for there to be a deity who knows everything, can do literally anything, and created the universe. It may be, it's not logically impossible, but it may be nomologically impossible for that to be the case. There's an analogy I like to use sometimes, like if I ask you, can my friend drive from Los Angeles to San Francisco, both cities in California, Los Angeles to San Francisco, is it possible for him in his car to drive there on one tank of gas? And I don't tell you what kind of car he drives, you don't know if it's possible. You can't rule it out. So in one regard, you might be able to say, yeah, it's possible. I can't rule it out. It depends on what kind of car he drives. Or you could say, I don't know if it's possible because I don't know what kind of car he drives. And, so that's sort of an analogy to show the difference. But
that's good.
Yeah, so I think it's important when people say, well, is it possible, to just explain the nuance to them and just say, like, it's not logically impossible. I don't know if it's actually possible. Like, I can't rule it out, but I don't know if it's actually nomologically possible. That would need to be demonstrated.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Kids Love Satan. Great name. Thank you so much for the super chat, for the donation. I appreciate that very much. And Venus says Christians only appeal to Platonic realism to smuggle in concepts they admit are imaginary, like God. Nominalism on top. P.S. Love the stream so much. Thank you. Very, very well said. Very well said. I would say something like they lean into idealism on a part-time basis. They like it when it suits them, and they drop it like a hot potato when it starts to threaten the things that are dear to their hearts. But very, very well expressed. I appreciate that, and thanks for your support. Much appreciated. Jason Bond says, hi, John and Sean. This makes my Tuesdays. Peace. Well, you've just made mine. Thank you so much, Jason. Great to have you here. And in fact, a quick shout out and hello to anyone who's watching right now, who's watching for the first time. I saw a message in the chat before the chat started. Before the show started, from someone who watches the videos but hadn't been on a live stream before. I absolutely love it when people do that. So very, very welcome. We're really happy to have you along. And it is a little bit different watching live to just watching the videos back, because you can kind of participate and you can have your say and you can interact with other people who are watching too. As we make history in the history of poor arguments, ours or someone else's, that's for you to decide. And Buzz says the Jethro one took a toll on me. Boom, boom. Very, very good. My friend Pete Vitesi used to play with Jethro Tull. He's a very fine musician, and he has an interest in counter-apologetics too. So yeah, Pete, if you're ever watching, what's up? And then finally for now, Todd S. Odd, I saw on the underside of my bottle cap that read that I am not a winner. I don't know what to do with my life now. I'm very sorry, Todd. Commiserations. Your life is now officially without meaning and purpose. You're going to have to find a God to give you that, because obviously everyone knows without a God, it's not possible to lead a fulfilled, happy life. It's all lies, 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 those damn Satanists and all that stuff. Okay, well, we still have no guests. So that's quite strange, isn't it? Normally you have people queuing up to come in, but so far we don't have any guests. So if you're watching on TikTok and you would like to come and prove or demonstrate or present an argument for the God that you believe in, we're genuinely up for hearing it. We would love to hear it. We're not here to laugh at you or belittle you or humiliate you. We just want to have conversations. It's not about winning. It's about examining the space of the landscape of ideas and seeing what happens. And we've turned another call on the bingo. That seems a little weird. We'll look at that afterwards. But right now we do have Reagan in the TikTok queue. So let's take that and see what Reagan is saying.
Hello?
Hi, Reagan. How are you?
All right, so I just want to come in and say no one can prove God and no one can.
How old are you?
It's all right. It's gone. Unfortunately, my friend, we have an over 18s rule on the live stream, and that was not someone who was over 18. We're going to take Samuel instead. Sorry, Reagan, but come back when you're the right age. Hey, Samuel, how are you?
I'm doing excellent. How are you, sir?
Very, very well indeed. Thank you. Thanks for coming up. Would you like to present an argument or evidence or proof for a God? And if so, which one?
Exactly. I can absolutely prove
Great.
with the Bible itself. For the history of your people, it's very, very simple.
My
we can
people?
go to the
People.
By my people, do you mean the atheists?
Excuse me?
By my people, do you mean the atheists?
No, I'm talking
Oh, the
about
Australopithecines.
your race of people.
The British people?
The Australopithecines or
Your
the
race
hominids?
of people.
My
No,
race. I
Caucasian.
don't have a race of people.
Caucasian race of people.
Another
What
one.
have you done? How did you get America?
I didn't get
400
America.
years long. How did you get it?
John
How
didn't get
did you
America.
get it?
Well, you
Excuse me?
got to let us
How
answer.
did
You got to
you
let
get
us. You got to let us answer. John didn't
Okay,
get
go for it.
America. John is not American. John lives in the UK.
Yeah, well, they started the whole trash, whether you know it or not.
That's a fair. That's a fair point.
That's a fair point.
If you don't know that either, that was you could say what they call it, a paper bill.
Right.
From you could
Okay.
say it came from Spain.
Okay. So
went
okay.
down
Can we
so,
get to
so-
God?
You turn around and they brought
Calm
it
down
down.
for a second. Calm down for a second. So when you say my
Okay.
people, I want you to understand something.
Edomites.
I want you to understand something.
Do
That
I need
my,
to
that,
spell
that,
it
my,
out for
that,
you?
that my ancestors and your ancestors were not Caucasian. Did you know that?
You know why you got the name Caucasian, right? Because in 193 AD,
No. I asked you a question. You might have missed it because you were too busy talking and not listening at all. So I asked you a question. The question I asked you was, are you aware of the fact that my ancestors and your ancestors were not Caucasian? Did you understand that? There you go. Yeah. Did you understand what I said?
I don't care what you said.
Well,
I'm telling you the truth.
If you
So
didn't,
you want to talk to me? Let's talk.
If you didn't care what I said, why are you calling in?
Because of the simple fact you're a liar. Psalms
Right.
58:3 turns around. God
That's lovely.
calls you a
Yeah, that's lovely. So what we do here is we have conversations. We don't call in to just call people liars and then start preaching. We have conversations. So the question I'm going to ask you next is, are you capable of having a conversation? If you're not capable, that's absolutely fine. If you are capable, then tell me you're capable and then prove it by having one. So are you capable of having a conversation would be the question. Your answer to this is... You can unmute your mic and then give me the answer. I'm longing to hear it.
Repeat that question again, please.
The question was quite simple. It was, are you capable of having a conversation?
Absolutely.
Great. Are you aware of the fact that in conversations we listen to each other and then respond to what the other person says rather than just wait for them to stop speaking and then begin preaching? Are you aware of this?
Good. We do that in Biblical Smoke and Clubhouse all day long.
Fantastic. So you'll be good at this. So the thing that I said to you was that your ancestors and mine were not Caucasian. Therefore, the fact that some of us are Caucasian now is completely irrelevant. So what would be the evidence for the God?
The God turned around and put you on the planet in the book of Genesis, chapter 25, verse 23. Would you like for me to read that for you,
No,
sir?
we've all read the Bible. We're not interested about that. If
No,
you're saying that
excuse
if
me,
you're
sir?
saying that the evidence is to be found in the book, then you would first need to demonstrate that
Oh, yes, it's not only in the book. I'm going to show you something beautiful.
Sure. Yeah. Do you remember the thing about listening? Do you remember the thing about listening? This is the bit when my mouth moves and words come out, and your mouth stops moving, and the words stop coming out, and then I stop, and then you speak. That's how grown-ups do it. So what I was saying is, for you to appeal to a verse in the Bible, you would first need to demonstrate that we should care what it says in the Bible. Because when I hear people quoting Bible verses, I just hear, my book says a thing. Well, my book says a thing is never going to be evidence of anything other than what's written in your book. I don't care what's in your book. I have a book that talks about other things. And I would not expect you to care what's in my book until I've demonstrated why you should. So are you able to provide some evidence or a reasoned argument for why I should care what it says in the Bible?
I'm trying to light my camera up, if I'm allowed to do that.
Don't worry about your camera. Make an argument.
Oh, yeah, we're going to need that guy. We're going to need it.
We don't.
You're connected to audio only. Wait a minute. We got to get this right. We got to get this right.
We don't need to
You
get
want
it
to
right.
do it? Let's do it right.
We don't need to get your
Because
camera.
there is a book. There is a book I want to show you that was written in 1964.
So appealing to another book.
1964 is when this book was published.
Lovely.
And the author of the book, Charles A. Weissman, was a Jewish man. And when he published that book, you know what happened to him? All of a sudden, they found him unalive. Because
lovely.
Okay. I'm trying to turn on the camera, sir. If you would allow me to turn my camera on.
Nobody cares about your camera, and nobody cares about your silly stories.
Why wouldn't you?
Hang on.
Because you want me to prove it. I'm going to prove it that your people said this and not ours.
Right. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your people and not ours. So I suspect I'm sniffing out a little bit of anti-Semitic or racism in your thing there.
You want to go there?
So
I can turn around. Well, let's open up the book.
We're not going to be opening up books. We're going to be staying on topic, or we're going to be leaving. So I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you again, and you're going to answer it, or you're not. Why do we care what it says in the Bible? Please provide us an answer that says you should care what it says in the Bible because, and then provide your reason. We don't care what it says in another book. We don't care about whether the author of the book was killed. Please explain why we should care what it says in the Bible. Or tell us you can't. Either one is fine. You're going to need to unmute yourself again. And the reason you keep on getting muted is because you have no self-control. If you notice in our previous conversation, no one got muted because our previous guest was an adult capable of executing a conversation, not like a child. So you can unmute yourself again. Here, we'll send you a little invite. A little invite for you to hit your little unmute button. There we go.
You say the Bible ain't true? The book of Amos, chapter 1, verse 6 is happening right up under your nose, and everybody is yelling, free, free Palestine right now.
Sure.
Amos 1 and 6, Gaza used to be.
So more quoting from the book. So I'll ask you for the last time. This is the final time. This is the final time I'm going to ask you this, and I'm not going to ask it again because we've got G. Waltz waiting in the queue, who I suspect may be capable of transacting a conversation more effectively than you can. Why should I care what's in the Bible? And I'm listening intently for your answer.
Because chapter Amos 1, chapter 1, verse 11, you're next on the list.
Right, that's delightful.
Listen to me, sir. Don't interrupt me, sir.
You are going to be interrupted. Tempted to just drop you now. But you are mildly entertaining.
Let's have it.
Yeah, I'd like to have one, but you still haven't answered the question. What was the question I asked?
Which question?
You don't even know, do you?
Because
what was the question I asked you?
You're mumbling.
What was the question I asked you?
The question is the Bible real? And I just told you, yes, it is.
By referring to something in the book, you would have to refer to something outside the book.
Chapter 1, verse 6.
Yeah, I don't care what's in the book, though. You can quote the book all day long. I don't care what it says in the book. Why should anyone
Yeah,
care?
that's it. Yeah, and there we have and there we have it.
Why
You
should
don't
why
care.
should anyone care? I could
Because
quote to you.
Edomites
I could quote
are
to you.
like that. And Psalms 50.
Oh my goodness me! I could quote to you from the Bhagavad Gita. I could quote to you from the Quran. I could quote to you from the Book of Mormon. I could quote to you from my high school mathematics textbook. But until anyone can provide a reason for why someone should give a shit, you're just babbling on like a mindless preacher. This is it. This is it, isn't it? All you've got is this.
God is on his way to kill you.
That's lovely. And is that it? All you have are mindless threats.
The Iran war is in the Bible.
The Iran war is in the Bible.
Don't get it. Iran is called Comanians. Right. And the chapter of it is 2nd Ezra chapter 15.
Imagine if this guy reads his kids' bedtime stories like this. And then the 3 little bears said, I want a porridge. And Goldilocks said, this is not my porridge.
Is going to get you.
And then Rapunzel said, I want to leave the tower. Imagine if he kisses his wife goodnight like this. Imagine if his wife says, good night, darling, sleep well, and he says, good night. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
That laugh is going to be
Jesus. Are you not capable of just being a normal human being?
Well, I am. You're not. And King Solomon said,
right.
He don't even call you human.
Yes, you're going on the crash out list.
You, the devil, the Bible
wild.
Speaks of.
Absolutely wild.
Right.
Can I ask you a serious question, Samuel? Have you always had this weird mannerism? Were you born like this? Were you like this as a child?
No.
When did you learn? When did you learn to speak in this weird way?
As soon as I learned the Bible and learned that
so you were normal until you got brainwashed and indoctrinated, and you think this was an improvement in your personality?
We were brainwashed with a white Jesus. President Putin turned around and bought that out and said Jesus was white. And showed the whole picture.
And like all amusing diversions, they occasionally come to an end. But that was fun. It's going to get clipped. It's going to clip the hell out of that. Good work. Thank you very much. That was wild, wasn't it? Fun. I'd like to get him and Apostle Michael together in some kind of,
just get in a room together.
Just in a room together, yeah. Microphone on the wall, camera. Let them have it out. It'd be delightful.
Yeah.
Absolutely awesome. Love that. Love you for that, Samuel164. Feel free to come back anytime. That was absolutely magnificent. I'm going to put in the notes for him. For him. Yep. Constant screaming. I'm going to put death threats. Why not? Death threats. Because why not? Totally insane. Brilliant, but fun. I mean, I'm saying totally insane,
right.
But kind of
Angry
fun.
bedtime.
Kind of fun. Oh,
goodbye, honey. I'm going to get some milk.
Wonderful. Okay, that was fun. Excellent fun. Okay, let's get G Waltz in next because they were next in the queue. It is like a human zoo up in here sometimes. Absolutely the best. Bringing in G Waltz, and then you get like the contrast. The next person will be like softly spoken. Hi, G Waltz. How are you?
Good. How are you?
There you go. What a difference. We're fantastic, thank you. Welcome in. So we're asking people who believe in a God to prove it. And by prove, I'm going to qualify this by saying we accept that very few things can be actually proved. Just a shorthand for, present a reasonable argument for this belief. Is that something that you would be inclined to do?
Sure.
Go for it.
So the Bible says that Satan roams around like a lion, seeking whom he may devour. And that's exactly what you're doing. You're looking for Christians, trying to devour them. You're alive that you're king of.
Like a lion.
You may be king of this life, but everyone will kneel before Christ in the end.
Well, I kneel.
So
can I get knee pads for that? before I kneel, because my knees aren't great. They used to be good. I used to play a lot of football, or soccer, as you guys call it. But now I find when I kneel, if I have to do tiling and stuff, it sort of hurts a little bit. So prior to the kneeling before Jesus, will I be able to get some holy knee pads?
You might. You still have
Do
time.
I kneel? Do I have to kneel just on one knee, or is it a 2-knee kneel, or can I alternate the knees if one of them starts to feel a bit sore during the kneeling? And how long does the kneeling last?
I would imagine everybody will be kneeling with both knees, begging for their life, especially
both knees. God. And how long do we kneel for? And what are we allowed to do while we kneel? Because if I kneel for a long time,
delightful.
I start to get bored. Can I bring like a Sudoku book or something to keep me amused and entertained while I'm doing the kneeling, or is the kneeling pretty quick?
If your goal is to provoke Christians, you can't provoke me because I have the truth.
Oh, that's delightful. Okay. And after the kneeling, then what happens?
All I can tell you is every knee will bow. And
yeah, well, you said that already, but what happens afterwards? I'm interested in what Jesus plans to do after the kneeling. Do we all make friends? Because I've heard that he's wants people to love their enemies. So is Jesus able to model that behavior himself, or does he just tell other people to do it, but actually he kills his? What's the deal with that?
Scripture exists for you to read. Why are you asking me questions about it?
Because you're here to defend the faith, and I've looked at Scripture and found it a wee bit silly. So I'm asking you. So in your view, once we've finished the kneeling part and got on to the post-kneel, what does that involve?
I'm here to call you out because I know exactly what you're doing and why
that's great.
Here.
I'm just asking you questions. Are you capable of answering them? I asked you at the beginning if you were going to provide a reasoned argument, and you said yes. So far, you're just issuing threats at the moment, but that's fine.
Yeah.
So is that all you've got in you, threats, or are you capable of engaging in a dialectic as well?
You're not here looking to prove God or prove anything. You're here just to simply attack Christians.
No, he's looking for you to. We're attacking positions. He asked you if you can prove, and he explained what he means by prove. Provide reasoned evidence or arguments that God exists, and he said absolutely. And thus far, you have not done so, and it doesn't appear you have attempted to do so. In fact, you explicitly said you're not here for that. So when you initially came in and said that you would, were you lying for Jesus?
Can he not speak for himself?
We speak together. Sean's here for a reason. I can speak for myself, but Sean is explicitly invited to co-host. So he asked you a question, and so did I. And the question I asked you, by the way, was serious, which is, once we've all finished kneeling, what does Jesus plan to do to us? That was a genuine question that I'm asking you. Do you know the answer? Because I do. Just wondering if you do.
Jesus commanded we seek the scriptures, so that's up to you to seek the scriptures.
So you don't know the answer. I thought, what about 1 Peter 3:15, which commands you to always be willing to give a reason? Is that one of the verses that you don't like, that you ignore selectively when it's inconvenient, or are you going to abide by your obligations?
I'm here to warn you as a warning from God.
So you're ignoring your obligations under Peter 3:15 then.
And going against your own word of what you said when you first came in here, John asked you a question. Are you here to provide evidence for your God? Provide reasoned arguments. You said yes. Are you going to do that? Were you lying? Was that a lie? Yes or no?
Scripture answers that very directly. It says creation.
Scripture answers whether you were lying.
God is made known without excuse.
Romans 1. So yeah, of course. Romans 1 is delightful. So when I asked you if you were going to provide an argument, why did you not just go, no, I'm not going to, please go and read the Bible, and then leave? That would have been the honest thing to do. But instead, you misrepresented your position and you said, yes, I'm going to provide an argument. I said, well, fantastic. Gave you the platform to do that. And all you did was issue threats and complain about the fact that I'm a lion, Satan-y kind of lion, roaming around devouring Christians. Are you actually going to do the thing you said you were going to do, or is issuing threats the only thing you're capable of doing?
There is no debate, but the truth of the matter is this. God is made known without excuse. Creation
Romans 1. But funnily enough,
we've never heard that.
Yeah, no one's ever issued Romans 1 to us before. Funnily enough, do you know we love it when we hear Romans 1, because Romans 1 is one of the most easily disprovable sections of the Bible. Romans 1:18, that says that God is made known and they are without excuse, and you can see by looking at the world that God is there, is a claim that the Bible makes, which is trivially easy to demonstrate to be false.
I'm listening.
Well, I have looked outside and seen trees and nature and the world around me and all of these sorts of things. And I do not find myself convinced that they provide proof and evidence of a God. I just look at them and see proof and evidence of natural processes. Therefore, the claim that anyone who looks at these things will be convinced that there's a God is demonstrably false. So why is the Bible making demonstrably false claims in the book of Romans?
The Bible doesn't make any claims.
That is a claim. That is specifically a claim, and it's a false claim.
Testimonies of a living God that makes claims.
Yeah, yet there are still claims being inferred by the book and made by the book and implied by the book, many of which are demonstrably false. This one being one of the easiest to disprove.
There is no excuse. Period.
Are you going to address what John said?
You just sound like a chatbot at the moment. You sound like a teenager with a soundboard pushing the buttons to make the responses. So at the moment, all you're doing is sort of delivering quiet threats in a monotone, which I grant you is mildly entertaining and probably nicer to listen to than the previous lunatic who couldn't stop screaming. This is just a different type of crazy, isn't it? We like to change up the crazy on this channel. Sometimes they're loud and brash and crazy, and sometimes they're quiet and they just say things like, everyone is warned, you have been told, you are without excuse. You sound like a caricature. Is this how you speak to your family? Do you sit at the dinner table and say, please pass the salt? Is that the thing that you do? Or are you capable of transacting a normal human conversation like we do? Look, check this out. Sean, have you had a good day today?
Yes, I have.
I like that. But, it'd be great, G. Waltz, if you could just sort of have a normal conversation and provide some evidence for why any of us should give the slightest flying flick what it says in this silly book of myths.
Jesus says, deny thyself. It's not about
again, you're appealing to what's in the book. Take it as granted. Take it as granted that we don't care what it says in the book until you can demonstrate why we should. Now, is that something you're capable of doing without referring to the contents of the book, or is that task beyond you?
Why I care is because of what happens after, every knee bows.
Sure, but you haven't told us what that is yet. I did ask you earlier and you seemed reluctant to answer. Should we talk about it again?
Because why would you care about Judgment Day if you don't care about the Bible?
What does Jesus do once the knee-bowing bit's finished? What does he do? Should I tell you? It seems like maybe you don't know. So what he does after the knee bowing is finished is he says the Son of Man will send his angels. They will collect out of his kingdom all causes of sin and all evildoers. That would be me. And they will throw them into the furnace of fire where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. There's going to be lots of weeping and gnashing of teeth in the furnace. Ooh, naughty, naughty, naughty. This is what Jesus does. And yet we're also told that Jesus preaches that you're supposed to love your enemies. And that loving your enemies is supposed to be a value. When I speak to Christians, they tell me about all the lovely things that Jesus says, all the virtues, blessed are the meek, and love your enemies, and how turn the other cheek, and forgiveness, and all of this wonderful things. These are all values that, according to you, he immediately abandons.
So you're angry at God and misunderstand him.
I'm not angry. I'm not angry at God. I'm pointing out the incongruity in the position you're spelling out. The contradiction between Jesus' message and the threats that you're now making on his behalf as his appointed agent on earth, of course. Do you have a badge? Does it say Jesus' agent, have a nice day on your badge?
Love is not something you just love people for who they are and let them do what they want. God's love is different than that. It's a tough love.
Oh, it's a tough love involving fire and gnashing of teeth. Is that right? Have we got that right?
It's definitely.
It's the kind of compulsory love that everybody wants their daughter or sister to get involved with a guy who loves them just right until they don't love them back, at which point the violence begins. This is the type of love that you are advocating for. Am I correct?
God is perfect and he loves us very much.
Sure.
Satan is God of this world, and that's why the world is so evil.
So let's talk about Satan a little bit. So who's in charge? God or Satan?
Ultimately, God is in charge.
Ultimately, God is. So everything that Satan does is according to God's will, correct?
God's allowing him to do the things he does.
So everything that Satan does is according to God's will. So it must be good, right?
God is allowing Satan to tempt people just like he tempted
Is it
Adam.
good?
Yeah, so it's good.
God's
So that
will
all the
good.
things that
Satan's
is everything God does good. Have you read Deuteronomy 32:4?
God's
All his
will
ways
is
are
good.
just. So
Satan's
everything
will
that
is
everything
not.
that happens, if it's part of God's will, must be good, right?
Satan doesn't force us to do
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah. Are you capable of answering a straight
God's
question?
will.
Are you
It is God's
capable?
will that
Are you capable of answering a straight question?
you're not letting me finish my sentence.
I'm asking
You
you a
asked a
question.
question, but you refuse to hear the answer because you don't want to hear the answer because, again, you said you don't care.
I asked you the question specifically because I do want to hear the question. So, is everything that Satan does according to God's will?
God's will is perfect. It is God's
That
will
doesn't
that we
answer my
follow
question.
His will.
That
It is
doesn't answer my
God's will
question.
that we.
I'll ask it
It is
again.
God.
Is everything that Satan does according to God's will?
No, most definitely
No.
not.
Right. So God is crying, boo-hoo, I wish Satan would do something else, totally powerless to stop it. Correct?
No, God can stop Satan, but
so he could stop it, but he chooses not to. So it is according to his will then. Because if he wanted Satan not to do it, he could make him not do it, correct?
Well, he will. Obviously, it says that in the end of the Bible when God locks Satan up and
Not
destroys
asking
him.
what will happen one day. I'm asking right now. If God wanted Satan to do something else, is he capable of stopping him doing what he's doing right now?
God's not a control freak. He doesn't force people to do
I didn't ask you if he's a control freak. I asked you if he's capable of stopping Satan from doing what he's doing. In the same way that if my son starts torturing the cat, I would intervene and take the cat away and say, no, stop torturing the cat. No cat torture. Is because I'm capable of intervening in my son's actions and stopping the cat torture. He doesn't torture the cat. He loves the cat. Is God capable of intervening to stop Satan's behavior? Is he capable of doing that, or too much effort?
God is very capable, but he doesn't.
Just chooses not to, because he wants Satan to be able to all of that stuff, right?
He does, because they test us.
Must be good.
That means I have to willingly and actively make a choice to choose to follow Satan or to choose to follow God.
Yeah, so all of Satan's activities are according to God's plan and are good. Hooray for God and Satan, the winning team.
Is there not a verse in the Bible that says, I, God, create evil? Yes, there is.
It does. Yeah. So fantastic. So everything that's happening is according to God's plan. Hooray! And in your world, people who don't follow his plan, people who, for example, like me, who are just sincerely unconvinced that his plan even exists, that itself must be part of his plan. Because if he wasn't, he would have intervened to change it, right? Because he's really powerful and stuff.
It is lack of understanding, my friend.
It's lack of understanding on whose part? On mine?
All of our parts.
Do we punish people for a lack of understanding in your world? Is that a thing?
God gives time for people to understand, but it's us that takes time to do other things rather than seek his truth.
Right. And what about those who have seeked truth and at the end of that seeking process are not convinced of the particular theological claims that you're making, even though they seeked honestly, they don't think that there is a Satan and they don't think that there is a God, and they've looked at the evidence and found it wanting, as in the case for me and for Sean and for many others listening, and have just genuinely, sincerely and intellectually honestly reached a position of being unconvinced by this stuff. What then? Is it then time to bend the knee and be chucked in the furnace because God loves us so much he wants us barbecued just right? Is that what you're suggesting?
It says lean not on our own understanding.
It does. Do you know what that verse means? That verse literally is an enjoinment to people to stop using their minds. I reject such totalitarian language. I will not have it. I will not be told to stop using my mind. And anyone who decides to stop using their mind is deciding to make themselves stupid. So I'm bowing out of that particular project. Do you have any other evidence other than this mindlessly just reading off Bible verses in a monotone?
I should rather ask you. You seem to be full of questions. So, do you have any other questions?
Well, the main question here is, why should anybody care what it says in this ludicrous book? This book of talking animals and magic and stuff like that. Why should anyone care?
I used to not care. I denied God. I denounced it for many years until I realized that certain things happened in my life which led me to seeing the truth. And once you know the truth, you can't unsee
Sure.
it. 'cause
People
it's
say
the truth.
exactly the same about Islam, exactly the same about Hinduism, exactly the same about Mormonism, exactly the same about Sikhism, exactly the same about Hare Krishna, exactly the same about Jainism, exactly the same about all sorts of religions. Nobody cares what happened to you in your life, as delightful as I'm sure the story is. Why should anyone care what it says in the Bible?
I agree with you. People do say all kinds of things, the exact same things about religion and stuff, but Jesus simply saith, I am the way, I am the truth,
Again,
I am the
you're
life.
referencing the Bible as if you've earned the right for anyone to care what it says. You would have to earn that right before assuming it. I don't care what it says in the book. Why should I?
Christ Jesus was a person. I'm not referencing the Bible, I'm referencing him. He's
You
the
are
one that said
referencing the
it.
Bible because you have absolutely not the foggiest clue what that man said, and neither does anyone else. All we have are stories passed around by word of mouth through an pre-scientific, highly superstitious culture of gullible people who didn't know where the sun went at night until eventually, several decades later, someone anonymous decided to write the stories down. So don't pretend like you know what Jesus said without referencing the book. That's all you have, is a book of bedtime stories that tells you what this person who may or may not actually have existed said. So why should any of us care what it says in that book?
Because it's life or death.
I could
So
say the same
outside of-
about Puff the Magic Dragon. It's life or death. You must believe the word of Puff. He lived by the sea, and if you don't do what he says, you're going to be in the big dragon barbecue. Great. Have I now established that you should pay attention to the book of Puff?
So outside of religion or Christianity or any of that garbage, like why do you live? What's your purpose?
That's a completely separate question. I think it's a wonderful question, but let's stick to the one we're talking about. Can you provide a justification, before we tie the call up, but can you provide a justification for why anyone should care what it says in the Bible? Because at the moment, the only claims you're making for this are to be found in the Bible, which is a circular argument. It's a round thing with a claim at the beginning and a justification for the claim at exactly the same point that the claim is. It's round and circular and really, really poor. So apart from that, what have you got?
I don't believe in the Bible. It's the same thing to be amused. The word muse, the word daemon, the word spirit, the word genius, the word where intellectual and knowledge comes from.
Wow.
The body is just a vessel. It's the spirit that's in that vessel that speaks through that person, whether it be you or me, whether somebody be filled with the Holy Spirit of God or a muse, a daemon, D-A-E-M-O-N, a genius, which is
One second. Sean, did you see that? Little funny notice. I just need to remove you and you come back up. TikTok's got the wrong end of the stick somewhere. I don't know why. It got upset by something. TikTok is completely crazy. It told me I have to remove Sean or the live will be restricted. Because of what? I don't know. Maybe he looked at TikTok in a funny way. Completely mental. TikTok is totally, totally strange. I think TikTok is being run by Satan. And Satan didn't want Sean's intellectual input in this conversation. So, as we draw the argument to a conclusion, what you've told us is a whole load of stuff from the Bible, a whole load of verses, culminating in your claim that you don't actually believe the Bible. So, I guess that would be a logical point to end the discussion and say thank you for coming in and echoing that you, like us, don't believe the Bible. And then lots and lots of other crazy claims, which we just won't join you on, if that's okay.
Resist the devil and he shall flee. Like
resist,
I said, you may
resist,
be with your lives.
resist the devil. What if you
You're
like the devil? What if you really like him? Because actually, between you and me, I am the devil. Sorry, who said that? What was that?
Him.
Who was that? See ya. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
There you go. Wild. Grown adults believe this stuff, people. This is wild. Grown adults. People who are able to operate motor vehicles and own pets and educate and have children, drive cars and walk dogs and work in governments and vote and stuff. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Okay. We are going to try and get things in the order that they are. So we're going to get Rejoice Talks in next, and then we have Lamont waiting over on the YouTube side, and a couple of others. I really appreciate you. If you're waiting in the queue, please be patient. I promise I will get to you. I never leave anyone abandoned in the queue. So I'm going to read a couple of super chats, and then we're going to get Rejoice Talks in, and then Lamont, and we'll keep things moving along. I promise I won't let conversations drag on for too long. Hang on a second. Why is my super chat thing not working? Give me a second while I fire this up. It's being a little bit weird, but I think I can fix it. Give me a second. Let's try this. Is that going to work for us? Let's try that now. Still not working. Weird. My super chat aggregator is choosing not to work, and I'm not sure why. Okay, well I'll have to come back to this. Bear with me a moment. We'll just get the next caller in while I work on this, which, as I said, is going to be Rejoice Talks. Coming in right now on the TikTok. If it can work itself out, hopefully it can. That's not seeming not to quite work. Oh, there we go. Rejoice Talks. Hi, Rejoice. How are you?
Yeah, hi. John Cohen, sorry.
That's okay. You could just call me John. And this is Sean as well. Welcome in. Would you like to provide a reason why anyone should believe in this God thing?
Yeah, because God is the creator of the universe, and because the universe exists as a design, so we can appeal that there is someone who is in charge of the rations, the ratios, and the components of the universe. And then total fulfillment will be after chasing after the creator, because if the manufacturer of a product better describes how the product is being used to its full potential. So therefore, that's why we need to appeal to God, because his whole status is stated in his word, and much more, sending his son as the person who is the propitiation for our sins, fulfilling all the prophecies.
Let's take these one at a time, because if you make too many points, we're going to have to circle back and everything. So you started off by saying the universe exists as a design. Can you substantiate that claim, please? Because I do not accept that claim.
Okay, so when I say the universe is like a design, actually is because of the arrangements of, for example, the solar system and its working and its revolution are all mathematically substantiated, scientifically and mathematically, and they are all in order, else there will be chaos. So therefore, we appeal to someone who had to put all those ratios in perfect order for there to be life and existence.
Okay, so you're basically appealing to order, and the thing is we can actually observe order taking shape in the natural world purely through natural processes. For example, the way the solar systems form is through an accretion disk. Gravity acts upon gases, matter, because gravity is just a force in the universe. It starts to collect together. When it does, it begins to spin, and just like pizza dough, when you spin pizza dough, the matter stretches outwards, and then as it stretches outwards, matter. Most of the matter is in the middle, which, you have enough matter to form a star to create fusion, or binary stars in some cases. Further out, gravity is still acting upon it. And this is all as it's spinning. So it's going to end up at the right speed, etc., because it's like a result of the accretion disk, like spinning, like the centrifugal force spinning the matter outwards. But anyways, the long story short, we know how solar systems form purely through natural processes. Please substantiate that order necessarily means design.
Okay, so when you use the gravity example, when you're talking of gravity is substantiated like with mathematics. So there's the gravitational constant and everything.
Yeah,
all
there's
this
the
can be
universal
applied. Yes. So all this can be applied universally. So therefore, if there's a universal constant that works everywhere, then it still says that it cannot occur randomly, because something randomly cannot occur at every instance at the same time.
Yeah,
it has to occur only in one or two improbable instances. So now we are looking at something that has to be universal, and therefore That's what we call design and order. It's not going to be by an irrational mind.
No, you're just calling it design. So the universal constants are called universal constants because they apply universally. You're just saying they exist universally, therefore design. That's a non sequitur. One does not necessarily entail the other. It could just be that the universal constants are what they are. It could be a brute fact of reality. It could be some other explanation. If you're going to say the explanation is God, then you have the burden of proof there. So are you? It sounds like you're trying to go with the what is it called? The fine tuning argument, but you're not really executing the argument well. But I'm just addressing what you've said so far. You've basically said the universal constants, the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, et cetera, are all universal throughout the universe. Therefore, there has to be a designer, but one does not follow the other. It could just be a universal fact of reality or of how nature works without a God. How does that necessarily entail a God?
Okay, so we are saying, for example, if you look at mathematicians and scientists, for example, Kepler is the one that initiated the law of orbits. Starting from that, he says that there is a perfect ellipse of every, and all the planets move in ellipses, and there is a line of symmetry that sweeps. There's an imaginary line, and that has a perfect shape whereby these planets follow that particular line and that particular path to revolve the sun. This cannot be by accident. If all these mathematics come together to form a perfect order, I'm saying it cannot be randomized if we can substantiate it mathematically and universally. So therefore, there has to be a designer behind all this. That's just an example.
I already explained how planets left over that, because there's a lot of collisions in the early solar system. But I already explained, how they come about, with their particular orbits going the right speed. And by the way, they're not perfect orbits either. A planet could slowly work its way to becoming an exoplanet, losing its contact with its sun and go off into space. Some could crash eventually into the suns at the center, and others last a long, long time orbiting their planet. But you're not actually you're just saying these things work together and seem to work, therefore God, but you're not saying that how you're not given any sort of argument how that's an entailment, that there's necessarily a designer. You're just saying it must have a designer.
Yes, because I'm saying, except you're ready to go against scientists and mathematicians that have already done this and substantiated it for us.
I'm not going against scientists.
Okay, good. So if we are following them, we have to agree that all this being mathematically in order and can be proven, and that they have their perfect, the perfect mathematical constants used universally with all these orbits and planet arrangements. Therefore, we can agree that it's not randomly put in place. It has to be specifically put in place. Yes, you mentioned that planets can crash into.
Hold on. It's not random. It's not put. It's not. Well. The thing is you started off with something that I don't agree to, because you said you're disagreeing with the scientists. Are scientists more likely or less likely than the general population to believe in God? Not that it's relevant, because scientists are experts on science in their respective fields. They're not experts on gods. So it's irrelevant anyway. But But scientists aren't on your side on that. They're far less likely than the general public to have any sort of God
subjective view.
Right. So you can't call upon scientists and say you're disagreeing with them, because I don't see how God has anything to do with this.
I'm saying you are the one disagreeing. I'm not saying I.
No, exactly. Yes, exactly. You're claiming that, but that's not true. Scientists do not posit that science in any way proves any sort of designer. You're saying that there are maybe certain individual outlier scientists will say that, but that's not the scientific consensus. So please stop saying I'm disagreeing with science. So we'll take these one at a time. What's your next argument?
Okay, that was just totally dismissed. Wow. Okay, my next
Yes,
argument is
your claim that I'm disagreeing with scientists when I say that I do not see that these things at all invoke a designer. No, that yes, that is dismissed because that's flatly false.
I didn't say you are disagreeing. I say unless you want to disagree with them, then you have to say that, okay, this mathematical whatever, the constants that I put in place, that they put in place to show that these planetary orbits and all that can still be replicated if they still use the same constants in the same instances, then it can be replicated.
I granted the universal constants. The universal constants are universal. They're called universal constants. You have not shown that the universal constants, the fact that they're universal means that there's a designer. That's a non sequitur. One does not necessarily entail the other.
That's where my next point comes in, because then there will have to be, or you have to show how a random or spontaneous, let's say, event that does not exist in nature actually produces and replicates itself universally. You have to now show that, except something that is in nature or put in place by a rational mind.
No. You're saying they were put in place. It could just be that the universe always existed and that the universal constants have always been an aspect of the universe. We don't know the answer to that question. You're claiming the universe had a beginning and God created it and God created the universal constants. You have the burden of proof for the one making that claim. So you're trying to put it on me to show that it's otherwise. That's not how burden of proof works. You're saying these universal constants were caused by my God. You have the burden of proof. Prove it. Don't just say it.
Okay, so I'm saying, first of all, you have to show me any other instance whereby something that does not occur in nature or is not put in place by a rational mind can have a universal constant in every single place at every single time. And then secondly, you said I can
only point to the universal constants. We don't know where they came from. You're saying show me a case of something that's universal that wasn't put in place. The only things we have that are universal, we don't have an explanation of where they came from.
Exactly
neither
my
you nor
point.
neither you hold on. No, that's my point. Neither you nor I. So we recognize the universal constants. We recognize that they're there. Okay, so great. We recognize that they're there. I'm saying I don't know where they came from, if they came from anywhere, and they may have always existed. You're saying they were created. They were created by and they were created by a thinking agent. You have the burden of proof for your claims on those. Prove it. You don't prove it by pointing to me and saying you have to show me universal constants, where they came from, or no, I don't know where they came from. You're saying they didn't exist at one point, then they existed. They were created by a thinking mind. Show your work, prove your claim without pointing at me to try to prove anything.
Okay, so we are at this point, ladies and gentlemen, because this is what atheism gets you into. They get you into ignorance. So you appeal to ignorance.
So no. You're not going to sit there and do performative, say, ladies and gentlemen, this and that, and trying to point at me. Let's not personalize it. You have the burden. You made the claim that the universal constants had a beginning. They at one point didn't exist, and a thinking agent created them. You have the burden of proof on that, correct?
Yeah, that's where I'm coming into.
Okay. Hold on. So you have the burden of proof. So your proof cannot be, hey, Sean, try to explain to me how. No, that's not how it works. If I make a claim about biological evolution being true, about heliocentric theory, if I make any sort of proof, I'm going to give you independent proof of my claim without calling upon you to show me or talk about anything. So please provide your proof.
Sean, do you know what a recipe is?
You're doing it again. You're doing it again. Do I know what is?
I'm building up my case. So if you can answer me, please.
Okay.
So can we both agree that a recipe, for example, is constant?
A recipe?
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean by recipe.
A food recipe. is
A
constant.
food of no, I don't hold to that. Like a food recipe is just someone writing down a list of foods for a particular dish.
So if I follow that recipe, can I produce exactly what the same person did? Is it constant?
A food
For
recipe
example,
is not a universal constant.
Someone wants to make, let's say, I don't know which foods you eat, but let's say someone wants to make noodles and he puts a recipe. He puts the amount of water, put the amount of heat you need to put, and then everything. Can I be able to replicate that same recipe, the same food he made using the recipe? Can I be able to do that? So that means a recipe is constant, right?
No. I mean, that's not what I mean by constant.
What's going on here?
All right. Is that what you mean when you say constant? Is the same recipe will have the same result?
Constant means I can replicate it, provided that I use the same procedures or the same order that it was being made before.
Okay. So I grant that a recipe you can repeat and remake the same dish. What's your next point?
Thank you very much. So my next point is this. Once you see that same constant, can we say that that recipe was being made by a rational mind? Or we can say that spontaneous?
We could say that we could say that a food recipe was made by a rational mind, because if I see if I see like the alpha the Roman letters or what have you, I know that that's a language that I already know. Hold on. If I see a food recipe, we have ample evidence that particular recipe came from a rational mind. But just because this thing came from a rational mind doesn't mean these other things came from a rational. You have to show that the universal constants of the universe are actually a written recipe. Like if I open up a cookbook,
they are a written recipe.
You have to show
scientists replicate. Look, they are a written recipe because scientists studied and can replicate them. Your claim
that they're a written recipe would be something that you would have to actually provide evidence for, not just assert as if you have demonstrated that. The reason why these fine-tuning arguments fail, and they all fail, essentially two reasons. One is that they're all predicated on the assumption that the life that we have now and the conditions that we enjoy right now were the starting point, the aim at the beginning. At the starting point, that's what the universe was trying to get to. And what an amazing coincidence that it managed to get to this point. That's not something that you can ever demonstrate. And the other thing you would have to demonstrate that you also won't be able to demonstrate is that the properties of the universe as we observe them now could have been different. You have absolutely no clue whether they could have been different or whether they are necessary and just baked in as a brute force fact of reality, in the same way that you think that your God is a brute fact of reality. Now, let me put a different argument to you that you may not have heard before. If you believe that a God exists, a magical supermind who created the universe exactly how it is right now, then would you agree that that God has to have at least as much complexity and intelligence and specificity as this universe has? Yes or no?
Sorry, could you please repeat? I got distracted for a little bit. I'm
sorry if I'm disturbing you. Yeah. So, would you agree that if you think that a God exists that created the universe just right for us, right? Just the right distance from the sun and just the right amount of this and just the right level of that and just the right strong nuclear force and just the right all of that stuff. This beautiful Goldilocks fine-tuned universe. You think that a God created this, would you agree that that God has to have a very specific set of properties in order to be able to create a universe like this?
Of course, he has.
Yeah. So don't you think of all the different possible gods that could have been created, the only way that a God with those hang on, I'm still speaking right now. The only way that that God could possibly have come about is if he was designed by another God. Because what are the chances of a God that created a universe just like ours, just happening to come about? I've worked it out. They're a bazillion, gillion, frillion, shillion to one, you know. I've worked it out. The scientists have said so. So what are the chances of a God like that, capable of creating a universe just like ours, just randomly popping into existence, the only possible way such a God could exist is if it was created by another God, capable of creating this God just right. Do you agree with my logic?
Okay, that logic is very, very illogical.
Right, and the reason you disagree with my logic is because in your schema, the God is presented as just a brute fact, necessarily true, having all the properties that it needs in order to create a universe just like ours, yum yum Goldilocks, just right. And if you're prepared to make that, if you're prepared to make that concession for your God, why are you not prepared to make that concession for the universe itself? You are falling into a trap of a terrible double standard that this argument reveals. So please explain your double standard.
Okay, so that's a very logical argument per se. So what's going on here is this. We're having the property that a God, we're having the fact that a God that replicates or produces or manufactures or designs the whole universe has to be omnipotent. So therefore, there will be none else besides this God, because he alone will have to make these decisions.
It doesn't have to be omnipotent. No, you cannot demonstrate that a God capable of creating a universe has to be omnipotent. That's just a characteristic that you're imputing onto it because it's fun. But don't do that. Be led by reason and logic. So no, it doesn't have to be omnipotent, just needs to be powerful enough to make a universe. He could be powerful enough to make a universe, but not powerful enough to do other things. You can't get to omnipotence. So again, explain the double standard.
What is omnipotence?
Omnipotence means that there's no limit to his power. But you can't get from he's powerful enough to make a universe to therefore he must have no limits to his power. That doesn't follow. So let's go back again to the same question. Why are you carving out exceptions and permissions for your God, but saying that those same exceptions and permission can't possibly apply to the universe itself? That's a ridiculous double standard. Explain that, please.
God, please, I beg you.
You don't need to beg, just provide explanation.
So no, that wasn't it. So what I'm saying is this: the God that we serve, and first of all, if there was a God, you would expect him to have an unlimited power in order that he's bringing all this to existence. So therefore, in the realm, you're just randomly dishing out powers to your God. You would expect no. The design argument doesn't say anything about the design argument. The design argument doesn't say anything about omnipotence. The design argument is an inferential argument made by looking at the universe we have and looking at the properties it has and saying, I personally can't imagine how all of these things could have come about, because I like believing that the current state of the universe must have been its intended state at some earlier point. It's a very fallacious argument, but even if we grant it for a moment, I've explained to you that if you're going to make that argument for the universe, the same argument could be made of a God. Your attempt to obviate that argument is to randomly distribute properties to your God, like omnipotence and, a big schlong and stuff. That's great. You're entitled to do that if you want to, but no one's going to take you seriously because that doesn't come under the field of focus of the inferences that you started off with. You don't get to look at the universe and say, the universe appears to have fine-tuned physical properties, therefore my God must be omnipotent. That's complete nonsense. So without veering into unearned privileges, which we're not going to allow you to enjoy right now, please explain again why you are having a double standard and you're making allowances for the fact that your God could have just have these properties of being perfectly universe creating without needing to go, well, what are the chances against that? There must have been another God who made my God, because the chances of a God having just those right set of properties to create a universe like ours are very small. Explain for the last time your double standard, and then we'll move on. Can we first of all understand or agree that it was, let's just say, a rational mind or something that thinks we have to put in place, something that has time, space, and matter coming together in one instance and having, because the scientist proves that the Earth has a beginning.
No,
the Earth is first of all the universe. Sorry,
science has not proved that.
The universe.
No, science has not proved. Science has not proved that.
Wait.
Nope, science does not prove that.
According to Albert Einstein, that says that the universe is expanding, meaning that there was a point where it was.
We all understand the Big Bang, my friend. We've all been doing this for rather a long time. The Big Bang does not prove that there was a point that the universe didn't exist, and you're not going to claim that it did. So again, for the very last time, no. For the very last time,
you guys are tired of me.
You need to explain why you're making allowances for your God that you don't make for the universe itself. It's a ridiculous double standard, and I won't have it. So justify the double standard.
Yeah, because as I said, if we agree that what the universe entails and how the mathematical orders that I explained to Sean, then therefore what I'm saying is that there will be someone that is a rational mind that had to put all this in place, that had to put everything together to form this, and that is constant in every single other aspect. So therefore, I now put back the question to you: if you can show me any other instance,
but you haven't answered the question. You just said some words, but the words didn't answer the question.
You me and want me to answer your straw man.
I haven't straw manned you. I just asked you a question. I'm not even presenting your.
You told me what I don't believe and said I believe that.
Hang on a second. I'm not straw manning you. To straw man is to mischaracterize somebody's argument. I'm not mischaracterizing your argument. I'm saying you are prepared to. You're insisting that the universe must have had a conscious designer just so in order for it to have the properties it has. But I'm saying that the conscious designer must also have very specific properties, and you're perfectly happy for that same set of properties of perfection and fine-tuning to exist in the designer and accept that just as a brute fact. Whereas I'm saying, if such a designer exists, I could make exactly the same arguments you make about the universe with respect to the designer, but you don't like those because they don't feel nice. So you ignore them and pretend pretend that you're being consistent. You're completely failing to engage with the point I'm making because it makes you feel uncomfortable.
Okay, can you please show us your arguments?
Sorry?
You broke up. He might have got a call.
He might have got a call, but he's not teacupped. Come on. My cat wants to go out. Might need to get up to let my cat out in a minute. But I sort of feel like, look, we're at 26 minutes. I think the audience is going to be bored of this right now. So he's not there. We're going to end the call. Rejoice Talks, thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. Lamont has been waiting an absolute age, and we want to get him in next. Forgive me for appearing distracted in the early part of that call. I was trying to fix my super chat aggregator, which I have now fixed. So, Lamont, thank you for your patience, friend. We will be with you in just a minute. I need to read a few super chats, update the bingo, and then we'll get things going again. So, the bingo. We've had a few calls. Let's have a look at what we got. I'm going to have to get up in a minute to let the cat out. But first, we're going to look at some calls we got. Right. Well, we had crash out for Samuel. Did Samuel crash out? I don't think he really crashed out. He was wild.
The guy before him, the yeller, that guy was the crash out.
He was the crash out. Was that Samuel? I've forgotten now. I forget. Shall we allow it? He was crashing out, was it? It was a crash out, wasn't it? Okay, we'll allow.
The yeller was definitely crashing out.
Yeah. And that was that. I think that was Samuel. So here comes the crash. Here comes the crash. Ready? Here it comes. Oh, that's gonna hurt. And then we have Kif said, "Look at the trees for G Waltz." I'm going to allow it because I can't quite remember exactly what we've had. I've got to admit, my poor cat's going completely berserk. Fliberty called Words Don't Mean Words for G Waltz, and Espresso called Free Will for G Waltz. And Espresso also called I Used to Be an Atheist. He did say that, to be fair. And Espresso Jack's killing it today. Espresso also called Fine Tuned Universe. I can't remember if Rejoice Talks. Yes, he did say that. Of course he did. And Kif called Performative Laughing for Rejoice Talks. Was he laughing? Did you get a performative laugh there, Sean?
From who?
From the last caller, from Rejoice.
I don't recall, to be honest with you.
Let's allow it anyway.
Okay.
We're all having fun. Why not? And Kif said nothing comes from nothing, which I think he sort of also was on. So that's the bingo up to date. And my poor cat. And let's also get a few super chats up. Hopefully they're going to work now. There we go. Forgive me for that. Buzz said you can watch back, but the action is in the chats. That was earlier on about new people coming in, saying that it's great for them to be, in the live rather than just watching back later. I know. Jeremy said John took an L from America. That's why they say cancelled travelled instead of cancelled travelled. They got that L in the 1770s. Yes, we'll have the extra L. Why not? Why not? And G3 Rain said, I'd have dropped this guy when he answered, what God do you believe in, with exactly. That was with Samuel. Yeah, that was fairly lame, wasn't it? And Buzz said, at least have breakfast before drugs, Samuel. Oh, ouch. Fair though, fair. That guy was crazy. And Dancing Chipmunk, fantastic name. Conversation 101. Again, for Samuel. Samuel has many lessons to learn. And Buzz said, I bet he says Italian instead of Italian. Probably so. And shouts it as well. He doesn't say anything. He just shouts. We'll get 5 more and then we'll get Lamont in. Misinterpretation, great to see you. Hi, John and Sean. Great to see you. Sean, I think you are clicking a pen near your mic while you're thinking. Just checking. Enjoying the stream. Well, sometimes
I have to avoid the background noise. If I was doing that and that was annoying, I'll be cognitive of that.
Just you need to get a squashy. You need to get one of those sensory toys.
I fidget a lot. You
need to get a fidget toy. Just get something to do with your hands. That'll be good.
Yeah.
I use a cat, but she's now wanting to go out of the room, so I have to get up in a moment and let her out. Tim said, Samuel and the boy who lived did strike down he who shall not be named, being a new age to all. Harry Potter. Disprove that. Exactly. People, if you're going to appeal to a book, you're going to have to earn the privilege of having the book taken seriously. If you don't do that first, then you're just appealing to a book, and you might as well appeal to Harry Potter. Real Jeffrey Cones, did you put your name in the goblet of fire? Samuel asked calmly. Exactly the same. Exactly the same. And Ben Jiman says, one of my favourite YouTubers. Thank you so much. Love the way you deal with nutters. Keep doing what you do. Religion is poison. Thank you so much, Benjamin. Welcome. Fantastic to have you in. Appreciate your comment and your kind words and your support and having you here. This community is growing all the time. The numbers are going up all the time. We've consistently had over 1,000 just on the YouTube side the last couple of streams, which is absolutely brilliant. And the TikTok side is growing as well. We're often into 200, 300, 400 on the TikTok side. So it's fantastic that people are tuning in and watching this stuff. 2 more, and we're going to get Lamont in. The second last one, Ordinary Skeptic. We are your people. The Atheists. Excelsior. Brilliant. And also sent while G Waltz was on, Jason Bond said, I almost fell off the sofa laughing so hard. I wonder what bit that was about. We will move on for now and get Lamont in, and hopefully the audio will all be good. Let's have a look. Device all seems to be good. I see your Scarlet interface. That's quite posh. Let's see what we're saying. Lamont, are you there? After all of that, it dies with a fizzle. Let's see. Lamont, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now hear you, and furthermore, I can get you up on the screen as well with any luck. Let's see if that works nicely too. We're going to have some.
No worries if you don't want to.
Oh, there we go. I've just got to reconfigure it slightly. It's not quite coming up correctly, but you can start going while I fix your feed. How you doing?
Yeah. No, I'm doing great. This has been really fun being in the background listening. You guys have probably the most patience of any atheist, live that I've ever seen. You guys have been called racist. God, the racism has kind of been used on you guys. God is going to kill you. You're Edomites. You're Satan.
All the good stuff. All the good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
So no, I applaud that.
Thank you. So nice to see you. Thanks for coming in. I'm just getting your video all looking nice so we can all see what's going on. And with that said, what's your position on all of this? Are you calling in to tell us about God?
Yeah. So I start, I think, with a pretty simple premise, which is either what is fundamental is an aware being or not. And I think that that's a true dichotomy. Meaning,
I would agree.
There's an assertion that something is fundamental as well, that's inserted in there.
If there is nothing fundamental, then the answer would be no to one of the legs of that, right? So that would just go under the no category of.
So, and what do you mean by fundamental?
Irreducible.
Okay, so basically something if something is in theory a brute fact like the laws of logic, let's say they're a brute fact, they would be fundamental.
Sure.
Okay, okay, yeah, I just want to make sure we're understanding like the same language. All right, so go
Sure.
ahead.
So I think when I think about that, what's fundamental is either an aware being or not. And by being, I just mean isness, right? Something that is. Um, if we say that what is fundamental is not an aware being, then we have to think that awareness is emergent from a non-aware being, which to me kind of seems like magic. It seems like we're going from something only in principle
Is
describable in the third person to a
is it
first
though?
person description.
Is it though? So like for
Yeah.
example, so for example, your software, if you run Microsoft Word or something like that on your computer, the individual components, those are just mindless like electrons that are functioning in such a way through the substrate of your computer to where it's going to provide all kinds of different programs while it functions, including video games that are reducible down to just electrons and atoms and lifeless, inanimate. Well, I wouldn't say inanimate, but you get what I'm saying.
I
So like,
certainly do. Yeah, that's a good point.
yeah,
And I think that's weak. That's weak emergence. So that's a simulatable kind of emergence. But what I'm talking about is strong emergence, which is operationally meaningless in cognitive science. So if you're saying that awareness, which is the only thing we know to exist for sure, it's the only.
uh-huh.
It's like it's nature's only given. If you're saying that awareness is emergent from some non-aware series of beings
Yeah,
to that's going to be
I don't
an
have a
appeal
problem
to
with that.
strong emergence, which is
Yeah, so
operationally meaningless.
yeah, so I don't have a problem with that because we see individual components brought together to have property in when they all work together to have a property that individual components don't have, and so or consciousness. So I don't know if are you basically kind of going the route of the hard problem of consciousness?
Well, that's certainly an area where I begin, and just to make it be a little bit more clear, maybe to the audience, if I build a castle out of Legos, you could see how the castle, the emergence of the castle, is weakly emergent from a set of Legos. However, if you sit on my couch and I give you a plate of lasagna and you start eating the lasagna, you're like, "Oh, this is amazing lasagna. What's this made of?" And I say, "Oh, it's just Legos arranged lasagna wise," right? That would be an appeal to strong emergence, right? Where we get an effect which is not predictable in any way from the previous causes. It's akin to magic.
Well, we don't know that they're not predictable. Like I still don't get the distinction you're making between strong and weak emergence. So like the software in your computer is quite complex. In fact, you could even have, for example, the calculator on your computer that will, with 100% accuracy, perform mathematical equations. And this is all reducible down to just atoms. Like
Sure.
like if you have the atoms, so I don't
Hmm.
see a strong argument that um, consciousness cannot come from that. There has to be some sort of like God magic involved in consciousness.
No, 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 no,
The-
no, no,
the-
no. I'm saying it seems to me that if we're not going to assume that what is fundamental is an aware being, that's the appeal to something like magic. I mean, this is Sam Harris who says
no,
this,
no,
who has every predisposition to the contrary.
no. What my position is, I don't like if like I'm not a neurologist, so I can only I'm
Fair.
going to
Me
speak from.
neither, by the way.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
I got you. But let's suppose we don't know how exactly from a science standpoint. We certainly know a lot about aspects of our consciousness. Like we know which parts of the brain, if you do math in your head, which itself is a conscious experience, we know which parts of the brain does that. We know which chemicals create like the experience of like emotions and what have you. So we know a lot about individual aspects of our consciousness, all of which all of these aspects together form up our conscious experience as a whole. But we actually know the physical causes of, at minimum, a great deal of the aspects of our consciousness. But let's know what causes qualia experience, and we can't identify all the physical elements or combinations that cause that. The best you have is I don't know, and it should remain at I don't know what the explanation is until you actually have positive evidence for a God or a designer or whatever you're going to posit. So like I hold God belief to the same standard. If a scientist was going to say, I explained this thing about how the mind works, and he submits it for peer review, it's going to get scrutinized. Have you done your work? Does it make novel predictions? Are your test results repeatable, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? If somebody's going to posit God, it seems like so many people automatically that degree of the demand of evidence goes out the window, and they just say, well, you can't explain this, so it seems to me, I intuitively think there must be some conscious fundamental being who is causing it. And no, I hold all explanations to the same standard of evidence.
Okay, I mean, so you're not a proponent of scientism, I wouldn't imagine. The idea that science is the only thing, that only discipline with anything relevant
No,
to each.
I'm
Sorry,
a
that's an
proponent.
aside.
Yeah, no, I'm a proponent that the same standard of evidence, the same quality, level and quality and standard of evidence be applied universally. And it could be if there's a historical claim, or it could be if you're
The
proving
reason
a murder, or
the reason.
or
I'm sorry. Continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
yeah, it's okay. Yeah, so the level of scrutiny, if someone was coming up with a scientific explanation for a thing, whether it's about the mind or anything else, there is a standard of evidence that's demanded that it gets peer reviewed before we accept we're going to now add to our perception of reality. We hold this standard of evidence. But it seems like if someone's saying like, hey, we can't explain qualia, therefore God. No, I need like a strong standard of evidence, and that evidence cannot be you can't explain, because if someone else doesn't have an explanation, that in no way does zero to validate your own explanation.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I mean, so would we agree at least, not that it's proven, but that it's at least rational to assume that awareness is fundamental, given that its emergence cannot be simulated currently in the cognitive science?
What do you mean by awareness is fundamental? What do you mean by that?
Irreducible. It cannot be reduced to anything.
I wouldn't go there. I don't think that's the thing that's been determined. And we also have to guard against the composition fallacy here, which is to say that we know that that awareness and consciousness is a thing that exists as a property of, it's like a function. It's a word we use to describe the phenomenology of a brain operating or of a mind in action, right? We know that that's a thing because we can experience it ourselves and we can infer it in others. To say that we know for sure that because that's a property of certain things in the world around us, it must therefore exist as a property of whatever is fundamental to the existence of the universe, is to make a fallacy of composition, to say that a property of the part must apply to the whole. And I think we must guard against that, because it's too easy to fall into that trap. And I think it's fallacious, because it could be the case that there are natural, unguided, unaware, unconscious processes that lead to certain combinations of matter, right? A brain is a combination of matter. That's all it is. When you break it down, a brain is just a combination of atoms. Those atoms aren't aware. There's nothing special about the atoms in your brain. There's no property that any of them have. Many of them used to be in the sun. They're just atoms. None of those atoms are aware. But when you conglomerate them in a certain form, when you put them together in a certain combination, they produce a brain which is capable of creating awareness. And we have every reason to think that that's just a natural process, because we see it happen on a smaller scale with simpler brains.
Now, maybe we stay there for a bit, because I don't find any rational reason to believe that an organ I have, like a brain, constitutes the thing that I am. I think that's a modal confusion.
I would agree.
That's something you...
Oh,
yeah,
I
okay.
completely agree. I would completely agree with you.
Yeah.
Because the thing that you are, when we talk about identity, right? The identity.
No. I'm sorry, I don't mean to nitpick, but when you say the thing that I am, when I think about a thing, that's a mental object, a sensory object, a physical object.
Who you are. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
I'll grant you that. The who that you are is made up of your memories, which we know depend on the correct operation of a brain, Your preferences, which we know depend on the correct operation of a brain. Your inclinations, which we know depend on the correct operation of a brain. Your perceptions, which we know depend on the correct operation of your brain. And if you go through the inventory of all the different aspects that make you you, you're not going to find anything there that can't be fundamentally linked to the correct operation of a brain. And you would have to invoke some principle of unseen magic or something to make the claim that even though we know a physical brain is so important. My wife is a neuroscientist, and she
salute to her,
right? So she all day long in her job deals with people who have had brain injuries, and who they are has changed. Maybe they can't organize tasks anymore. Maybe they can't feel love anymore. Maybe they can't relate to other people's emotions anymore. Maybe they can't remember stuff reliably anymore. Maybe they can't use language anymore. Maybe they can't orient themselves correctly in physical space anymore. Part of her job is correlating specific types of brain injury to those changes in the phenomenology of being themselves. And every day her work shows her how profound that connection is.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I wanted to address what you said and then bring it full circle into the God conversation.
Sure.
You mentioned that memory and perception and expectation constitute who I am, right?
They're part of it.
And
they're part of it.
They're part of it, right? And I agree with that. However, I consider what is essential to me that which doesn't change when everything else changes. So my memories change, my perceptions change, my expectations change, right? And I am the observer of all of those changes, right? I don't change when those things change. As a matter of fact, the only reason I know that they change is because something remains stable.
I'd push back on that. That's quite a dualistic view, because I'm not sure there is an I. The I that you're talking about is just an impression you have of the continuity of your own awareness. But
an impression who has.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. An impression that is had by the feeling of being yourself. But I mean, again, we're getting a little philosophical here. But you know, I don't think. I think we have reasons to think that the self itself, the sense of a self, is itself a powerful illusion generated by your mind, because your mind is having perceptions, is creating the qualia of sense experience, internal perceptions, thoughts, reflections. All of those things can be stopped, by the way, temporarily by the application of drugs, permanently by the application of a hammer. Right? They can all be they can be ceased fairly easily, and so the fact that they are going on, we know is dependent on the correct physical operation of a brain. And so I see no reason to think that all of those things can exist without it.
I totally agree, and I don't think that they can. But that's not what I'm discussing. I think that awareness is different than mind. Your mind is something that's private. I can't read your thoughts, right? But it doesn't occur to me that awareness, which is that within which experiences occur, is similarly private or similarly time bound or taking a difference in that same way. And I think I can demonstrate that. These are my. Well, let's do this. This is my coffee mug, right? My coffee's gone because I was waiting in the back, right? So this is my coffee mug. I can say I am aware of the coffee mug. But when I tell you I'm aware of the coffee mug, I'm also subtly admitting that I'm aware of my own awareness. Yeah. Because if I can tell you I'm aware of the coffee, if I can talk about my awareness,
there's a subject in the statement. There's an I in the statement. You're referring to something there.
Right. And so when I turn my attention away from the object and back toward the subject that I am, I say, okay, well, the mug has a shape, but does awareness have a shape? No. The mug has a color. It's white, at least has a shade. Does awareness have a color or shade? No. But I believe more deeply and more strongly in awareness than I do in anything I'm aware of, like the cup.
I mean, if it doesn't have a shape, so what? Like the laws of logic, the law of non-contradiction doesn't have a physical shape.
But it has boundaries. It's just not a physical boundary. So objects can be mental objects, physical objects, sensory objects. The laws of logic do have boundaries, and we know.
Well, no, they have boundaries, but they don't. But it doesn't. But it doesn't have shape. Like different things can be described in different ways. Some with boundaries, some with shapes.
It doesn't have a physical shape. Right. But the laws of logic are bounded entities.
Well, I mean, there's boundaries to, I mean, the bounds of your consciousness are the things that you are conscious of, right? I mean,
Well. I mean, first of all, there isn't a my consciousness, right? If anything is mine, it is an object. But consciousness is the subject. It's what I am, not what I have, right? And that's the. I mean, that's the reason that it gets down to the kind of this God thing. And as I'm not saying you're thinking now, this guy has a God complex. He thinks he is God. I think whenever we remove the ego entirely, right? When we remove the ego, God is the only being left. God is the only mind independent reality.
I think you took a giant leap there. So we can have a philosophical conversation about, I mean, there's an entire branch of philosophy that I haven't taken in courses in myself, which is the theory of mind. That literally is an entire branch of philosophy, and we could be at this like all day long. I just don't know how you get to, and we may disagree about what constitutes you or what constitutes consciousness or a difference between mind and awareness, or if there is a difference. Those are all like discussions we could have all day long. But at the end of the day, I just don't see how you get to, therefore, a God, like a conscious being created this mind. Like I'm just not there at all. And I don't know how you get there.
Well, I mean, minds depend on awareness. Because I mean, when I think mind, I just think cognition, the ability to background and foreground, right?
For me, the idea of a mind that has no awareness,
it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. That's
yeah,
right.
I agree. Yeah. So so awareness is first, and then mind comes later, right?
Well, I'm
not sure.
Likewise, I don't see, like, awareness without a mind seems nonsensical to me as well.
So the mind exists for subject-object relationships. So the mind is always in relationship to an object. It's goal-oriented. But what I'm saying is the subject can exist without its relationship with an object, and that's what I called modal confusion before. People who confuse their relationship with objects for what they are. And Siddhartha Gautama, who was Buddha, his palace represented modal confusion, like the confusion that by what I am, that constitutes what I have constitutes what I am. I have a palace. I have insulation from death and from pain and all of those things. Therefore, therefore I am happy. I am fulfilled. But we have to get rid of that modal confusion, take off all of the egoic stuff, and then you find that God and the omni properties are the only thing that remains.
Lamont, I think you're clearly a very erudite chap, and you express yourself beautifully. So I want to give you that. I think for me, this argument all boils down to making a certain claim about properties that we see in things around us, like awareness that we infer in others and that we experience in ourselves, and saying this phenomenon could not exist without that same property being in whatever is fundamental to reality. And I don't think that we're going to be able to agree on any way of getting from the first point to the second, because to you it probably seems self-evident, and to me it seems
it just seems the most parsimonious. I mean, it seems more simple to assume that, which is awareness, if we can create the illusion of space and time out of that simple awareness, then we should go with that rather than assume some theoretical abstraction exists outside of awareness, which gives rise to it. I mean, that was just seems to be
I don't. I just think it's a thing that happens from computing devices, and let's call a brain a computing device, and that some computing devices can evolve naturally. And the reason why I'm persuaded of that is that human brains aren't the only brains there are. We can look at a continuum of brains, right? We have chimp brains, which are similar to human brains, but not quite as advanced. They can't conceptualize in the same way, even if they have better visual memory than we do, which, by the way, they do. And then we have less sophisticated brains. You've got perhaps, mouse brains, and then you've got even less sophisticated brains. So we see a continuum of all sorts of brains across the animal kingdom, and a correlation between brain size and complexity of brain function. And so we know that when brains get really big and full and dense and lots of neurons and lots of connections, they're capable of really amazing processing. And then when they're really, really small and simple and far less so that way, they're only capable of like keeping bodies alive and working on instinct, and that does the job for them. And we see every gradation between the two. So we have the history of brains and awareness and stuff mapped out for us in the animal kingdom. And I just think it's too much of a lift to say that it could only have emerged if the universe itself has awareness as some kind of, basic quality of itself. I don't think that's an argument I could follow you on. But we're going to move it on, Fred, because we've got a few in the queue. I don't want to keep people waiting too long.
Certainly. Hey, thanks for the conversation. Hopefully we chat again.
Of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for coming up.
Take care.
All the best, man. Take care. All right. There we go. Nice guy. Very, very respectful. I wish all our exchanges had as much goodwill as that. He's welcome back anytime. All right. We are going to read a few messages. We're going to get apostle.kg in after that. We have some calls on the bingo. So let's have a quick look at the bingo. Just one. Espresso Jack called Philbro Babble. I don't think that's Philbro Babble. Philbro Babble comes from a disagreeable person, and he was not disagreeable. Okay, let's have a couple of messages, and then we'll get Apostle in. Punta del Este, great to see. Thanks for the super chat. Lunatics are funny until you realise they vote. That was with respect to G. Waltz. Couldn't agree more. Terrifying that they do. And Zeitgeist, great to see you, Jason. Samuel164, Apostle Michael, and Captain Skeleton Man walk into a bar. Oh my God. That is a dream team, isn't it? The three of those guys are just amazing. I'm going to be doing some compilations and best-ofs at the end of the year as around Christmas. I'm going to do some special compilations of our best guests we've had. These people will all be involved, I promise. And Aleph Naught here says, the only Neil I care about is DeGrasse Tyson. Boom, boom. Love that. That was totally weird. 46 strings. This came in while we were speaking to G. Waltz. I don't quote the commandments often, but do not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. Also, he's quite hard on hypocrites. Good call. He doesn't like them at all, apart from when he is one. Forge the Gods. Thank you for the super chat. I would do anything to have John read me bedtime stories as Samuel164. You and Sean are incredible. Thank you, forget the gods! Sorry, was that a bit loud? I'm sorry, he was wild. Dude needs to take a chill pill in a major way. It was quite funny, though. It was really funny. And last one for now, before we get Apostle in. Buzz said, no excuse to disbelieve in the mosquito living under my toenail that farted your God into existence. I just told you about it. Kneel, dog. Absolutely. That's what all of those arguments are. It was such an amazing contrast between him and the next guy. Like the shouting and screaming one moment, and then like the deadpan monotone, I'm here to deliver the news, like this kind of god zombie the next. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Right, we're going to move on. We're going to, of course, remove Lamont's fine name from the screen there and get in Apostle KG. I'm always excited to speak to apostles. Apostle KG. Coming in right now. Hey, Apostle, how are you?
I'm doing good, you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Are you actually an apostle, or is it just a name your mother gave you?
It was actually a name from a show I watch.
Oh, fair enough. Because we have someone who used to be a regular caller in here up until about 10 days ago called Apostle Michael, one of our favourite guests because he's very sane and he always is able to conduct himself sensibly in conversations, which is why we love him. But anyway, welcome in. Thank you for waiting. And what would you like to say?
Yeah, I think that we should be convinced by theism because I think that atheism lacks the necessary mechanisms to explain a particular problem. I think I call it modal symmetry. So we can conceive of two possible worlds which are equally preferable given the necessary priors. And then from that, we run into an issue called the Buridian problem. So the Buridian problem was originally a problem for hard determinism, which tried to say that say we have a donkey which is equidistant from two bales of hay. Let's also assume that the priors for them is equal in the sense of it's simply hungry and it's not going to be looking at one especially, right? It just notices both at the same time.
Yeah.
With this, we would say that, well, hard determinism seems to have a problem with paralysis, where it wants to choose either one, but can't because under hard determinism it lacks an arbitrary mechanism. Now, whether someone wants to contend with this under hard determinism or not, I think it still runs into an issue of the modal issue, where it seems that without a mind to actualize the world, it seems to run into, it seems that we have two possible worlds which can't be actualized because they're both equally preferable and therefore we run into like a metaphysical paralysis. But if we accept God in the sense of a necessary being with a mind, at the very least, then we solve this issue.
I mean, it's a cute story, but that's not actually evidence for a God. It's just pushing back against certain instances of interpreting the world through the lens of hard determinism. What if you don't interpret the world through a lens of hard determinism, but you still remain unconvinced about a God?
Well, you can be a compatibilist or believe in libertarian free will, and the issue being presented is still true under like atheism. Also, the evidence in favor, the evidence of talking about the kind of evidence is going to be explanatory powers, and theism can explain why the world is actualized, why atheism can't.
Would you agree that, hold on, when you're saying explanatory power, so if we come across a body and I'm saying, I don't know how the body died, so I have no explanatory power whatsoever. And the next person says, it was Professor Plum in the library with the candlestick. And I say, well, what's your evidence for that? And they say, well, you didn't provide an explanation, or I provided a bad one. But my explanation has more explanatory power. If that person that said it was Professor Plum in the library with the candlestick doesn't have sufficient evidence to back their claim that it was Professor Plum, their explanation doesn't have explanatory power either. It just has a claim. So having explanatory power in itself doesn't mean anything, especially when you posit an all-powerful God that can literally be an explanation for anything. The window's broken. God has explanatory power. This other thing happened. It doesn't matter. You could plug in anything for X. If God is all powerful, it has explanatory power. But explanatory power doesn't mean it's actually true. You have to have evidence to support the claim that it's true for it to explain anything.
We're not saying that atheism lacks an explanation for this phenomenon. I'm saying,
well, it does. Atheism isn't a claim. It's not an explanation for anything. It's just not being convinced your God exists. Leprechanism doesn't explain anything either, but that doesn't mean leprechauns exist.
Wait, hold on. Philosophical atheism does make a claim. It makes the claim that theism is false.
Nope, it doesn't.
Let's pause for a moment. Let's pause for a moment and not worry about the labels as much as what our actual positions are. So for me, atheism is just not being persuaded of the claims of theism. It's not making the positive claim about anything else. I'm not committing to no gods exist. I'm just saying that I have not been persuaded by the claims of theism. I don't find the arguments convincing. And I'm not committing to a position that there are no gods. I'm saying at the moment, there is not enough information in to persuade me one way or the other. So I lack belief because I'm not persuaded, but I'm not committed to the negation of the proposition either. Is that a fair position to take? You can label it any word you want. That is the belief that I have. That correctly describes my belief position.
That's fine. I mean, you would say though that's like atheist, like agnostic atheism, though, right? Like
yeah,
like
agnostic atheism is still atheism.
It's not the agnostic. No, the agnostic label doesn't have anything to do with the position I said. You could say that it's weak atheism if you like. That it's literally just saying, and we could notate it logically as minus BP for if P is the proposition some God exists, right? Rather than B brackets minus P being the proposition no God exists. I'm not making that claim. I'm just saying not convinced of the proposition P. May be true,
that's fine.
May not be true. So that the agnostic thing just means we don't call it knowledge.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay. I mean, like, it's still the case that theism still presents a superior explanation compared to competing theories.
It's wizard stuff. It's saying that it's saying like we look at the world around us, and we're going to believe that it was created by some sort of magic mind. That itself is presented as being necessarily true and not needing any explanation for it itself. Whereas for me, the presence of a universe creating magical mind raises so many more problems that to attribute to it having explanatory power is laughable, because it raises so many more questions than to just say, look, we don't know exactly why the universe exists. We don't know exactly if it's even meaningful to ask why everything exists. And if we can say, why does everything exist about the universe, and then demand that we must claim to have answered that question by personifying the answer and just saying, well, the answer is X, but we're going to put a wizard's hat and cloak on it and call it God and pretend we've answered the question. But we're going to also claim that this explanation is immune from the very same question we were attempting to answer before, which is, why does a God exist rather than no God exists? Oh, it's necessarily true. That's to engage in ridiculous special pleading by giving cutouts to the God that you don't grant to the universe, because you're saying that you're saying that the universe can't let's by the universe let's just say everything that exists. I'm not talking about like the observable universe in physics. Let's just use the universe as shorthand for everything, all of existence. All of existence can't just be necessarily true. It demands an explanation, and so we're going to call the explanation God, and we're going to claim that it's a conscious mind as well. All completely unfounded, but now we can pat ourselves on the back, safe in the knowledge that we've safely, we've thoroughly answered this question. Well done, us. But all you've done is relocated the question away from the one thing we know exists, reality, to an entity which we have no idea exists or not, which we're using as a placeholder for the explanation for the stuff we do know exists. And then when we say, well, why does that thing exist? We go, oh, it's necessarily true. It doesn't need an explanation. Well, then we're granting that there's a class of things that exist. An explanation. But we're saying that was stipulated that it wasn't. But you're saying that there's a class of things that exist that don't require an explanation. You need to make that claim.
I hold the strong PSR, not weak.
Right. Okay. You can label it anything you want, but if you think that God exists without needing an explanation, for which you would presumably need to invoke another God. For God. Yeah. How do you explain God?
The explanation for God is the given justification. So
is what? Hold on, slow down.
The given external explanation.
No.
What external explanation is there for God?
The explanation for God is in relation to the opposing modal class.
No. Speak English. Just speak English. Just say the reason why my God doesn't need an explanation is, and then say a statement that your old Uncle Bill would, in the retirement home, would understand.
The explanation for God is the existence of actualized contingent objects, in the sense of
your uncle's amazing.
Necessary things.
Jesus. Okay, so you obviously know a lot of philosophy jargon. Do you understand the philosophy jargon well enough to speak in a manner that the audience, that the vast majority of the audience will clearly be able to understand what you're saying? Okay, so please do that. Thank you.
To clarify, an external explanation is just going to be an explanation which talks about like two different things that are either necessary and contingent. The necessary contingent mean like, when something's necessary, it must exist. When something's contingent, it doesn't have to exist. For example,
okay, so God is necessary. Okay, so what if the universe is just necessary?
Well, then we run into a problem of infinite regress, and I can explain why that is.
So hold on. Has God existed for an infinite amount of time?
I don't know what you mean by an infinite amount of time. That's nonsense.
Was there ever a time? Was there ever a time that God did not exist?
God isn't a temporal object. That's a loaded question.
Right. Okay. So then more special pleading. So God now exists for 0 seconds in 0 locations, but is capable of producing universes. If you think that God exists outside of time, then you're defining your God out of existence, because for God to have contemplated creating a universe, created a universe, and then reflected on having done so, is a sequence of events which requires time. So if a God exists outside of time...
Do you think mathematics requires time?
If God exists outside of time, God's not capable of doing anything.
Do you think
no one is claiming... If you're claiming that your God is a mathematical abstract, congratulations. You've just downgraded him quite significantly.
Saying that when you say that my God is queer, I'm saying that that's a problem, because then you'd be saying like all abstracts are queer, which isn't true. It seems like God would be the same thing as, say, mathematical abstract, moral abstract, modal axioms, things like those. It'll be along with these. It's not going to be some special object in which isn't like these.
And yet you're claiming that this God does things and creates universes. In order to do those things, you require a sequence of actions. So when you try to insulate your God from the same questions that you are saying the universe demands to be asked of it, by saying he exists outside of space and time, you're basically just doing more special pleading, and you're making your God into a situation where he cannot decide. He can't decide to create universes, because the decision itself would be an action that requires a change of state, and a change of state, and a change of state requires time. So yes, if you think your God does things and creates things, that presupposes a change of state, which requires time.
That presupposes human causation. I don't take that kind of.
Not talking about humane causation, just talking about a change of state. Just a change of state from not having created a universe to having created a universe, or the intention to do so, or the act of doing so, requires a change of state. So you've completely.
I don't take causation to be a change of states.
Well, if you think that God created the universe, then you're saying that he did a thing. And for him to have done that thing would have required the intentionality to do it and doing it. Did they happen in the same moment?
No. Yeah,
no.
Hold on.
No.
When I take causation to be a grounding principle in the sense of like the effect is grounded by the cause. For example, say that, I push a ball and the ball falls off the table. The reason the ball fell off the table is because of the grounding principle of gravity. That being that gravity applied a force down, which led the ball to fall because there was no net force leading it up. So, like in this sense, like you would still be committed to basic causation, but you'd also be committed to more intuitive causations of grounding. For example, you'd be saying the reason why, say, 2 + 2 = 4 is because of Archimedean axioms.
Oh dear.
You can't help it.
Yeah. This is really, really, really dull. Honestly, like these kind of arguments, nobody becomes a Christian because of this twaddle. Nobody does. These are just word games.
I'm proving God, I'm not convincing you to be Christian.
Of course. These are just word games that people play to try to intellectually scaffold beliefs that they began to have for non-intellectual reasons, and then they can congratulate themselves for having a good epistemology.
Yeah,
but the news,
you're going to respond or no?
But the newsflash is that these are not good reasons to believe. These are not the reasons anyone believes. These are just word games. Nothing more than that.
I'd rather just hear the objection.
You've so far defined your God out of existence by claiming that the reason he doesn't need to answer for an explanation is because he exists outside of space and time, which, as far as I'm concerned, is phenomenologically identical to existing for 0 seconds in 0 locations, which is the same as not existing. So congratulations.
It's called a category error.
Poof, your God has now vanished. Well done for getting rid of your God.
Do you think Platonists think that mathematics exists for through space
I don't.
and time?
I don't
Why
think
would
that.
I
I don't care what Platonists think. I'm not currently engaging with a Platonist. So
yeah, what you're presenting is that my God is queer, and I'm objecting to it.
That's fine. You can object all you want. You're the one who said that he existed for 0 seconds in 0 locations. To me, that means not existing. So anyway, thanks for coming in. It was fun. Okay, let's move on. I did put a quick poll out there. I meant to do it to both rooms, but I managed to not activate the TikTok one. I'm so sorry. But 81% of people of the 972 who voted, 972 in the YouTube room, voted to stop that conversation because it was too mind-numbing. So on we move. I think the apostle is no more. Moving on, we're going to get Football Factory in next. We'll just read a couple of super chats, 5 super chats, and we'll get Football Factory in. This came in while we were speaking to G. Waltz, of course, from Garbage Man. Great to see you, Garbage Man. If bugs could map reality like we do, they wouldn't die by the trillions simply because I left my porch light on. Great point. Survival advantage confirmed. I absolutely love that. I may need to use your example in future conversations with people who say, our brains evolved not to know truth or something like that. Brilliant point, Garbage Man. Love it. And Kayen Young says, what about double amputees who don't have knees to bow? Are they doomed to hell by an accident of fate? Ooh, love that. G. Waltz was really one in a million, wasn't he? I love that. Brilliant. And Hings, thank you so much. Greetings to you over there in South Africa. You believe or no? Life from non-life, everything from nothing, morality from mindless molecules, order from chaos, intelligence from non-intelligence, motion from what was once motionless, or coincidences? I'm not really sure. But I think we have natural explanations for most of these things, and we don't need to posit magic for any of them at all. So thank you for that. And Summers Ace, I'm saying this wrong. Somerset Ace, I'm so sorry. I am able to read, I promise. It says, love your videos and approach, but have to say, call-in format is a problem. You could defend their claims better than they can. Bob from Idaho isn't going to be a John Lennox. Fair. That is fair, and I am sometimes criticised for the quality of interlocutors that we have on here, but I can't control that. John Lennox is welcome to call in anytime he likes, but unfortunately all we get is Bob from Idaho, so one makes do. But I love your comments, Somerset. Always great to see you, and thank you very much, of course. 2 more and we'll get football in. Once more, Skateboarder said, I like skating, all hell skating. Like Satan. Brr. Ridiculous. And last one for now. Jiffy Cones. TikTok thinks Sean's too devilishly handsome. Well, who could blame TikTok for that? It's absolutely wild, the things that trigger
lies.
Trigger the TikTok to say we don't like the stream. It could be like, if you're doing too much, they don't like it. If you're not doing enough, they don't like it. If you're saying bad things, they don't like it. If you're saying good things, they don't like it. Absolutely wild. Okay, let's get Football Factory SEO in next.
Hello, good evening.
Hello, could I just double check what age you are, please?
Yeah, I'm 35, just got a very young voice.
You have indeed, but a lovely accent with it too. So welcome in, and what would you like to say?
So I've been listening to the past 3 conversations because I say they're very, very intelligent men. I'm not as intelligent as they are, but I'm going to try and, first of all, start with what's your purpose on TikTok? What's your purpose here?
TikTok and YouTube, of course. Don't forget my lovely audience on YouTube. Why do I do this? I do this because I think that certain religions, specifically Christianity and Islam, more than others, have at their core the idea that if you don't believe the right things, you deserve to be punished. So in Christianity, you've got the notion that you are saved, as in you're not going to be burnt in hell forever, by believing certain things about Jesus being killed for your sins, and that if you don't believe those things, if you haven't been convinced of them, that makes you a bad person deserving of punishment. And then what the punishment is a matter of opinion. You can look in the text and find being burnt forever in hell, conscious torment, or some people say the text justifies a nihilism, or being destroyed, a sort of cosmic death penalty, whatever it might be. But it's always something that isn't very nice is going to happen to you, and it's going to be just that it does because you're a bad person for not believing these things. And Islam has exactly the same thing in the Quran. Lots of surahs about how people who don't believe are going to have the flesh burned from their bones and replaced to be burned again over and over and over, purely because they didn't come to the correct conclusions about the divinity of the Quran and Muhammad as the final messenger of God. And I think that these ideas are pernicious, harmful, toxic, destructive, and cruel. Absolutely cruel, which is why I wrote a book, which demonstrates in my book, it's coming out in November, by the way, in fine bookstores all over the world in November, called Unconvinced, How Belief is Not a Choice and Why That Changes Everything. And in the book, I demonstrate that belief isn't a thing you choose to do. It's a thing that happens to your mind once you're convinced. And if you happen not to have been convinced, then to torture and burn someone and punish someone for that is morally insane, completely ludicrous. And so I'm pushing back on that. And part of that pushing back is to establish an online presence where we make these arguments, because I want to equip other people who have been told by their culture that they're bad for not believing this gibberish to be armed with the arguments to push back against it. So that's why I do it. Fair?
Oh, okay, it's fair enough, but the punishment isn't coming from the actual Christians or Muslims, it's coming from God, but you don't believe in God, so why are you worried about that?
Oh, I'm not. I don't spend a second worrying about it, but millions of other people do. And so as a way of helping them to worry less, I provide arguments that show that it's all a crock of absolute garbage.
So who worries about it?
Well, the religious trauma statistics in America are pretty shocking. Something like 30% of the American population, according to research by SHRM, are going to experience PTSD like religious trauma at some point in their life. That's 50 to 80 million people who are going to have anxiety, sleepless nights, feelings of shame, fear, sadness, depression, eating problems, emotional regulation problems, also all stemming from this framework of religious ideology that teaches people, sometimes when they're children, that they're bad and deserving of punishment, that they were born bad, they've been infected by the world with an evil called sin, and that if they don't grovel enough to the God who made them have sin, then he's going to light them on fire after they die. And it teaches that that gay people should be stoned to death and that they're bad, and it teaches that slavery is okay, and it teaches that women should be obedient to their husbands and that they should submit to men and not teach men and be silent in church and know their place. These are disgusting, toxic ideas, and I rather enjoy showing people what a load of absolute nonsense they are.
And it's interesting that you say, I caught on the part where you were saying anxiety and depression and this and that, but it does occur in atheism as well, so it's not just a religious thing.
Atheism isn't a belief system. Atheism is simply the position of not being convinced by the claims that someone makes. So yes, there are people who are atheists who are depressed as well, and there are people who are atheists who are not depressed as well. But no one is depressed because they don't find a God convincing. They may be depressed, by the way, because they used to, and now they feel like they've lost something because their religion promised them a whole load of fairy tale stories, and they're now having to endure the pain of putting their big boy pants on and engaging with reality, which doesn't promise them a happy ending and a party in the sky with all their old mates after they die. I grant that that's hard. And so some people feel depressed because they've lost the thing that basically realized that the things they were promised before by the religions are a load of nonsense, and they're having to grieve that loss.
But we don't know if that's true or not either. So
correct. We don't know if it's true or not, but we have no reason to think any of it's true.
Okay, so let me go on to my argument for God then. So it was a nice wee introduction to a little bit of your background and your the reason you're on here and everything. Okay, sure. So obviously my argument kind of touches on to what I think was Rejoice had kind of got into a little bit about the order of the universe. So I've basically got 3 points. I'm going to try and get through 3 of them if I can. Previously I've not been able to get to the third one, but I've been to the second one because I've just been dropped and
we don't drop people unless they're being disagreeable or really boring. So I'm happy to go through the points one by one. We'll try and do it efficiently. What we do, just so you know, when conversations get to about 30 minutes, I generally poll the room on both sides. So I'll poll the room. You'll see there's 194 people listening to us have this conversation on TikTok right now, and 947 listening to us do it on YouTube. So no pressure. But when we get to about 30 minutes, I generally just put a poll out to say, are we interested in continuing this? And if the room says no, it's boring, then we'll end, and I'll politely ask you to call back another time. But go for it. Give us your first point.
So let's take the glasses that you're wearing, just because that's the thing I'm looking at right now. Okay, if you were to find your glasses lying on the ground somewhere, you can pick them up and say, yeah, okay, this is made up of atoms that could have been shown the what do you call it, glass and sand melted at a certain point and turned and framed, and the metal can all be put into a nice design. Would you assume that, or would you assume that someone has created your glasses?
Sure. So this is known as Paley's watchmaker argument, which is to say that when you find an object which looks contrived, when you find an object like glasses or a watch or a painting, you would assume a creator. Now here's the thing: we know that glasses are made because we know that we recognize them as a made object because we make them. We can go to the factories and see how they're made. We understand how they're made. We can make no such claim for the universe. We can't recognize the universe as a made object because we have nothing to compare and contrast it with. And all we see are natural processes unfolding all around us, which create things like grass and camels and clouds. And we can understand how those processes work. So the analogy of my glasses or a pocket watch in the sand or on the ground or anything like that, or a painting or a house, all the things that people usually make when they make this argument, they fail because we recognize all of those things as man-made artifacts.
But can I just add to that a little bit, because you haven't physically been to a factory where they make glasses and made sure that, okay, this is definitely made by
I don't personally have to. Because I could go there if I want to, and I've watched documentaries that show factories where they make other things. Yeah. So it's not a leap to understand that when the optician says to me, "We're having them made this week," they'll be in on Friday, that they haven't gone to a wizard to create them. It's fairly straightforward for me to just go, well, I have been to other factories where things are made. I understand the process of fabrication. This is not a difficult concept. We understand that we make things. I've made things myself. And so because I know what it's like to make things, I understand that other people know what it's like to make things. And some of those things are glasses.
No, I appreciate that. So that's the point I'm trying to get at. So you don't have to go to a factory. You agree that you don't have. You're using your initiative. You're using your intelligence to observe that this has been designed. That this has been created. Yes. I don't need to physically go and check at the factory.
We don't have the equivalent for the universe. We don't.
I'm not saying that. You're kind of jumping the gun. I'm trying to make my point. So, do you agree that you don't have to go to the factory to observe that your glasses are intelligently made?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. But he has. But do you agree he has ample actual evidence that his glasses were made in a factory?
Yeah.
I don't take it on faith.
Yeah,
I don't take it on faith.
Right.
Yeah, I'm saying fair enough. I agree with that. We do have ample evidence. I'm saying to you now.
I'm sorry, just real quick. Just as he would provide all the evidences, the background information that we already have, that factories exist, the fact that his doctor explained that he's going to, all the things he would do, that's what we're asking for showing that the universe was created.
No, I've not come to the universe just yet. Just 1 second.
Yeah, I got you.
I agree with you. Without going and searching for the evidence, you've used your intelligence to be like, okay.
No. You smuggled something in there. You said without going and searching for the evidence. We already have the evidence. So hold on. You said without going and searching for the evidence.
Yeah.
We know that the glasses were made. So you removed evidence as a criteria for us knowing that the glasses are manufactured. But in fact, the reason we don't search for the evidence is because we already have the evidence. So we're still going to, when it comes to the universe.
But you haven't checked it because you don't need to.
Have. I've checked. Factories exist.
No, I'm not. You're missing my point. I'm saying to you, you observed something as simple as your glasses. No, you don't need to go to a factory and say, okay. This has been designed.
So we have. That's one piece of evidence. We explained evidence that we have checked and that we have. So it's still we are still relying on evidence, even though that specific piece of evidence we didn't do. Neither John nor I has gone to an eyeglass factory and watched it happen.
I agree with you. Yeah.
So then make the argument. So make the argument.
Let me make my point. Let me make my.
Go ahead.
Point.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, so both of you are wearing glasses. So let me make my point. Are your eyes more complex than your glasses?
Oh, there we go. So we understand how eyes evolved. And did you know that Darwin actually used the eye as an example in The Origin of Species? Did you know this? And he got quote mined. Do you know what quote mining is? Quote mining is when someone uses a little piece of what someone says.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
Sorry, I got cut off there. So I was saying to you, are your eyes more complex than
our
your glasses?
Our eyes are more complex. And guess what? We know how eyes evolved. And what I was telling you is that Darwin actually used the human eye in The Origin of Species. And he said, anyone looking at a human eye would have to conclude that an object of such beauty and complexity could not possibly have come about by natural processes. And he's been quoted many times for that, right? But guess what? Guess which bit they leave out? What he said next. What he said next was, and yet we know exactly how this did happen by natural processes. And we have throughout the animal kingdom been able to observe eyes evolving independently in millions of different species, completely different species that have all independently of each other evolved eyes. A slow progression from basic light-sensitive cells to basic light-sensitive cells which are shaped in a way so as to discern where the light is coming from, to basic light-sensitive cells that have lenses that can focus at different focal lengths using muscles. And all of these things confer a slight survival advantage to whichever organism has these cells. Therefore, those genes that make that change are selected for more often in the breeding pool because they survive more often because they're better at surviving to reproduce. And gradually, over millions and millions of generations, you get eyes. We understand how eyes evolved. This is not the stuff of controversy. This is the stuff of children's science books. So all of that stuff
You're
about
sort of-
watches and eyeglasses and eyes is just an argument from personal incredulity on your part, where you're basically
What I'm
saying
to
you don't understand how
strawmanning
eyes
me.
evolved. No, I'm not strawmanning
No,
you.
no,
You've
because
just
you're giving me my answer for me. I've not even explained to you what you've gone on to evolving eyes. I'm talking about you're.
I'm just
you're
trying to
talking
save
about
everyone
different-
time. I'm just trying to save everyone time, because the moment you
So
bring
there's
up
no point
eyes,
of me being
we
here, because you're just speaking for me, though.
yeah, but we know what.
He's-
I'm just trying to save everyone time. Look,
I'm not speaking about evolving eyes, though. You're
Right,
missing the
okay.
point.
Okay, well then let's go back. We'll rewind back to where we were. Our eyes are more complex than our glasses. Yes, and what
yes,
follows
you
from
agree.
that? Yeah.
So when it comes to your eyes, why do you not assume that it's been designed or created
Exactly.
just as the glasses?
For exactly the
Complexity is not-
reason. For exactly the reasons of everything I just said. Just rewind the tape and listen to that, and that will be the answer to the question you just asked, which is why I
But you
made.
talked
I
about
presumed.
evolving
Yeah,
eyes, not
yes.
creation of eyes.
Correct, because we know eyes evolved. Therefore, we don't need to worry about whether they were created
But
or
where
not.
did
Because
who created them?
no
Who-
one.
like,
They
who-
evolved by natural processes. This is why I said to you that your argument is called an argument from personal incredulity. It's a logical fallacy where you, knowing absolutely nothing, respectfully to you, I'm sure you're delightful, but you know absolutely nothing about evolution and how successive generations of an organism can incrementally improve in a particular aspect because of changes in their genome, which are random but are selected for non-random reasons, why that can lead to the evolution of eyes and fingers and digestive systems and circulatory systems and brains and central nervous systems and skin and hair and all the things that we see around us. We have a perfect explanation which does the job of making this mystery not a mystery anymore. But we have certain people in our population who, for whatever reason, have remained uneducated about this stuff. And it's a shame, because my son understood this when he was 11. So it's a shame when I speak to adults who don't understand it. And I'm not saying that to demean you. I'm just saying, like, go online, go spend half an hour on YouTube and just say, search on YouTube for how do we know evolution is true? Or give me an explanation of evolution. Or go on an AI and say, explain to me how evolution could produce eyes, and you will have your explanation.
So you believe that we've evolved from what?
It's not what I believe, it's what we know. It is a fact that all life has evolved from earlier progenitors, and that all life on Earth is genetically related. All of us. We know this as a fact. This isn't an idea.
We evolved from?
We've evolved from earlier, personally, human beings have evolved from earlier hominids, that have evolved from earlier mammals, that have evolved from earlier non-mammals, that have evolved from ultimately sea-dwelling creatures, that have evolved earlier than that, from simple multicellular organisms that have evolved earlier than that, from even simpler molecular replicators. And we know this to be true. This is not controversial. This is something that we know to be true. And anybody who doesn't understand this is just a person who is lacking a basic understanding of the relevant science. And I get it. I'm not saying that you're a bad person for not knowing this. I'm just going to tell you that the information to make you better educated about this than you are is freely available. And so it's your choice whether you decide to avail yourself of it. But if you're going to...
So it's fact.
It's a fact, yeah.
It's a fact that we've evolved from...
Correct.
Monkeys and
not
dolphins.
not monkeys. We haven't evolved from monkeys. We have a common ancestor with other apes. We are primates, and we have a common ancestor with other apes, and we have a common ancestor, all of us, including monkeys and banana trees and squirrels and badgers and lemurs and snakes, all have a common ancestor in the very, very deep past. And this is an established fact as much as anything else you would ever know.
So who discovered this fact?
It's been discovered by many people working in the life sciences and is supported by, I would say, how many individual pieces of evidence do we have for this? We've got Dr. Dig up. Hey, Dr. Dig, how are you?
Hello.
Hello. How many pieces of evidence, if you had to guess?
No,
Dr. Dig,
not evidence. No, because I gave evidence as well. Like,
Sure. But how many bits of evidence supporting the idea of evolution do you think we have? If you had to number it, Dr. Dig, would it be in the tens of billions, perhaps?
Yeah.
This is unfathomable. You couldn't
Yeah.
even count it. The amount of evidence from
Here.
multiple disciplines. But Football
be
Factory,
keen.
we've got Dr. Dig Up with us, who's got some expertise in this area.
Expertise in the evolution section.
Yeah, so I'm hold on one sec. Here. So this is the phylogenetic tree of life. This shows so this is the kingdom of bacteria. This is the kingdom of archaea. This is the kingdom of eukarya, or right here, animals. But if you look all the way back here, this line is where we all started from.
So we started from a common line.
We started from a common organism.
What is called what?
We
What's
don't
it
really
called?
know. As
We don't know.
as these branches happen, and we go further and further back on the line, we know these branches because we get things like fossils, and we find commonalities in our genetics. And so as we make more discoveries, we will go back and back and back and back and back and put more of these branches on. But what we have right now is this. And I just picked like the most basic one, but we're working our way back here. It might take 100 years to figure out what this is and give it a name. It might take 1,000,000 years. But these are the branches that we know of thus far.
But we don't know as well, like where does that branch go to and what's it called? And all we know that there's a bunch of branches that lead to one point.
No. We know what the diversity that we have right now,
Which is
and everything you see on the planet.
no, there's humans. There's nothing. There is only one human species. There's no species in between. The mixture of both of those, or three of those. They've got all their separate lines.
The three of what? The three.
The three colors that you just showed me. There's nothing in between.
Yeah, because they're all extremely distinct types of organisms.
So how do you know we all came from the same branch then, if they're really distinct?
Because we know about the origins of life.
And the main
on the
evidence
planet.
is genetic. The main evidence is to be found in genetics. Even if you were to completely disregard the fossil record, and the fossil record is massive, millions and millions of fossils, but even if you were to completely disregard that, the evidence from genetics alone proves that we are all evolved from a common ancestor. The evidence is to be found in the genome.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being involved from a common ancestor, but you're saying we're involved from a common donkey and a monkey and a fish?
A common
you're saying
ancestor
that.
includes all life. A common ancestor, we didn't evolve from a donkey or a fish, but what you'd find is that there is an ancestor who is an ancestor of a fish and an ancestor of a donkey who's also an ancestor of us, and also an ancestor of a banana tree, and also an ancestor of an ant. All of us evolved from a common ancestor, and the strongest evidence for this is to be found in genetics. The fossil evidence is hugely strong also, but you could disregard the fossil evidence and it would still be something which has been established beyond any doubt. And the point of all of this is, the thing that sort of gets me a little bit is, if you're interested in this as a subject, if you think this is something which interests you, and I say this with all the respect in the world, you don't have to remain ignorant about it. There are books written for people who haven't been given this information, and you can arm yourself with it so that you can be better informed. And I want to explain something to you. This is not an atheist idea. This is not a non-religious idea. This is just science. If you don't accept,
but science is never going to accept the supernatural.
This is nothing to do with that.
Do you want me to
Don't change subject. That's a change of subject.
But science will
This is
never
the change
do
of
that.
subject. That's like saying I don't like the current thinking on neutron stars because science is never going to accept Casper the Friendly Ghost. Ignore that. That's just a distraction. It's up to you whether you want to be scientifically illiterate or whether you want to have a basic grounding in this area. If you do want to have a basic grounding in this area, you might want to read a book like The Mind of God by Francis Collins, who is an evangelical Christian who was also the head of the Human Genome Project, and he explains this science quite well so that other Christians don't have to remain completely ignorant of the science. It's up to you. It's totally up to you whether you want to remain ignorant about it or whether you want to make yourself better educated about it. And there's no elitism here. It's just clearly you've got to a certain point in your life where you haven't been educated about this stuff.
I just don't think it's that complicated.
I agree.
I think,
it's not that complicated.
it's
So
not.
get a basic grounding in it, because at the moment all you're doing, respectfully to you, is waving a flag that says on it, I know absolutely nothing about life sciences. That's all you're doing right now. And I'm saying to you, you don't have to. You don't have to do that.
All I'm saying is just as your glasses have been created, so have you.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
That's a delightful claim, which is made completely without evidence, and everything we've just showed you is powerful evidence against the idea that we've been created, because we understand how we have come to be. We understand how we've come to be from simpler ancestors. Now, you can just ignore that.
Just summarize this point then that was being so the physicist Stephen Hawking explains that the overwhelming impression of the universe itself is one of order.
That's delightful. It's also got completely nothing to do with what we're talking about. It doesn't matter. I don't know what Stephen Hawking thought about the universe, but it's got absolutely nothing to do with whether human beings were designed or whether we evolved.
When you see order, we assume that it has been designed by.
Well, some of us do. Some of us do, and some of us know better and know not to do that.
Show me an example of order where it's not been designed by a designer.
Life.
Solar systems. Solar systems.
You can't use the same example I'm giving as an example.
Please stop talking. What you are doing is you have this huge gap in your understanding of how the world works and how the world came to be. And so what you're doing is you're saying, I don't understand that. This is a difficult subject. So I'm going to put in as the answer a God.
I didn't even mention God once. That's the thing. I just said designer.
Yeah, designer. You could say a designer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You assume there's a designer for your glasses without having to check.
Again, we've explained.
We know that glasses are man-made.
Yeah, this is a silly argument. It's also an argument, by the way, which was debunked decades ago, if not centuries ago. This is so old. I mean, this is like the cliche. This is the cliche argument that we laugh at when we're doing sort of clownish impersonations of people making unsophisticated arguments for theism. So let's agree that this one didn't work. You said you had three. Let's go on to number 2 then. What's your second evidence?
The beginning of the universe, the Big Bang.
Yeah.
The Big Bang wasn't necessarily the beginning of the universe.
So do you agree that the event occurred?
The Big Bang event, yes, I agree the Big Bang event occurred. I do not agree that it was the beginning of the universe.
Oh, that's fair enough. So when you hear a bang, do you just assume it came out of nowhere, or it just
it wasn't an explosion, it was a rapid expansion, and that's irrelevant. So all we know is 13.8 billion years ago the observable portion of the universe was in a hot dense state, and there was a rapid expansion. Nobody knows what existed before it.
No, I'm not asking before. I'm not asking before.
You're doing the exact same thing. Now we've moved on to another topic, the Big Bang, and you don't understand.
You haven't even said anything yet.
You have. What you said is, when you hear a bang, what your exact words were, when you hear a bang, do you think it came from nothing? None of us think it came from nothing. The idea of the universe coming from nothing, funnily enough, that the bang came from nothing is an exclusively religious concept. Nobody here thinks the bang came from nothing. In fact,
that's what I agree with.
In fact, what we're saying is that there is no evidence at all to suggest that the universe didn't exist prior to that point. So we don't regard the Big Bang as being the creation of the universe from not having been in existence before. All we regard it as is the beginning of an expansion phase, which is still ongoing now. It hasn't finished. It's not an event that happened in the past. It's the name we give to a process that we observe. So what is your point then? Because no one here is arguing that it came from nothing. No one here thinks that.
Yeah, my point is there was a bang, it happened, and the universe started.
No, that's
a claim.
That's explicitly what I've just told you we don't believe. Nobody here believes that the universe started with the Big Bang. It's like if I paint my living room red and I say, well, before I painted it red, it didn't exist. You would say, don't be silly. But I say, but I started painting it on Saturday morning. That must mean it wasn't there on Friday. You would recognize that immediately as a silly argument. This is exactly as silly as that.
The argument that you're making is saying that I've put a paint tub in the middle of my room. I've shut the door. There was a bang. I opened it, and it's a beautiful.
That's a simplistic. That's a simplistic representation of the Big Bang.
You're saying it's a beautiful
nobody
painted
thinks
room,
that.
and it happened all by itself.
No, we're not. We are telling you, say that we're making an argument. We are telling you the scientific consensus about our world, and you are so woefully uneducated about it that you think that we're making these argumentative claims.
I've actually got a degree in engineering, but
right. Well, then you have even less excuse. Then you have even less excuse for being being this poorly educated about basic science. If you've got a degree in engineering, you should know better than this. Because honestly, we get people on here who have never read a book in their lives, who make arguments like the ones you're making now. So be better. Aim higher.
I'm just saying to you that you wouldn't expect that to happen in your room. Someone came in and painted your room. So why does it come when it comes to the universe?
Because nobody is claiming that happened. You're way ahead of your skis here.
Give me that same analogy and tell me what
no one is ahead of your skis. So all we know is that the Big Bang was the start of an expansion phase from an earlier condition of the universe, which was different.
Give it to me in a simple analogy.
I'm giving it to you right now. So the analogy of the room would be to say that at a given point in time, the room changed state. Let's say it warmed up. Let's say it warmed up, right? That the room warmed up, and that you are saying that prior to the point that the room started warming up, it must have not existed. No one here is making that claim apart from you. The current understanding of the Big Bang is not that prior to the universe, to the Big Bang, the universe didn't exist. That's something that no one here believes. It's something that the majority of cosmologists don't believe either. The majority of cosmologists just think the universe was in a different state before the Big Bang. We don't know exactly what it was. We don't know exactly what the process was that started the expansion, but that's it. Therefore, there is no coming from nothing.
I'm saying you don't have to know what came before it. I'm just saying who decorated your room?
There is no who. There is no who. There is no who. So make your make your argument. Hang on, stop, because the analogy of the room thing is making the conversation more complicated rather than less. When I use an analogy, I'm intending it to simplify something, but this is actually it's not serving the conversation well. So make your argument for your second point. Draw a line from what we know about the Big Bang. Hang on. Draw a line from what we know about the Big Bang to therefore a God. Please make your argument, and then we'll respond to it.
I'm saying to you, there was a bang, and the room's beautifully decorated. I wouldn't assume that it happened by itself. That's all I'm saying.
Great. Okay, so let me explain this to you. We're saying we don't know what caused the bang, and the bang. Hold on. And the bang was not the beginning of time. It wasn't the beginning of the universe necessarily. We just know that a long time ago there was a bang. All right, and if you are claiming the bang was the start of the universe and nothing existed before it, you are not following current science, and you're making a claim. And you're making a claim without evidence.
We've also reached the half-hour mark. So tragically,
can I just do my last point then?
You can call us back with it, because this has been quite frustrating. I know. What I would say to you, my advice would be, next time you have a conversation like this, start with if it's as shitty as the first two, we're not going to love it. We're going to groan like we did with the first two. Your arguments are terrible. I'm sorry. honestly,
I thought it was pretty good for the mass people that are not that intelligent. It's easy to say
these
who
are
decorated your bedroom.
I know these are terrible arguments. So I would say to you respectfully, call us back another day. We'd be very happy to hear from you, and we'll start straight with your third point the next time you call. Okay.
Perfect.
All right. Thanks for coming up.
Save my thingy-majig.
Yeah, we will. All the best. Right, so that was Football Factory, a delightful accent, absolutely terrible arguments, and apparently a degree in engineering but has absolutely no clue about basic science. I find that heartbreaking. It's different if someone's just never had the benefit of an education. You can't blame someone for that. But for someone to have an engineering degree and be so, I'm sorry, woefully ignorant about basic biology and basic cosmology, no excuse. None at all. Dr. Dig, thank you so much.
My God. I just wanted to reiterate a comment from the whatever room that was hilarious. Someone said, "I am never going to cross a bridge in Scotland again." And I think that is a beautiful way to end it.
Yeah, it's true. That's woeful. That's absolutely shocking. I mean, sometimes we get people in who just, you can tell that they're not educated, and you have to make allowances for that. It's not somebody's fault. If somebody's not educated, then maybe they haven't had the opportunities in life. And the appropriate response to that is compassion and understanding and allowance. But for someone who clearly is educated to still be so clueless is just heartbreaking to see. But anyway, there we are. Thank you, Dr. Digger. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Bye.
Good sigh. Love that. Okay, all the best. Right, let's get in God is Real next. Who's going to tell us, presumably, why. We have... Yeah, okay, we've got 24 super chats in the queue, so I'm going to read a couple of them so I don't get too far behind, and then we'll get God is Real in, because I hate it when I fall behind on these. People have taken the time and the generosity to send them. So this came in again while we were speaking earlier, and no one calling was in, actually, at that point. Mike said, I spent years fighting demons. Linux is finicky. Yeah, I got what you did there. And Buzz said, it's a test. Your prof has been telling you the wrong answer the whole time, and hiding all the evidence of the correct answer. If you fail, you burn. That's the God test, isn't it? Fail and you burn. You deserve to burn for failing the test. Absolutely horrific. And Ashira said, God isn't a control freak. I let out a scream only dogs can hear. What an insane thing to say. It was bonkers, wasn't it? It was bonkers. God is the ultimate narcissist and control freak.
Yeah.
And Philo said, remember in the Bible when Satan killed nearly all life on earth? Oh, wait. Oh, it wasn't Satan, was it not? Oh, who was it? It was baby Jesus. And Bab said, I shall have a tinkle. It's more entertaining. Why is this not tracking the callers? This was while my thing while my aggregator wasn't working. Normally it tells me who was on at the time, but while I was fixing it, it wasn't tracking that stuff. That's why some of these comments don't have it for me. So Space Lord said, GW, I've read and studied your scripture. I've read dozens of books on theology. I don't believe now. Does that scare you? We don't have to hide now. Delightful and well said. Okay, let's get God is Real in next and see whether we agree about this. Trying. TikTok is trying to bring in God is Real. Desperately trying. And in a moment we'll find out whether God is real. Possibly not. It's trying and failing at the moment. Normally if it doesn't work after about 20 seconds, we sort of give up on it. TikTok, why are you so rubbish? Why are you so rubbish? God is Real. I'm going to drop you down. Try and request up again if you're still there. Oh, there we go.
How are you guys?
There we go.
You guys?
We just got you in. We nearly gave up hope. We are very, very well indeed. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. So, yeah, if you've got a proof for God, we'd love to hear it.
You want a proof for God?
Or even let's lower our expectations a touch. Let's have an argument or evidence that someone would think is even vaguely reasonable and not fallacious. That would be a good starting point.
Okay, because you got me there when you said a proof for God, because God is not one of your science projects.
Sure.
So
well, just make a recent argument then. in your own time, obviously.
He teacupped. He
Yeah.
teacupped.
He did. There we go.
Okay.
You're
he's
back again. You're back again, aren't you? I think he was also having a bit of connection issues, which might have explained why it took a while to come in. God is real. Are you real? Are you there? Maybe God doesn't want you to have this conversation with us today. I can see you've got 1 bar of signal. You're gonna need to get to a better signal, friend, because otherwise, every time you talking, audio's coming out way is what's going to happen when you try to speak. Nope. Not one of our science projects, but better reception for your phone maybe should be. So I think that's not going to work, is it? This is a failure of communications. I'm a big fan of good communications. There we go. Are you back?
All right, good.
Right.
Yes, I got a call.
You got a call. Okay. Well, we're the priority
Yes,
now.
so,
Go ahead.
yes.
Yeah.
All right. So God is not a science project. So let's scrap that. Based upon what you guys read about God, because you have never interacted with God, you have never seen him, so you only can read of him, right?
Yeah,
Is
he's
that
hiding.
correct?
He's hiding. I mean, we'd love to know him, but every time,
I'm asking you guys a question.
no, sure.
You
Yeah, you're
only
correct.
read about God, right?
Yeah, every
Okay,
time I
good.
invite
All
him
right,
round, he snubs me. I've been trying to hang with him for years, but every time I say, "Are you there?" he does the same thing that you do when your signal goes bad, just like silence.
So you accept that God is real then? Okay, that's good. That's a good start.
Absolutely
We're going
not.
somewhere.
No, absolutely not. No. Strong evidence for
what I'm hearing from you.
yeah. No. Strong evidence for the idea that he's not real is the fact that so many people call out to him and want to have a relationship with him, and the existence of what's being called non-resistant non-believers. That people who really want to have a relationship with God and reach out towards him because they've been told, "Seek and you shall find," and he's knocking at the door, and all of these wonderful things that you find on the side of a teacup. And when they actually ask to have a relationship with him, he completely ignores them and apparently runs away scared or shy or something like that.
Yeah, that never happened to me, so I'm not one of those. So we got a problem right here. No,
well, it's not a problem because if it happened to you,
let
it
me
must
finish.
be real.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
You just name a list of people who didn't see him, but I found him and others found him. So
So you're special.
Be your argument now? We have a problem right now.
No, we do have a problem, which is the problem is that you think you're special. And you think God thinks you're special?
No,
because
I said others, not me.
Yeah.
Not me, others, many others.
Yeah, you and many others. God gave the love to, but everyone else who reached out for him and reaches out for him and continue to try to reach out for him, all the millions of other people who have tried to discern God and found only silence, they're not quite as special as you and your other friends. Is that right? You're going to need to participate on a more regular basis.
That's what you think?
When the app, when you minimize the app, we cannot hear you.
So that's what you think. So you call me special. I can accept that compliment. Maybe I am special.
Let me ask you a question that can clarify things, why this is important, that he only reveals himself to some people. Would you agree?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. Yeah. Would you agree that if God has not revealed himself to me, the only rational position I have on the subject is to be an atheist? Do you agree that if I haven't gotten that revelation, I should be an atheist? That's the only rational position.
No, because you're contradicting the Bible now. The Bible says he comes for the lost, not those who are saved. So you're contradicting God's objective now.
Stop yelling, please.
Don't crash out.
I'm trying to have the projection. All right. So now revelation, if you don't have it, that's not going to be a reason for us to believe. So you're saying the Bible says so therefore we should believe. Why should we believe what's in the Bible?
No, I never said the Bible said so. You're judging the Bible, sir.
If I don't,
you gotta listen, sir. You gotta listen. You just want to talk.
Just stop yelling. All right. If I didn't receive revelation, what is the evidence that should convince me that God exists?
Wait a minute. I want to tackle your first statement first. Don't chicken out on me.
Which first statement?
So you contradicting yourself because Christ said, "I've come not for the sick, not for the healthy, but for
Sorry, I
those
thought
who
you
are
weren't.
sick.
I thought you weren't
So
referring to the
it's
Bible. We don't care what the Bible says. Make an evidence-based
no,
argument,
you
please.
no. Remember, you're criticizing Christ. Where do you
Yeah,
learn of
yeah.
Christ?
We
From the
don't.
Bible. So you guys bring the Bible into this.
We bring the Bible into it as a way of
Yes.
demonstrating that people are giving it unwarranted authority. That people like you come on and start quoting Bible verses like anyone should give a microscopic shit what that book says. Nobody cares. Make an evidence-based argument if you have one.
Sounds like you guys are getting nervous already, man. I haven't quoted
Yes,
a
yeah,
scripture to
yeah.
you guys yet, man.
You did.
What's your argument?
No, stop
What
worrying
Bible
about
verse
the.
did I?
You started saying Christ said. You started literally
No, he
quoting.
made a claim that because he's an atheist, so I'm correcting
God
him.
is.
It's
God
not
is. God
because
is.
he's an
God
atheist,
is.
God didn't
Calm down.
reveal himself to him.
Stop yelling.
I am
Let's
very
just.
calm. This is
Okay,
very
great,
fun to me.
great. Then stop for a moment. Just without talking about John and I, without talking about the Bible. Revelation doesn't help because we don't have that revelation. What is the evidence that should convince John and I that God exists? Please continue.
All right. So, based upon the description of God, he's a spirit, right? And you guys are smart and intelligent. A spirit is a non-physical thing. Can we agree to that?
We can agree that it's a
Yes.
made-up thing. We can agree that it's a fancy
Good.
story.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah,
So you
it's made up.
guys want evidence for a non-physical thing.
We just want
Am I
evidence.
getting that right?
I think. Hang on.
Yes.
Yeah. We want you to justify your claims. We want you to justify your claims. You don't get epistemic immunity by defining your imaginary friend as a non-physical thing, thereby immunizing it from reason. That's not how this works. You are either able to provide an evidence-based argument or a reasonable argument or a syllogism or some sort of deductive argument why anyone should believe any of this twaddle, or you're not capable of doing it. So which is it?
All right, let us give it. Do you guys have dreams? You guys ever dream of something before?
Yes, we have dreams.
Very good. I like you guys, man. I will enjoy this conversation. So you guys
What's
do
the
have dream,
evidence?
right? Wait a minute. Slow down.
Hang on a second. Are you
guys gave me
driving?
the
Are you
floor.
driving right now?
No. All right.
Are you sure?
I'm a passenger, but I'm not driving. I'm a passenger, but I'm not driving. Yeah.
All right.
So this is my argument. You say you want an argument. You say you guys have dreams, right?
Yes, I have dream I have different dreams every night.
Okay, good. All right. You have dreams. So let me ask you this now. Yes, so let me ask you this now. You experience a dream and you come to me and you said, God is real. I had a dream last night and I was like, what was it about? You dreamed that you was flying on a broomstick, right? And you said, and I said, okay. Can you prove to me that you have a dream? Can you prove to me what you dream about?
Yeah.
And
So
you're
here's the
gonna
thing.
be like,
So here's the thing.
I
Here's the
can't
thing.
prove to you. Wait a minute. Let me land. Let me land, please. So you guys gonna say, no, God is real.
Yeah, if you
I
must.
can't prove to you what I dream about.
We all understand
but
this.
I know I had
But
a
I
dream.
know I had a dream. Okay, so your argument so far is
But I know I have a
we
dream,
we should accept that God is true because you believe it is.
No,
It's
you
basically
just
what you're
gotta
saying.
you just gotta let me land. I think you guys are afraid of my conversation.
Yes, we're
because you
quaking in our
guys scared to let me
in our
land.
boots. We're terrified. Look, it's if you're sensing a degree of impatience with this argument, it's because we've been doing this a long time. It's not because we're terrified by your.
What a long time.
It's not because we're terrified of your dialectic dexterity. It's because we recognise a poor argument out of the gate. This is a poor argument out
you
of the gate.
recognize a poor argument.
Yeah, because
no, I think you guys are scared of my argument.
We're
because
terrified.
you know where it's going.
Yeah, of course.
You're terrified of the conversation. Guess what happened? You know you have dreams, and you can't prove your.
All right, slow down. You're not giving arguments for God. You're giving excuses for why you can't give arguments for God. You made an analogy.
That's what your mind is telling
you made an analogy about dreams to demonstrate, like, hey, if you have a dream, you can't prove to somebody else that you had a dream. So in that analogy, that's an excuse not to give evidence for a thing. So if God exists, Do you have evidence for a God, or do you just have an explanation for why you cannot give evidence for a God? If you have evidence,
I
please
just
give it.
ask you a question.
Okay,
I just
what's
ask
your
you a
evidence for a
question.
God?
God is not a science project. Stop asking foolish questions like that.
Okay, so then
Not
admit you
physical.
don't have
So
evidence.
stop
Then admit.
asking.
Yeah.
Wait a
Stop
minute.
asking for
You
evidence.
Hang on a
cannot get
second.
evidence from a spiritual being.
Okay. All right. Stop shouting.
Okay.
So
He finally said it.
everything
Are
you're
you
saying,
guys intelligent? I thought you guys were smart.
All right. Calm down. Everything you're saying is
Yes.
basically trying to immunize the ludicrous claims you're making from scrutiny by labeling them as science.
I think
project,
you guys are projecting.
right? So the fact is,
you guys are projecting.
we don't think that God is a science project either, because we think that it exists purely in your mind, a bit like the dream you were claiming to have. So if you claim that you had a dream, we can't disprove that you had a dream. We take it as given that if you say you had a dream, you had a dream. Similarly, if you tell us a God is in your head, we accept that God is in your head. At the point where you start saying that God exists in a sense that is more than just a dream in your head, that God exists in reality and actually created everything around us and made the world and answers prayers and makes animals speak Hebrew and all of these sorts of things, at that point, it kind of does become a science project, because at that point, you're making claims that have implications for the reality that we all inhabit, and we should be able to see evidence to justify those claims. Otherwise, all you're telling us is you had a dream, in which case we agree. If God is just a dream in your head, I wouldn't dream of arguing against it.
Ask you if you have a dream. I never said I have a dream.
Okay.
Stop trying to twist my words.
Apart from being a spirit, is your claim, what is the evidence that would lead me to believe that your claims of God being a spirit are actually true?
Methodology. Have you heard about methodology?
What is the evidence?
You know about that. You guys are smart, right?
I'll ask the question again. What is the evidence that would lead me to believe that your claims about God's existence and his status as a spirit are true?
Yes, have you heard about methodology?
Yeah, I'll ask it again.
Yes,
what is the evidence that would lead me to believe that your claims about God being more than a spirit?
Of my questions?
I'm just asking you one at the moment.
I'm asking you a question. You want the evidence, and I'm giving you the evidence.
I'll ask it again. What is the evidence that would lead me to believe that your claims of your God being
methodology for the last time?
Methodology isn't evidence. It's just a word. What is the specific evidence?
I was going to tell you what to do to see the evidence. Just like science, you mix colors and you...
The guy's an imbecile. So rather than just saying methodology, give us the actual evidence. Don't worry about methodology. Don't worry about words. Just give us the evidence. What is the evidence specifically? Say the evidence is, and then tell us what it all is. That would be lovely. Thank you.
The evidence is in Psalms. The evidence is in the book.
I thought you weren't going to quote a book.
No,
you told us earlier.
Psalms 1. So this is the evidence now. Psalms 1.
So the evidence is in a book.
You want the evidence or not? Because you keep talking and you ask me a question and I can't answer the question.
Yeah. So
do you want the evidence?
Give us the
evidence.
Yeah. Give us evidence. Yeah. Read your little book.
Right.
Go ahead.
The evidence is...
Oh my gosh.
Go for it. Read Psalms 1.
I've got my pen handy.
Psalms 1. Psalms 1. Listen now.
Okay.
He that meditates upon the law of the Lord day and night shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water.
Delightful.
So in your scientific community, when you hear the steps of how do I identify gravity, how do you identify gravity? You guys are intelligent. You do a methodology, right?
You don't you don't do a methodology. You don't do a methodology. You may employ methods in your investigation, but you don't do a methodology. Now the thing is, when I asked you,
wanted you to say that.
Lovely. When I asked you what the evidence was for your God, you started reading out of a book that none of us give the slightest frick about. So could you give us some actual evidence rather than just reading us bedtime stories? Because that's the kind of evidence we're interested in, is actual evidence. So make a. I haven't finished speaking yet. Make a reasoned argument or provide some evidence which isn't just my book says this. Because I could read you a book that says something different, and I wouldn't expect you to just take it as granted as true because it says so in my book. Right? So do us the same courtesy, accept that we don't believe what it says in the Bible because we think the Bible is a book of fairy tales, and give us some actual evidence. Unless all you have is the book. In which case, what you would say is, I don't have any evidence. I just really, 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 really trust this book. And because it says this, I think it's true. In which case, we'll tell you you're foolish and we'll end the call and move on.
Okay, let me reveal the dumbness of your question. You learn about God from the book, but yet still you're saying don't use the book. How silly is that statement?
Sure.
You guys are smart, so why are you guys talking like you're not smart now?
Do you think that the Bible is the only source of theistic belief in all of human culture?
No,
do you think
it's the main source.
Do you think that the Bible is the only place you can find beliefs about God? Do you think that everyone who believes in a God believes in your Bible? There are billions of people who have had theistic beliefs before the Bible was even written. I'm speaking right now. I'm speaking. There are people who believed in gods for centuries or millennia before your Bible was even composed. So it doesn't come from the Bible. Your Bible is just one of many, many, many religious books claiming to have the truth about reality with enough gullible believers to accept that it does. And we're asking you why we should give the slightest hoot.
Because I've proven it. So if I was the person who discovered gravity, and I'm gonna share it with you guys. Now listen and learn something now. If I was the person who discovered gravity and I want to talk right about it, where are you gonna learn about
what
gravity?
We would do but you would demonstrate your discovery of gravity by providing evidence.
Oh, you said yes, right?
You would provide evidence for it. You wouldn't just point at a book and go, my bookie wookie says so, therefore it must be true. You would be laughed out of court if you did that. People who make discoveries in science are not taken seriously because they point at a book and go, my book says so. They're taken seriously because they provide evidence, which is the one thing you've not provided so far. All you've done so far is declare that it says things in your book and declare that you've proved something. But you've spectacularly failed to do that.
I think you guys are afraid to have a conversation.
Don't worry about
you guys are afraid to have a conversation.
Look, you know what? I'm going to give you some advice. Spend less time on the performative bullshit of telling us what we're afraid of and all of this stuff. These are just lines you've learned. These are just lines that you've learned in debates. When you can't actually present an argument, you say those things instead. So let's all agree to not do any of that performance stuff because it's boring. No one's interested in it. Just use reason. So far, the evidence you've given us is Psalms 1. The evidence you've given us is that your book says a thing. And the method. So my book is my claim is, or my question rather, in response to this ludicrous argument is we don't accept what the Bible says as being authoritative. So do you have anything outside of the Bible that you can point to?
So you want me to bring an invisible God and show you?
Or just admit that you don't have a reason for thinking it
exists.
I'm not telling you what you should do.
Because the Bible describes him to be invisible, a spirit, and you want me to bring
another thing that you need to learn. So there is a rich culture of apologetics. There are people like John Lennox and other people like that who spend their lives making arguments for God, but they don't lean on the Bible to do so because they understand that people who don't read the Bible or believe the Bible aren't going to take those arguments seriously. So instead, they try to provide sophisticated theological arguments to say, look at the world around us, it has certain properties, these properties are better explained, and they try to use mathematical arguments for it. You've got people like Michael Behe making irreducible complexity arguments in biology. You've got people like Francis Collins making sort of design arguments, leaning into what we understand about science and trying to show that that's evidence of some sort of a God's mind. All of these people are capable of making arguments for God without leaning on the Bible. You're saying that they are all stupid, but these are all very, very highly educated theists who believe.
I never said they are stupid.
Well, you're suggesting that it's stupid to ask for arguments outside of the Bible, which is what I'm asking you for now. Except that we don't believe that anything it says in the Bible is worth anything at all, right? This is a book of fairy tales.
No, I'm saying it's stupid to ask an invisible God to show himself in a physical form.
So we're not asking that. We're not asking that.
That's what I'm confused about.
I know you definitely sound confused. We're just asking you to give us a reason why somebody who doesn't accept the Bible as authoritative would think that a God exists. You're either able to do it or you're not. Either is fine.
All right, so you asked for a reason, and I'll give you this reason.
Okay, and Scarecrow, you're up next.
I have seen angels with my physical eyes. They have revealed themselves to me.
That's delightful. So do you think that you hang on, let's engage with that. So do you think that you telling us that you've seen angels should be sufficient reason for me to go, well, fuck me, God must exist then? Is that your expectation?
No, the thing is that you never mentioned sufficient. You said make an argument, and I just did. You
but that's not an argument.
Reaching.
That isn't an argument.
It's always going to be infinite with you guys. Where does it stop?
I asked you to make an argument.
If you ask me to give you a reason, and I give you one, and
so you telling us you've seen angels is never going to be an argument for a God. It's just going to be an argument for you having had an experience of some sort that we can't validate or verify. It's just you telling us a thing. I could say I met an angel and he told me God doesn't exist. I wouldn't expect you to take that as an argument for God not existing. So let's be grown-ups here. I'm going to say that isn't an argument. You telling us that you've seen angels ain't going to do it.
Okay.
Do you have anything better, or is that
let's
it?
do it this way. What would be a satisfactory evidence to you? Let's sum it up quick and cut the foolishness. What would be a satisfactory evidence for you? Because every evidence is not going to be good.
Well, I love that you said that.
It now.
Yeah, I love that you said
what
that.
What would be your satisfactory evidence? Go
I
ahead.
love this. So do you know who would know what would be satisfactory evidence for me?
No, I'm asking you, not who would know.
Yeah,
what would be a satisfactory evidence for you?
I actually don't know. I haven't defined it. I'm open-minded enough that when someone presents evidence to me, I contemplate I contemplate it, and then I think, is this good evidence? And I weigh it up. I don't need to predefine ahead of time what it needs to be because I'm intellectually honest and open-minded. But you know who would know what would be satisfactory evidence to me? Would be God if he exists. Now, has God provided me with evidence that would be satisfactory evidence for me or not?
So you're interested in knowing if God is real, for real then?
I asked you a question.
You don't think this is just a whole bunch of joke stuff? That's good. We're getting somewhere.
Please stop wasting time. Please answer the question. Do you want me to reiterate it? I think you were preparing your next line while I was saying it, so I'll reiterate it.
I don't need it to reiterate. So you want God?
No. Did you hear what my question was?
God to give you the evidence.
I'm just asking you if you think he's powerful enough to give me evidence that would make me know he's there.
Oh, so you want me to consult God on your behalf and give you evidence?
Just asking you a question.
Is that a yes or no to?
I'm hearing too much talking. You all can't talk.
You gotta just answer the question. If you don't answer the question, we're just gonna keep. Okay, so yes or no? Is God powerful enough?
I'm trying to answer the question.
Okay, great. Go ahead. Go ahead. Answer it.
So you're saying, sir, that you want me to consult God to bring you evidence? Sir, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the host.
You're not answering the question.
Yeah.
I'm not talking to you, sir. I'm talking to the host. He asked me a question.
You're talking to both of us at the moment, but I'm not asking you to consult God. I'm asking you a specific question that actually has a yes or no answer, and I'd love to get one. It would make my day if you could deliver one.
Go ahead. Repeat again.
The question was, is God powerful enough to give me evidence of the sort that would unambiguously and with 100% success rate convince me he's there?
Yes, he did it for me, so he can do it for you. Right. Yes,
but you agree that he hasn't done that yet?
Yet, because I didn't choose when he did it for me, but he did it sometime in my life.
So given
the timer.
Okay, that's great. Absolutely, he will do it when he's good and ready. So given that he hasn't done it yet, and that he knows that without him doing that, I see no reason to believe he's there, would you agree that my current state of atheism is completely justified?
Justified in your eyes, yes.
Yeah.
No, it's justified, period. Rational.
No, I disagree with that.
Not just in my eyes. Just justified because
this is the thing. Please just hear me out. This is the thing. Remember, we are not following our own understanding. We are going off of what the God of the Bible says. So the Bible says faith comes by hearing.
I don't care what the Bible says. Remember, hang on.
No,
I don't,
listen.
not listening.
You don't care.
No. Don't care what the Bible says, because if a God exists, it may not be
Trying
the
to
God of
make
the
an
Bible.
argument.
No, you're not making an argument. You're referencing a book that we've already told you we don't care what it says. So that if a God exists, it may not be the God of the Bible. It may be a different God. You may have the wrong God. So I don't care what it says in an old book. I care about reason and logic. Right? So if it is the case that God knows what would persuade me of his existence, but he has not so far provided this, it means that I'm justified, not by my own opinion, not in my own opinion or from my own perspective. I am justified, if I want to be led by reason, to only believe things on the basis of evidence for them. And given that I haven't had that evidence, I'm sure you would agree that the logical thing is to remain unconvinced until such evidence appears.
I disagree.
You disagree. Okay.
Yeah,
in
because
that
you don't
case,
set the rules for that. You
no,
don't set the. You're trying to set your own rules.
No, I'm
and
trying.
that's wrong.
I'm literally just going by
You don't set the
reason.
laws of the land. You obey them.
It's not the laws
right?
of the land. It's epistemic. It's called epistemic
No,
principles.
I'm just giving you an example.
Yeah, it's just called epistemic principles. It just means that you believe something when there's evidence for it, and in the absence of evidence, the justified thing, the sensible thing to do is to withhold belief because you have no reason to believe it. I have no more reason to believe in God than I have to believe in pixies or fairies. And because there's no evidence for those things either, I withhold belief, just like I do with God. Anyway, we are pretty much at the half-hour mark, so I'm going to say to you, thank you for calling in.
All right, have a good day, man.
We enjoyed speaking to you. Yeah, next time, anytime.
All right, man.
All
Have a
right.
good day. All right.
Have a good day. Bless, bless, bless. All of that good stuff. There we are. Okay, wild. I think I want to get him and Apostle Michael together and the other chap. They could all have a shout.
Was that the other one? Yeah, the other loud one. That seems to be. I don't know what's causing it, but that seems to be a common tact. Just
shouting,
be loud and boisterous. Yeah,
yes, shouting.
Make it having the influx in your voice. It's not just the decibel level, but there's the influx as well. It's like
absolutely.
I don't know.
Yeah. So we're going to get in Scarecrow, the Taoist next, and then Connor after that. We've got Fro in the queue, and Fro, I love you, buddy, but this is debates only. So call back on Friday when we've got the After Hours show, and that's when we hang out with our friends and talk about not debate stuff. But we have got 1,400 people listening to us right now who are going to be pissed off if I start hanging out with my mates. So I do love you, and I hope you're okay, but give us a ring back on Friday. So before we get Scarecrow in, we're just going to read a few super chats. Bab said, without gravity, why does Rejoice talks pratfalls? All the time. It happened in front of our face. And Buzz said, your egg salad is different from my egg salad. We were talking about egg salads and word salad. And Sammy and Pickle, thank you for the super chat. As a deconstructing Christian, these callers sound like they're protecting an identity more than defending a belief. Very, very well said. Very well said. That is often what's going on here. And why these conversations are so triggering for believers is that what they're really hearing is that the thing that you base your life around is invalid. And that's very triggering. And I understand that. I do understand that. I think that was a very empathic message you just said. Well said. Richie, Screaming Silence, said, if God's omnipotent, fine-tuning isn't necessary. Nailed it, dude. And Sean's made that argument before. If God is all-powerful, then the universe doesn't have to have these finely tuned things. He could just make it be... I think you've used the example before, haven't you, Sean? God could make us walk on the sun if he wanted to. He's all-powerful, right? He's magic. He can do anything. He's wonderful. He's not constrained by the limitations that fine-tuning imply. Would be another way of putting it. And Scribble Scrabble... I tore a putty cat. Yeah, I had my cat in. She was going bananas and wanted to get out. I've let her out now. So I don't have her on my lap anymore, which means I might start losing my zen because she keeps me nice and calm. And, okay, we are going to just say one more. Bab said, John and Sean are rewritten Twilight Zone episodes, except this time the cookbook title is To Serve God, Eat Up and Enjoy. I love the Twilight Zone. I love that old school... weird TV from back in the day. Okay, let's get in Scarecrow the Taoist and get things going. Scarecrow. Hopefully, coming in right now. TikTok's been a bit slow to add people today for some reason. Not sure why. Is it going to work? Is it going to work? We wonder. It's still thinking about it. Oh, come on, TikTok. You can do it. How long do we give it? Like another, Like,
oh, come on, TikTok, you can do it. How long do we give it? Like another.
Oh.
Like,
There's echo.
It
You
is.
gotta turn off the feed.
how long do we give it?
Yikes.
We're
Okay.
getting a lot of feedback from you. Are we on Bluetooth in your car?
No. I got Bluetooth.
Yeah, we're hearing ourselves echo on a delay really badly through your speakers.
Yeah. So you need to stop wherever the sound is coming out, if you can, please. You can unmute yourself if that catastrophe has passed. And we're going to get in Connor after this, and then yeah, that's a bit better, I think.
Yeah, that's a bit better.
No, it's not.
No, it's still echoing.
Yeah, this is not going to work, I'm afraid. You're going to have to figure out a better audio situation. So we're going to move on to take the next call. Call us back again. Request up again when you've got your audio sorted out, because that was a hot mess. Okay, we're going to get in Connor next.
Connor.
There we go. Hey, Connor.
Hello.
Hello. Hey.
Hello. Is your name John?
My name is John.
Hi.
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 Hi. And Sean is here as well.
Hello, Sean. How are you, mate?
Yeah.
Good. How you doing?
We're all good. So what have you got, Connor? So we're saying prove God. Can you do that?
Prove God. Yeah. Well, let's start at the proof, obviously, because the proof is what you want, right?
I mean, to be fair, and I'm saying this to all callers today, I believe many things that I don't have, of which I don't have proof. Like, I don't have proof my mother loves me, but I've got lots of evidence for it. So if you can just give us an argument, it doesn't have to be like a mathematical proof. Just give us an argument that justifies the belief is really what we mean.
That justifies the belief in God.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, the reason why I believe in God is because history backs that Jesus Christ was a person. He did once exist. And there were statements from his time that backed up his miracles and things, and about him coming back from the dead, which has never been done. So,
okay. So I'll respond to that if I may. So two things straight out the gate. So one is we have absolutely no reason to think that his miracles actually happened. The evidence provided for the claims of his miraculous actions are woeful, absolutely woeful. Zero contemporaneous historical accounts of any of this stuff, and word of mouth stories spread for decades before anything was written down. That you would not accept this level of evidence for a parking violation. This is woeful. But even if we were to grant it, even if we were to grant that there was a man in first century Palestine who somehow came back from the dead, that wouldn't establish that he's God. It would just establish that there was some weird aberration in what normally happens in nature, and a man was able to do some extraordinary things. Even if you were able to substantiate the claim that he did miracles and raised people from the dead and did things with loaves and fish and all of that, even that doesn't get you to a God exists. It just gets you to some amazing unexplained things happened in the Middle East 2,000 years ago. That's not evidence for a God, but I do not accept that we have anything like that level of evidence to justify those claims. So your argument so far seems to be a claim that history justifies belief in these magic stories, which it doesn't, and that if they were true, it would prove that a God exists, which it doesn't.
Fascinating. Do you believe in when they go to space and stuff?
Do I believe in when they go to space and stuff? Could you be more specific?
Yes, forgive me.
Yes. I believe we go to space because we have satellites and such. Yeah, I mean, yes, of course, I believe we go to space.
How do you know if you've never been?
You're benefiting from the fact that we have done this now by the use of your device.
But how do you know if you've never been?
Right. Well, I don't have to personally have been, because we have a thing called evidence that we've been to space, and the level of evidence that we've been to space is significantly different than the level of evidence that we have of a Palestinian early Iron Age wizard.
So, what would be your evidence?
It would be the enormous amount of documentary evidence, physical evidence, film evidence, hundreds of thousands of people who have all been involved in the space program, the fact that we have satellites orbiting us right now that we use for GPS and that you're probably benefiting from the use of right now, the fact
that you can see with your, by the way, you can see satellites with your eyes streaking across the sky. You can literally see them, and they have apps apps that can tell you in your part of the world at night when to look for them, etc. And there are entire jobs surrounding, like you could join the Army as a 25 Sierra satellite operator maintainer, and they will send you to like a school to where the evidence is overwhelming. So what do we got what's the evidence for your God? The more we talk about the evidence for space, and John can go on, and I can go on all day about that, but the less we're talking about what the topic is, the evidence for your God.
Well, my point to reach you would be, do you admit that anything can be faked?
No. I understand the argument you're building. The argument you're building is unless you've personally done something yourself, you're not warranted in accepting it. But this is a silly argument because we exist in a network of human beings where we exchange information, and we are able to leverage the experiences of other people and the knowledge of other people to enhance our own understanding of the world. And what that means is I don't have to study biology to benefit from the expertise of the people who have. I don't have to study engineering to be able to use a bridge. I don't have to personally experience everything before willing to believe something. Like if somebody says that they've been to Egypt and they've seen the pyramids and they show me the pictures of them on their holiday to Egypt at the pyramids, I don't say I'm not going to believe that unless I go there myself and see the pyramids myself, because we have a threshold of evidence. This is a concept that might be useful here. A threshold of evidence, and if the evidence presented is below the threshold, then one is not justified in believing the claim. And if the evidence presented is above the threshold, then one is justified in accepting the claim. So let's use a couple of examples. In the case of the moon, or in the case of space, the evidence presented for having gone to space is so way above the threshold that we're justified in accepting it as true. In the case of my friend's holiday to Egypt, the provision of photographs showing them on holiday in Egypt was sufficiently above the threshold of evidence that we're justified in thinking that's true. In the case of the claims of a magic wizard in Palestine who did special tricks and came back from the dead, the evidence presented is it says so in my book is way below the threshold.
Not wizard.
He was a kind of wizard. He did tricks and healed people and healed the blind and did all of these wonderful things, these magical things that he did, and powers, and he also created the universe and loved foreskins, all of this good stuff. The evidence for this.
No, he loves you, John.
I know he loves me. I know. He's going to set me on fire if I don't love him back just right. I know. The evidence provided for this is way below the threshold of evidence, and that's why we don't accept it.
So you don't accept it because of the lack of evidence.
Correct.
Would say.
Correct. Connor, can I ask you a question? If I claimed, so I claim my father rose from the dead, and so did my sister and 4 of his friends, and you could actually talk to us contemporary. You know who we are. We're telling you this face to face that my father rose from the dead. Would you accept our word on it as sufficient evidence to believe my father rose from the dead?
Would I believe that? Forgive me, I have learning disabilities.
Okay.
Would I believe that if you told me face to face and we knew each other, we're like friends, we knew each other, and you came to me and said, Connor, you're not going to believe this, mate. You're not going to believe this. My father raised, he came back from the dead.
Right. And then my sister said the same thing, and so did 3 of his friends. They're all telling you the same thing, that my father, and I'm not talking heart stopped on an operating table and then he was revived. I'm talking dead, the permanent kind. He rose 3 days later after massive hemorrhages, brain dead, the whole 9. He came back to life. We're all telling you that. Would you believe us?
I mean, if I saw him and he was back from the dead,
No. You didn't see him. You didn't see him. We're just telling you this, but you have not actually seen it with your own eyes.
Well, who saw Jesus came back actually saw him? There's a difference.
Well, no, okay, so I'm just asking you the question: would you believe us if I
forgive me.
Yeah. Would you believe us about my father rising from the dead based on our word? based on our word.
Based on your word?
Right.
Well, I would need some sort of, I mean, like I said, like if...
You would need more, right?
If I physically saw him, yeah, I would believe you.
No, you didn't. You're just based on our word. No other evidence, just based on our word. Would you believe us?
Would I believe you just based on just you telling me?
Yeah.
Well, no, because Jesus Christ was, he said that he would come back from the dead.
I'm not asking. I'm not asking. So my dad said he'll come back. Dude, I got a story for you. My dad, he predicted he'll come back from the dead, and he did. And let me let you talk to my sister and 3 of his friends, and they'll all tell you the same thing. You haven't actually seen. You haven't seen him. You don't know that he was dead. You don't know that he's back alive. You have no other evidence. Would you believe that story based on me telling you that?
Just like without evidence.
Correct.
Without actually seeing him.
Correct.
Huh. I think I'd need.
You'd need more, right?
Not that I would call you a liar, of course. Like
no, you could, or you just wouldn't believe me. And maybe I'm lying, maybe I'm not, but you would not be convinced, right?
Well, no, because he's human.
What if he said he's not human? What if Sean said my dad actually isn't human? He's actually a god.
Well, I would need to like
have some more evidence.
Hear what he said, hear what his father said over the years. I would need a conversation.
He said lots of smart things. He said you should be kind to people. He said, blessed are the people who don't have very much. You should forgive your enemies. He said lots of delightful things.
I would listen to that man very closely, yeah.
You would listen to him. Okay, so now you haven't seen him, talk to him, anything, and I just told you a story. Dude, my dad died, like dead, the permanent kind, but he came back to life. Would you believe me?
No, I would need a little bit more.
More evidence.
Agreed. That's where we're at with Jesus. Only the claims
that's where you're at.
You
okay.
have. Yeah. So with Jesus, you have far less. We don't know who wrote the frickin' Gospels. We can't interview these people. We can't verify any information. Nothing. It's just written down that a thing happened.
Yeah, but the same evidence could be for, say, George Washington. Prove to me he once existed.
Because we have far better evidence of George Washington's existence. We have multiple contemporaneous historians who are writing about him. We have evidence of coins. We have evidence of all sorts of accounts attesting to George Washington's
But you can
existence.
admit that it can be
hold on, Connor. Not only, first of all, we definitely have way more evidence George Washington existed than Jesus existed. And yet still, if there was like a handful of people claiming George Washington walked on water or rose from the dead, I would not believe that either.
Right. Yeah. Jesus' mere existence doesn't get you to his magical claims are real. We would not be...
Not magical.
Well, they are kind of magical. I know you don't like the word, but it's still basically claims of
because it's satanic,
magic.
sir.
Well, it's not satanic because we don't really accept that. Well, I think all of this stuff is nonsense. I think that claiming that things are satanic is nonsense. Claiming that things are that he had special powers is nonsense. We are adults living in the real world in the 21st century. We are scientifically literate people. We recognize the advancements that have been made in the post-Enlightenment era, where people realized that we would do better to stop interpreting the world in terms of myth and if you'll forgive me, magic and superstition and powers and all of this stuff. These are the things that our ignorant ancestors did. And I don't mean that disparagingly. By ignorant, I don't mean they were stupid or they were bad people. I just mean they didn't understand much about the world. Do you know that the smartest person in the world at the time the Bible was written knew less facts about reality than your average sort of 7 or 8 year old knows now?
Sorry, say that again.
The smartest person in the world at the time the Bible was written probably knew less facts about reality than your average 7 or 8-year-old knows now. We just live in a world where we have more information. So we can forgive the people who didn't know where the sun went at night for creating myths to explain the world they lived in. But we don't need to do that anymore because we are better now. We
so
understand.
When the Bible, do you forgive me if I bring in the book quick?
You can talk about the Bible as much as you like. I love talking about the Bible.
How do you think all of this started?
All of what? Sorry, were you going to talk about the Bible or something else?
Sorry. Creation, like everything, as we know it.
So we're not going to talk about. Are you saying you don't want to talk about the Bible and Jesus? You just want to talk about where did everything come from? I'm happy to do that.
I'm saying, no. I'm trying to tie it into what we're talking about. Sorry, forgive me. I'm not very good at this.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So the Bible makes lots of claims about where things came from that are demonstrably false. The Bible says, for example, that plants were created before the sun. The Bible gives 2 accounts of creation that contradict each other in the order of events.
Do you mind if I jump in here?
Sure.
Can you prove that isn't true?
Yes.
Go.
Well, we have a very, very large volume of scientific data that show us how plants evolved, the timescale over which they evolved, and the fact that plants exist because they do photosynthesis, which means that they get their energy from the sun, and plants can't have evolved without the sun there because there would have been nothing to give them the photosynthesis they need to exist.
Correct.
Therefore, the claim, correct means the claim that the Bible makes that plants existed prior to the sun is not true.
But, however, you weren't there when that happened.
Correct. You don't have to have been there. So we are able to know lots of things without being there. Like we weren't there when we watched tectonic plates move and create mountains, push up against each other and create mountains. We weren't there when we watched the African continent separate and move across and away from other things. But we know these things happened. We're not limited in what we can know about reality by being there. We know that atoms exist, even though most of us don't look at atoms. You don't have to see one to know they exist because our knowledge has advanced. And this is why I say to you that this type of mind frame of trying to get our knowledge of reality from books is something that our ancestors had to do, or religious ideas had to do, because they didn't have the advancements of science and the benefits of knowledge production that we have now. We live in a world where we're really lucky, Connor. We live in a world where we know much more about reality than we did before. And there are things we know even though we weren't there. We know that a meteor arrived and killed off all the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. None of us were there, but we know it because there's evidence of it having happened. We've seen the crater. We've understood, been able to mathematically model what the impact of that, what an impact like that would have resulted in. We can understand why that would have led to mass extinction of the dinosaurs, and that paved way for the mammals to evolve without predators and to successfully lead to where we are now. We know all of this stuff, even though we weren't there. So the argument, were you there, isn't an argument. It's not a strong argument. And the Bible is full of nonsense. It's full of anachronisms, which is where it makes claims about things that couldn't possibly have happened at the time that it says.
Well,
it's full of mistakes. It's full of mistakes. It's full of contradictions, where it says one thing in one verse and another thing in another verse. It's full of prophecies which failed to materialize. It's full of absolutely unsubstantiated claims about reality.
It's full of prophecies that came true, John.
It's not. It's full of prophecies that didn't come true. It's completely well stocked full of prophecies that didn't come true. And occasionally there's something that looks like a prophecy which seemed to come true. And those are often explained by the fact that they were written after the event, or they're explained by the fact that the people who made the thing come true knew what the prophecy was and were acting so as to make it come true. So that can happen sometimes too. But so many of the prophecies in the Bible just simply failed. And particularly the prophecies about Jesus are generally failures. So the Old Testament gives very specific prophecies about what the Messiah is going to be like. Yeah, I'm just finished my sentence and then you can. The Old Testament makes lots of claims about the attributes of the Messiah, and Jesus doesn't fulfill any of them.
can you prove that any of the prophecies are false or
Yeah,
didn't
absolutely.
happen?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Very, very easy. I can do it for you right now within the next 30 seconds.
Because have you studied the Bible? Forgive me. Have you studied the Bible? Have you looked into it? Read it?
Quite a lot. Let's look into it together. So this is Isaiah 17:1. It says, "See, Damascus will cease to be a city and will become a heap of ruins."
Mm-hmm.
Damascus is the oldest continuously populated city on earth. There is never a point where it ceased to be a city. This is a prophecy that failed. Didn't come true. Want to see another one?
Damascus.
Yeah.
That's here today.
The same place that was then. It's always been called Damascus. It's always been in the same place. Never ceased to be a city. Never became a heap of ruins. Failed prophecy. Want to see another one?
How do you know that it's the same Damascus?
Because we have a history of the area going back further than almost anywhere else. As I said, it's the oldest continuously inhabited city on earth.
Or it will be. But okay, next one.
No. It was... That wasn't you're saying this is a prophecy that's been fulfilled. You don't get to call it fulfilled by saying it might happen one day. Here's another one. So this is from Ezekiel. And this is another prophecy about a place being ruined. It says, "I will make the land of Egypt a desolation among desolated countries. Her cities shall be a desolation 40 years among cities that are laid waste. I will scatter the Egyptians amongst the nations and disperse them amongst the countries." So this is saying that no human foot shall pass through it, no animal foot shall pass through it. It will be uninhabited for 40 years. Egypt has never been uninhabited for 40 years at any point in recorded human history, dating back long before the time of the Bible. So another failed prophecy. Want to see another one?
Mm-hmm.
Here's another one. This is a different one, right? This is a Bible prophecy that fails even within the Bible itself. So in Jeremiah, it says, "Therefore, thus says the Lord concerning King Jehoiakim of Judah, he shall have no one to sit upon the throne of David, and his dead body shall be cast to the heat by day and frost by night." So this is a prophecy saying that this king won't have any descendants, and none of his descendants will sit on the throne. Did that come true?
Wait, he shall not one shall sit.
He shall have no one to sit upon the throne. That's saying he won't leave any descendants. He won't have any sons.
How do you know that's saying no descendants? Because I'm just reading, he shall no.
No, he shall have
no one to
so
sit
have no one to sit upon the throne is a Hebrew idiom meaning will not leave any descendants. That's what that means.
Okay, right.
Did it come true?
Sorry, I'm just reading it. Or trying to and failing.
That's okay. I mean, I'll make it easier for you. It didn't come true.
Can you read it again?
Yeah, I'll read it again. "Therefore, thus saith the Lord, concerning King Jehoiakim of Judah, he shall have no one to sit upon the throne of David. His dead body shall be cast out to the heat by day and the frost by night." Meaning that when he dies, that's the end of the line. Not going to leave any descendants. No one of his line is going to sit on the throne. That's literally what that means. If you read the Hebrew, that's exactly what the meaning of this is. This is undisputed. This is not a
But the word shall,
an unusual. Yeah, he shall have no one.
It doesn't mean like not yet.
No. It's saying that this king is not going to leave any descendants. That's what this prophecy means. It's like if I make a prophecy about you and I say Connor's not going to have any children, and then at the end of your life you die. If you didn't have any children, the prophecy was right, and if you did have children, the prophecy was wrong. So here's a prophecy saying King Jehoiakim is not going to have any descendants to sit on the throne. He's not going to have any sons. It would have to be sons. He's not going to have any sons that take over the throne, that sit on the throne. That's the prophecy. And when we look in 2 Kings, it says, "So Jehoiakim slept with his ancestors," that means he died, "and then his son, Jehoiachin, succeeded him, did take the throne, thereby proving the previous prophecy untrue." And there are many, 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 many instances like this in the Bible, Connor, of prophecies that are made and not fulfilled because they just don't work out. Oops, sorry. It's got many, many, many. So for everything you can point to in the Bible where it's like, this thing that happened in the New Testament looks a little bit like this line that was mentioned somewhere in the Old Testament, and some New Testament author, like the author of Matthew, who clearly didn't read biblical Hebrew, it goes, oh, look here, thus, therefore, Jesus, therefore, fulfilled it as it was said in so-and-so, and draws a sort of spurious connection between those two things. That isn't fulfilled prophecy. The Bible does not make prophecies that are fulfilled. It is nonsense.
One prophecy that I know was fulfilled was a letter or something that was written, I think it was 700 years ago. I thought it was 1,000, but apparently it's 700, something like that. And it says that a man who is the Messiah will be crucified, not crucified, he will be put on a plank of wood, on a cross, and nails will be hammered into his hands and feet. They basically described exactly how Jesus died. Please explain that.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. You are talking about a prophecy.
Is it Ezekiel? Is it Ezekiel? I'm not sure.
No, you're talking. I know what you're talking about. I'm trying to find it here. I've got a little list of these things. You're talking about Psalms 22:16. Psalms 22:16. I'll put it up on the screen, and you can tell me if this is the thing that you're thinking of. Let me find it for you right now. Hang on a second. I'll put it in here.
Because, I could sit here and preach, but I know you're not interested in that. What you're looking for is the evidence. And another thing I can point to is they got condensation, right, in the Bible.
Hang on. Let's go one thing at a time. We're going to get Bible, real or fictional in next. So stay where you are on the queue, my friend. We'll be with you in 5 minutes. So just as we finish up here, Connor, because we don't like to let the conversations get on longer than half an hour. It gets very boring for our audience. So I think you're talking about this. Psalm 22:16, where it says... for dogs are all around me, a company of evildoers encircles me. They bound my hands and feet. Is that the one that you're talking about?
Maybe.
Right. So
nothing about nails.
That isn't a prophecy. This isn't it.
But it was said before it happened, John.
Yeah, but there's nothing here. This is a lament. This is not a prophecy. This is a psalm, which is a lament. There is another one, which is where people say that they use the word pierced. That might be the one you're thinking of. But in that,
it's one of them.
Yeah, there's another one which is. I'm trying to remember where it is.
Before I go, can I ask you one last question?
Yeah, I'm just going to put this one to rest before you do. So there was another claimed prophecy where it was said that they prophesied Jesus' hands and feet being
not
pierced.
Not literal dogs, but people.
But Jesus' hands and feet being pierced. But the word pierced, it was translated in afterwards. The original Hebrew, it was unclear what that word was, and it may have meant lion rather than pierced. And there's a great deal of controversy about exactly what was being said there, but it doesn't read as a prophecy. It doesn't get you to where you're trying to get to there.
How?
Because the words, the original Hebrew, does not mean pierced. It's karu, which means like a lion. Yeah, it doesn't mean pierced.
Do you admit that Jesus did exist once?
I have no idea, and also irrelevant. So ask the last question you were going to ask before we get Bible, real or fictional in.
Can you prove God isn't real?
No, and I can't prove there aren't fairies at the bottom of my garden either. So there we are. Thank you for coming in. We appreciate the conversation, Connor.
Much.
All the best.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Thank you.
Come back another time. Yeah, or not. Okay, there we are. We're going to get in Bible, real or fictional. We're just going to read a couple of super chats first. One from Buzz. Kudos, John. When I teach online, I don't wear pants. I'm wearing pants. They're just shorts because it's hot in here. Although with my aircon on now, it's quite nice. And Jason Gleason, good to see you, friend. Identity is a construct. That doesn't entail God. That was sent, Lamont was on talking about this idea of consciousness emerging. And while we were speaking to Apostle, Flage said, if God tunes the universal constants, they are variable and therefore not constants. Good call. Good call. Our Bible guest seems to have dropped out, so until someone comes back, I'll continue to read super chats. And Herbie Shine, great to see, friend. Watching in the past at 2 times speed, This Samuel guy, what is wrong with someone like this? I can't imagine behaving like him. Refusing to have a conversation and ranting is baffling to me. Also, that's good. If anyone calls me a demon or a satanic thing, I'm going to give them the roar from now on because it's fun. And Real Jiffy Cone said, John, you may be able to read, but can you write? Like a book, for instance. Time to advertise. Very kind of you to say. Very kind of you to say indeed. Well, my book is called Unconvinced, How We Know Belief Is Not a Choice and Why That Changes Everything. And it's coming out in November on Prometheus Books, and it's going to be available everywhere that sells books. This is not a self-published Amazon jobby. I had to work quite hard to write this book, and I was very happy when Prometheus said they were going to publish it, and I'm very excited about it coming out in November. So, yeah, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, all the places, if you're interested in showing how to prove that you can't choose what to believe, and that once you realize belief isn't a choice, all the arguments about punishing people who don't believe disappear in a puff of smoke because they are shown to be nonsense. Okay, we're going to get in Bible, real or fictional right now. And we certainly have a view on this. Bible, real or fictional. Welcome in. How are you?
I'm good. And
good.
you?
Yeah, we're great. So I think that for the most part, the Bible is fictional. I grant that there may be things in there that relate to specific events that happened, censuses and conquests and wars and things like that. But for the most part, this is a book of myths, and fairly obviously so, I would have thought.
Really, that's not where I wanted to focus because I joined the conversation halfway.
Sure.
What caught my attention was the part about prophecy. I know you've shown some scripture. One particularly I would want you to possibly revisit because I really didn't get the Bible quotation, the one for Joachim.
Yeah.
And descendants, something like
Sure.
that. I also want to ask, what's your definition of a prophecy?
It's a declaration that something's going to happen. Before it happens, that's just declaring that it's going to happen. So it's saying something is going to happen in the future. And a good prophecy needs to be such that anyone hearing it at the time would know exactly what it's referring to, not that you retrofit something ambiguous later in the future and go, if we squint just right, we can make this be like that. So, if I say something like, there will be a war, that's not really a prophecy because, yes, of course, there's going to be a war at some point. But if I say there's going to be a war between this country and this country, it's going to start on this date in 200 years' time, it's going to be about this, and it's going to last for 17 months. That's a prophecy. That's specific. And if you want to hear about a really, really, really good kind of prophecy that nothing in the Bible comes anywhere near, because I read prophecies in the Bible and they're like, there will be wars and rumors of war. This is nonsense. You want to hear a real prophecy? Science can tell you about full solar eclipses that are going to happen 5,000 years in the future, what date they're going to happen on, what time of day they're going to happen, and how long they're going to last. That's a prophecy. And that's what the power of science gives you, is the ability to know stuff about reality that we could not possibly have known at the time that the Bible was written, where they were more interested in burning bushes and nonsense like that. So the biblical prophecies are all very, very vague, or they're not fulfilled, or they're retrofitted, or they were written after the actual events themselves.
No, but I would want to think that this is your opinion when it comes to, a standard for a prophecy, because in the sense of biblical prophecy, there are certain pointers and certain experts, that could say, okay, this is where it was to happen. I'll give you an example. When it came to the birth of Jesus, it's recorded in scripture that, certain persons saw a star somewhere in the east and then followed the star to Herod. And Herod was able to, get scholars from within his domain to say, okay, the prophecy says the child will be born in Bethlehem. Are you such an expert to actually know the exact time when a biblical prophecy will come to pass, or you are speculating on it? That's what I want to ask.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, and you're talking about the prophecy you're talking about doesn't actually say he's going to be born in Bethlehem. The prophecy you're talking about says he's going to be from the line of Bethlehem, which is a completely different thing. And that same prophecy makes other claims about Jesus that he didn't fulfill, like he's going to be a king. He's going to reign as a king. Jesus was never a king.
That's why I asked, are you an expert in decoding this? You know, when it says Jesus would reign as a king, it was not, I really wouldn't want to go into that specific, because it was not as king, you know, of a domain, physical domain on the earth.
So king doesn't mean king. King doesn't mean king then. King doesn't actually mean king. Words don't mean words. This is your argument is words don't actually mean words. Let's have a look at the prophecy. Let's have a look at the prophecy you're talking about. It's Micah 5:2. Yes, Micah 5:2 is what you're talking about. So, but you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, you are one of the little clans of Judah. So this has been taken to mean that Jesus was going to be born in Bethlehem. But this is a misunderstanding of the text. Here, Bethlehem doesn't mean a physical place. It's not a geographical reference. It's a reference to a tribe, the tribe of Bethlehem. It's a lineage, and Jesus didn't come from that lineage. From you shall come forth for me one who is.
I didn't make a claim that Jesus came from the lineage. Okay, let's.
No, you made the claim. Hang on, you made the claim. You made the claim. Hang on. You made. Hang on a second. You made the claim that this prophecy says that Jesus is going to be born in Bethlehem. This prophecy does not make that claim. This prophecy doesn't say anything about where the Messiah is going to be born. It says that the Messiah is going to come from the line of Bethlehem. And Jesus did not come from the line of Bethlehem. It also says, one who is to rule in Israel. Did Jesus rule in Israel? Did Jesus rule in Israel?
Where in this text now?
Did Jesus rule? Did Jesus rule in Israel? I'm going to keep on asking you.
Jesus is coming from the line of Bethlehem. So where are you getting your interpretation?
Because that's what O Bethlehem of Ephrathah means. It's a reference to a lineage, not a geographical location. And that's what the people who wrote the New Testament didn't want you to know, or didn't know themselves.
No.
But that's what it actually means.
You're making a claim on this particular text, which it doesn't say.
That's what it means.
It just answered your question.
That's what it means. That's what it means. Specifically, that's what it means.
No. Let's. What's your academic evidence to
don't
say
worry,
this?
Don't worry about
exactly
academic evidence. Bethlehem of Ephrathah is a reference to a lineage, not a location. Now, you may not know that, and if you don't know it, go and research it, and you will find out that it's true. Therefore, the claim that Jesus being born in Bethlehem was a fulfillment of Micah 5:2 fails for a number of reasons. The first reason is that this prophecy said nothing about the location of his birth. It makes a claim about his lineage. And the second problem is the one I alluded to before, where I said it says he is to rule in Israel. How many days did Jesus spend ruling in Israel?
When Jesus was crucified, what was hung
How
on
many
his cross?
days? How many days did Jesus spend ruling as a king in Israel?
And now I'm asking, what was hung on his cross?
They were
when he was
they were
crucified?
making fun of him and mocking him by calling him the king in a mocking way. Calling someone the king in a mocking way doesn't mean they ruled in Israel. It means they were taking the mickey out of him and mocking him because he had singularly failed to do so. So I'll ask you again, how many days did Jesus spend ruling in Israel?
Jesus never came as a physical ruler. In fact, that was what his
So this
disciples
prophecy
expected.
failed because the prophecy said he was going to
No.
rule in Israel and he did not, correct?
No, that's why I think you should leave, biblical prophecy interpretation to those that you're speculating.
As my
on what
friend
it
Justin
is.
says, let's try this again. How many days did Jesus spend ruling as a king in Israel? I'd like a number. I'd like a number.
Jesus was never a
I'd like
king
a number.
in Israel.
He was
That
never a king in
not-
Israel. So
that
this
was
prophecy,
never his assignment.
prophecy failed because it said that the Messiah was going to rule as a king in Israel. And one of the reasons we know that Jesus wasn't the Messiah is because he failed Micah 5:2 by not ruling as a king in Israel. It's quite simple. The logic here is unassailable. The prophecy says that the Messiah will rule as a king in Israel. This guy comes along, doesn't rule as a king in Israel. We can conclude that he was not the Messiah prophesied in Micah. It's pretty straightforward. Have you got
No.
any other arguments? That one
Now,
wasn't very
going
good.
back, let's so that we you know, there's no, let's leave this part. Let's go back
Yeah,
to.
I would too.
I think you did Isaiah 36:30 on the prophecy. I'm interested in that.
Isaiah 36:30.
Yeah.
Was that? Hang on a second. Was that the prophecy about Jehoiakim? No, it wasn't
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Okay. Hang on a second. I'll get that up for you right now. We'll have a look at that. It was a Jeremiah actually, not Isaiah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Jeremiah 36:30 is why I got a bit confused. Therefore, thus says the Lord concerning King Jehoiakim of Judah, he shall have no one to sit upon the throne of David, and his dead body shall be cast to the heat by day and frost by night. This prophecy also failed to be fulfilled, didn't it?
Oh, okay. How did it fail?
Because he had a son who was sat on the throne.
What was the name of his son?
Jehoiachin.
And it's not plausible that the translation in the name was talking about his son. Did his son have anybody to rule after him?
That's not what it says. Jeremiah's talking about Jehoiakim.
Was his son also a similar name, and was he a king?
You're suggesting that the prophet Jeremiah was confused about who he was talking about. I grant that. It's possible. The prophet wasn't sure who he meant when he was prophesying.
I wasn't saying that. One thing is that the Bible was not written in English.
It was written in Hebrew. This part was written in Hebrew. Yeah, Jehoiakim and Jehoiachin are in fact different words. And Jehoiakim did actually have a son. Therefore,
there was a mistake in translation?
Well, then it's not a mistake in translation. This is what the Hebrew Bible says. Because you can look at the Hebrew, and the Hebrew has different words there. There's no translation. When you look at it in the Hebrew, the prophecy still fails. Vivi, we're going to get you in next, so hang where you are. Okay, this chap's... Are you still there? Oh, there we are, muted. You need to unmute yourself. There we go. Unmute. It's not a translation issue because the prophecy fails even in the Hebrew. So translation is not relevant here. Okay, he appears to have gone away. How long do we give him before he deigns to give us his attention? Perhaps he's doing something more important, like running away.
3, 2, 1.
And he was never to be seen of again. Okay, that's a shame. I was enjoying talking to him. But there we are. Prophecies just fail. Yeah. Teacupped forever. You can come back again when you want to, Bible, Real or Fictional. We're happy to keep on talking to you, but we're not all going to stand around waiting while you go off to take phone calls. We owe the 1,000 people listening to us a little more than that. So let's get in VV. And if the other chap wants to come back again, you're very, very welcome. And then we'll do some more super chats. VV, how are you?
I'm doing great.
Excellent. You sound very enthusiastic. What would you like to say with regards to proving a god? Is that something you feel able to do, or even just some evidence to justify the belief?
Yeah, I think psychonomic harmony motivates God's existence.
Oh boy. Can you speak English?
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Say what you mean. Say what you mean in terms that people who haven't done the same introductory courses or read the same niche books that you may have consumed might understand, because we're fairly simple folk around here. We're not sophisticated. I particularly am very unsophisticated, so I need things to be explained to me in simple terms because I'm not very smart.
Okay. By psychonomic harmony, I just mean that our cognitive processes are effective at picking out things in the external world. By external world, I just mean the world that exists independent of us.
Right.
Okay. So our brains are in colloquial terms, you mean our brains are able to map reality to some degree, correct?
Effectively, correct.
Yeah, effectively. Yeah, sure. Why do you think that requires a god?
I think that, required a god, I wouldn't say requires a god. I would say that it would be something like this would be better expected if God exists, because God is a value selector. And by us having a brain that is able to map out reality effectively, what you see is these valuable things that emerge, such as like complex relationships, our ability to do science, so on and so forth.
Do you think that brains that were incapable of discerning reality would do well in the competition of the gene pool?
Would they do well in the
Yeah,
competition? No.
if you look at our deep past, right? If you think about our ancestors on the savannah of Africa 250 or 300,000 years ago, competing for limited resources in very difficult conditions, can you see that it might be a survival advantage to be able to correctly discern reality?
Yes, it would be a survival advantage.
So do you think that it's plausible that natural processes like evolution would have led to brains that are capable of discerning reality from not?
Well, I would say evolution would explain why entities are able to adapt towards the conditions, but that would what first would have to be true is that these entities already have the ability to map out the reality effectively.
Not necessarily.
Because if the animals that had brains, right, did not have the ability to map out reality effectively, how would they reproduce?
Sure. Because their ancestors had the same ability, just a little bit less. And their ancestors had the same ability, just a little bit less. And their ancestors had the same ability, just a little bit less. And their ancestors had the same ability, just a little bit less. And their ancestors, you get the point. It's an incremental change. I'm not suggesting that there existed creatures who had absolutely no ability to map out reality, and then suddenly it was imbued into us by a magic wand of evolution. It happened slowly over time, in the same way that human brains are larger and more complex than the brains of our earlier hominid ancestors, which were in turn larger and more complex than the brains of their earlier hominid ancestors, which were in turn larger and more complex than their earlier non-hominid ancestors, because you have a gradual evolution of brains from very, very simple and only able to map out reality on a very, very crude level, like the brains of a shrew or something, to much more complex brains later. So to say that it's a good explanation, or that we would consider that our brains are able to discern reality as evidence for a God, is to discount the natural processes that could also explain this phenomenon.
Well, no, it doesn't. The problem is that I don't believe it explains the phenomenon, and you already kind of gave that to me because you already agreed that there was. You already agreed that there was no entity that existed where they didn't have the ability to map out reality effectively.
I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that at all. I said that there were none of our ancestors on the savannah of Africa.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
That had no ability. So there would have been in our ancestral past, there would have been entities that had no ability to map out reality. They would have been the molecular replicators that are the ancestors of all of us, and the ability to discern reality would have emerged later as brains became a thing.
Okay, so let's just stick with humans.
I might be able to help with this. So, if you accept that biological evolution explains the diversity of life and that we all evolved from simple organisms, that's a separate question. If you're saying I don't believe in evolution, then that's a conversation that needs to be had. But if you do, that would pertain to all of our organs, our lungs, our liver, our brain, our heart. All these organs do different things, and at one point did not exist within a species that eventually developed these organs over time. The brain is just another one of those organs that gives us a survival function, which is being able to map reality. Now, not all living organisms require brains to survive. Plants, for example, as far as we can tell, don't have any sort of conscious states. They don't have brains, etc. But having brains is a survival trait. Different species of animals throughout the animal kingdom have different survival traits. Having a mind that's able to map reality is just one of those survival traits. So basically, all our organs in our body at one point, if you trace far enough back in the ancestry, did not exist and were formed over time. The brain is just another one of them.
Okay, so what I'm saying is we're just talking about humans right now, right? So humans require brains. It seems that humans require brains to survive. Okay, and you would say that throughout our lineage, it seems that with every human that has a brain, they have had the ability at least to some crude level, to map reality to some degree.
Well, every human, because we evolved from earlier species of primates. If you're speaking specifically humans, we already had advanced brains by the time life forms evolved to the state that we would call Homo sapiens.
Right, I'm just talking about every human. The
Yeah.
point I'm making is that it will still be true that it would still be true that their ability to map the external world has already existed when it comes
Already
to them
existed
having a brain.
prior to humans. Yes. Before that, I believe I'm not an evolutionary biologist. I believe it was Homo erectus, and then prior to Homo erectus, there was something else. So you basically have life evolving and changing over time. Sometime of life evolved, some life form or life forms evolved to have brains that have some sort of able to map onto reality, and then they branch off and to other life. But yeah, if you're speaking specifically about humans, we evolved to become humans, but by that time we already had complex brains.
Okay, great. So what I'm saying is that okay, so if supposing this is true and everything, if we didn't have the ability to map the external world effectively, our lineage wouldn't have evolved. It wouldn't be possible.
Wait, if we didn't have brains, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying.
Say we had brains, and are you familiar? I don't know I think it's called synthesia, whatever it's called.
No.
It's basically instead of smelling.
Synesthesia.
Synesthesia, yes. That sort of condition. Now, just imagine throughout our lineage, that's what we had, right? Instead of seeing colors, we smelled colors. Pain just happened randomly. Stuff like that. We wouldn't be able to evolve.
We would have,
because
and our ancestors that were that way configured would have been selected out of the gene pool, never to be heard of again. And what we're left with is us. We are the descendants of creatures that were able to sense reality to the extent. By the way, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just means we have to be able to discern reality enough to get to survive long enough to pass on the genes for creatures that are able to sense reality enough to survive long enough to pass on the genes. That's all we have to do.
What I'm questioning is what makes it possible for evolution to exploit this?
Oh, it's easy.
It's clearly
it's easy. What makes it possible is that you get random mutations, some of which are adaptive and some of which are not, and reality selects for the ones that are helpful. So you can see it. You can see it like a process of randomness in terms of generating the mutations, which create phenotypical changes, which are the changes in how an organism actually develops. And some of those changes are helpful, and some of those changes are not helpful. And the helpful ones get selected. They're favored for in selection because they lead to a greater percentage of those organisms surviving. So
evolution favors things.
So you just in the terms of the fact that you get a differential reproductive rates. So, for example, if you've got a set of animals living in an environment where there's fruit growing on trees, and the animals have to reach the trees, right, and they're high up. Those animals with longer necks, born with the mutation that make longer necks, are going to survive more of the time than the animals without that mutation who can only reach the lower down fruit. The animals with longer necks can reach the low fruit and the high fruit. The animals with short necks can only reach the low fruit. So what you're going to find is over time, there's going to be a change in the percentage of the population that have the gene for the longer neck. And eventually, the number of animals that have the gene for the shorter neck is going to be zero because they're competed out. That gene within that population is going to be more successful and therefore passed on more. And eventually, the norm will be a longer neck shape. And this keeps on going over and over. And this applies to every physical trait that every living organism has. And this perfectly explains why we're able to discern our environment. No God is needed for this.
That explains the what.
It explains the why. The why is that the ones who didn't have that adaptation died out because they didn't survive long enough to reproduce and pass those genes on.
The thing is that, like, okay, I don't think you understand what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is the entire evolutionary process, which you already described to me. I'm saying, what are the conditions that allow for the evolutionary process to take place amongst the organisms such that this system of passing on these genes that are conducive to your survival.
Right.
They're
You're saying what? Are you asking why it happens? Like, how does it come that it even happens?
not how. I'm asking the why. Why
Well,
is evolution taking place in this sort of way?
I would argue that the why doesn't really make sense. It's like if in science, if you ask a why question, it really is a how question. You're just relabeling it. You're not entitled to a why is to say that there must have been some sort of intentionality here, which is to miss the point and assume the thing you're trying to prove anyway. There isn't a why.
True.
There isn't a why. There is only a how. The how.
Well, that's begging the question.
It's not begging the question. I'm explaining.
It is.
I'm not assuming anything that I can't demonstrate. Nothing. That would be begging the question.
No, you're assuming.
Hold on. Are you
Go
asking a teleological why? Like, so
Yeah.
for example, if I'm at the store, a teleological why would mean there's like a conscious intention there. The reason, the why I'm at the store is because I needed to buy milk. Or there's another kind of why, which is it's wet outside. Why is it wet outside? What I'm really asking there is what is the cause? It rained. Are you asking a teleological why for biological evolution?
Not necessarily, because I can say if someone were to say like gravity, if I were to ask you, right, why does gravity repel?
Yeah,
right?
Gravity doesn't
why does gravity repel things.
Gravity doesn't
right?
repel
But if you were to
things.
say what we're
It
doing,
attracts things.
this is an answer. This is an answer to the question. You can say the reason why gravity repels things
Gravity
is because gravity has a disposition to repel
gravity
things.
doesn't repel
It doesn't
things.
repel things.
Okay,
Okay,
you're all over the map here, friend.
So,
you're all over the map here.
if you're asking
go ahead, Sean.
Sorry, if you're asking a teleological why, like what is the intentionality behind it? For example, the going to the store example, because I wanted to buy milk. There's no reason to believe there is a teleological why.
That is begging the question.
If you're asking why as in what is the cause, that's a separate conversation. We've been doing the best we can to explain the causality behind these things. So, I mean, it's one or the other. Which is it you're asking?
Sure. So maybe I am asking a teleological why. And if you're saying there are no teleological whys, that's just begging the question.
I'm just saying there's no reason to believe there is a teleological why. There's no evidence for an intention behind it. There's no evidence for that.
But that's what's
It's a little bit like saying, why does it rain? And someone says, well, it rains because moisture in the atmosphere condenses and falls down to earth. And you say, but why? Who decided for that to be the case? If you're asking a why question and if you're not willing to accept in response to your why question a detailed description of the mechanism that makes that happen, then what is the meaning of your why question? What is it you're actually asking for? You're asking for what's the intentionality behind this, which is literally begging the question because you're assuming well, that is really what you're asking. If you won't accept a detailed explanation of the mechanism as an answer to your question, then what else are you actually asking for? But that's what. Go ahead, Dick.
Dr. Dick.
The why is that because it's a mathematical certainty. It's a mathematical inevitability of the behavior of alleles. We have evolution. We have natural selection because it's the mathematically inevitable outcome and like cause of how our genes are made up and how we reproduce.
Okay, great. So if it's some mathematical inevitability, how exactly would naturalism, or just the idea that, things fall under natural explanations, how would you infer that there will be some sort of mathematical certainty that would, give rise to this evolutionary process? Just by knowing that there is, natural laws.
We don't even need to pre-commit to naturalism here to say that invoking a god as an explanation for why we have. Here's a way to look at it. Once you agree that in a population there are going to be genetic variations, if you don't agree with that, if someone who doesn't agree with that, then they're a moron. So once we agree that there's going to be a variation of genetics in a population, it's just a small step to understand that it follows as a necessary consequence of that some of those variations are going to do well and some of them aren't going to do well. This is really not complicated. So let's start at the beginning, right? Vivi, do you accept that in any given population of living things, there's going to be variations in the genes?
Yeah, obviously I
Yes.
accept
Okay.
that.
Do you accept that some of those variations are going to be more reproductively successful than other variations?
Yes, I also accept that.
Okay. All you need to do is accept those two, and you'll realize that evolution follows inevitably from those two facts being true.
Well, what I'm saying is that you don't get evolution from just recognizing that the universe follows natural processes. If I were to tell you, how would you? I'm just asking a question. How do you infer?
Clarifying.
How do you,
Please stop. I'm clarifying to you. We're not making that assumption. We're looking at the evidence that there is genetic variation in the world, and therefore we're explaining to you what the inevitable consequence of that genetic variability is.
I think I see the disconnect.
I understand that, but I'm telling you.
I think I see a miscommunication. I think there's a miscommunication here. We are not saying that evolution disproves that a God exists. We are not saying that. What we're addressing, the reason we ended up on this topic is because you had posed to us that our ability to have the fact that we have brains that are able to map reality isn't explained naturally, when in fact it is. Like we have we know very well, we have Dr. Diggin here who can explain it much better than I can, but we know that brains are an evolved trait of species. It's a survival trait. Now, that doesn't mean biological evolution is true, therefore no God exists. Nobody is claiming that. We're just saying biological evolution itself, when you isolate just biological evolution, is completely well understood and explained naturalistically. That's all we're saying.
Okay. What I'm trying to tell you is that yes, I already recognize this. I'm saying the point is that evolution, just evolution wouldn't be able to predict something like this, and the reason why,
Something like what?
given the idea that there will be entities that will have the ability to map the external world effectively.
Why not?
That's not the purpose of evolution. That's not the purpose of evolution. Evolution isn't a predictive model. Evolution isn't a formula that we use to predict expected or actual traits of species. You're not using that correctly.
But evolution's a hypothesis, correct?
No, it's an established theory in science, just like
it's an established fact.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think it's an established fact.
Of course, it's an established fact.
Then you're denying. Reality.
No. What I'm saying,
reality.
it's not an established fact, but I do accept the theory because it seems plausible as a hypothesis. No,
evolution is one of. Yes, it is. It's one of the best. It's probably the best, most extensively studied areas of science that exists. Say that it's not a fact, to say that we don't know that much about it, or to do this weird pollution of what evolution is that you're currently doing by saying that it's this predictive, it has predictive capacity, you're just denying science. You're being a science denier, and that's not what a science denier is. What you're claiming in your science denial is that you have some purity of thought and logical processes in the way that you're doing it, but that's not true. You're just being ignorant.
It is. It's just ignorance. It is being ignorant to not grant evolution as an absolute cornerstone of so many different areas of science. The cruelest irony here is that it's quite likely that you may one day have your life saved by scientific advancements that rely completely on an understanding of evolution. One day when you need an antibiotic or you need some treatment, which would not have come about but for a correct understanding of evolution.
That's great and all, but I never denied this.
To say that it's not established fact is just silly. We did. Deacon Blue in the chat just asked, what shape is the Earth?
The globe.
Okay, great. Just checking.
Anyways,
just checking.
What I'm trying to say is that, look, it's not, because there's substantive disputes on whether or not we evolved from singular cellular organisms
there
at
are
the
not.
macro level.
There are not.
There's substantive
there are
disputes
substantive debates about the shape of debates about the shape of the Earth too. which is why I asked you that. There is no more
Yes.
reason. There is
There's
no more
you
reason.
do understand
Listen,
there's no
listen.
conclusive evidence.
There is conclusive
That's
evidence. There is nonsense. There is no more reason to believe that evolution is in any way controversial than there is to believe that the shape of the world is controversial. What you're peddling here is nothing but scientific illiteracy. It's not a good look. You're not obligated to wear it.
Scientific illiteracy.
It's
It's called
scientific.
humility.
It's not called humility.
It's humility.
No,
You refuse to have it.
no. Humility is being able to tell the difference between what we know and what we don't know.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
have
if I claim
no
if,
idea when it comes to knowledge.
hold on,
Go ahead.
if I claimed heliocentric theory isn't a fact, that's the theory, quote unquote, that the planets revolve around the sun, and I say that's not a fact. That's just being me. That's humility on my part to say that. It's actually hubris, because I'm going against the overwhelming consensus of all the scientists all over the world when I claim heliocentric theory isn't actually a fact of reality.
Yeah, that's just appeal to authority, by the way.
No,
It's not.
no,
it's not actually.
appeal
It's
to
not.
It is
authority.
appeal to authority.
Hold on. Appeal to authority, and I got to find my science textbooks. I actually took a logic class, and they actually explained the difference. An appeal to authority fallacy is an appeal to an unqualified authority in a particular field. If we couldn't appeal to actual authorities in fields that require expertise, you would be committing a fallacy by going to a doctor to get diagnosed and treated for an illness, or to go to a transmission expert to fix your transmission. So it's a
No,
proper appeal to expertise.
they don't have to be unqualified.
Okay.
They could also be qualified. And you're going to say
Oh
that,
my
well,
God,
because these
you're
individuals are
using-
qualified with what they're doing, I'm just going to trust
what
them
you're
anyways.
doing.
Which
Okay,
is
so
ridiculous.
please stop talking. Aside from completely misunderstanding evolution and science, I think that you're also misunderstanding these shiny new philosophy words that you've learned, and you're smashing them together like you're trying to make some new kind of macaroni
I'm
and
not
cheese
interested in the
because
psychoanalysis.
you feel okay.
Because,
I think
please,
John and Sean and the other people in the room are. You've
Yeah.
said enough
I don't
stupid
care.
shit.
I'd like
Nothing I've said was stupid.
a lot of what you said was stupid. I'd like to hear what Dr. D is saying. Carry on, please.
We've seen this like thousands of times, and it blows my mind that people come up and they think I'm going to do it this time, and they've never seen this before. You don't know the science that you're talking about. You don't know the philosophy that you're talking about, and you're up here
I could
with
lecture
some
you for hours. Can we get on with
cute.
it?
You can try.
That's
Unfortunately,
crazy. The whole,
the inner circle.
the whole point was that I'm making is that
no,
naturalism.
you're not going to make the point. We're at 24 minutes, and the inner circle have just deemed you intolerable to listen to. So that's what the inner circle is for. It's to it's to protect our community from the people who I'm running away. I'm terrified.
You're very scary.
We're all
Just running
terrified
away.
of your scientific ignorance. And there was a request for me to ask that person if he acknowledges that the frequency of alleles change over generation to generation, which would have been a very good question to ask him, because a no answer would have shown that he doesn't have the faintest clue what he's talking about, and a yes answer would have committed him to accepting that evolution is beyond dispute. So I wish I'd had a chance to ask him that, but sadly the inner circle have spoken. And so I was not able to do that. What I'm trying to figure out is why I didn't see the overlay on OBS. Anyway, never mind. I'll figure that out later. Dr. Dig, thank you so much for coming in to help us bat away the scientific ignorance that people like peddling to prop up their magic fairy stories. We are always grateful. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Oh, completely wild. Okay, so we have Felix, aka Papo, in the queue, but I'm not going to bring you in, Felix. My strong request to you, my friend, is that you find something to do other than argue with non-believers on the internet. And I say this as an act of compassion. It feels wrong to get into these exchanges with you. It feels like taking advantage of someone for the sake of generating content, and I don't feel very comfortable doing it. I know that Justin has had a similar response to you too. This is not to demean you. It's just to say that I don't think this is the right place for you, because you come in and you make these arguments very poorly, and then we have to decide, do we go through them all again, and you start asking about contingent things, and you start all of this stuff. It gets a little bit, I don't know, it just feels a little exploitative. And so I can't in good conscience allow you to come in. So thank you for requesting up. I do appreciate it. I love that you're interested in watching the show. Feel free to make comments in the chat if you want to do that. We're happy to have you around. We value your input. You're allowed to have your say, and we welcome you to do that. But I'm not going to bring you up. So I hope you don't mind that. But that's the case right now. Okay.
I think that's the good call, John.
It feels like the right thing to do.
I appreciate that, what you said on that.
It feels right. For those asking in the chat, who is Felix? Watch the last few episodes of either Justin's stream or mine, and you'll see Felix comes in every time, and he seems like a lovely guy, but it just doesn't feel quite right to engage. Okay, so TikTok is checking in on me. Yes, all right, TikTok. I'm not a robot. We're all good. We're all good here. Okay, we will now read a few messages, and first thing we're going to do is update the bingo. We had a couple of calls. Espresso Jack, when Apostle KG was in, called Philbro Babble. Yeah, let's have that. Why not? We've certainly had some Philbro Babble up today. And Eliel's called Personal Experience of God with God is Real. Absolutely nailed that one. And then Gregor's called Jesus Fulfilled Prophecy with Connor. Well spotted. Absolutely agree with all of that stuff. Well spotted, everyone. Well spotted. If you are watching on TikTok and you're like, what is all this bingo business? How do I get involved? The bingo, the interactive bingo, is something that I rolled out for members on YouTube. On YouTube, you can be a member of the channel, which just means you pay a little bit every month and then you get access to various perks. And I had a few people on TikTok saying, well, we want to be able to do those things too. So I've recreated exactly the YouTube membership for people on TikTok on Patreon. It costs the same. It's not very much. It's like £4 a month or something like that. And that just allows you to get involved with some of these more interactive things. There are a couple of tiers if you want to be access to the inner circle, which allows you to vote people off during the calls. That's a different tier. But if you want to get involved with that, if that's something you want to do, don't think that I'm rolling out privileges only to our friends on YouTube. Everyone gets the same. So if you want that, just follow the link in my TikTok profile to the Patreon, and then you will be able to participate in the bingo too. It is fun. It is very, very fun. Okay.
Admin note on the bingo. Admin note. It seems that the confetti falls a lot of the time when a line has not been formed. So I don't know if that's something you need to calibrate.
I will need to check that out. Thank you. Thank you for pointing it out. I might need to tweak the logic there. Maybe it's spotting a line of 3 or 4, whereas it now needs to be a line of 5. Maybe I haven't updated that.
Maybe that could be.
Thanks for that, Sean. Yeah, apologies for the fake confetti, the unwarranted, unearned even confetti. Very, very bad of me. Thanks for the call. I will definitely check that out. Okay, while we're waiting for our next guest to come up, we have a few super chats, so I will read them. Coco's said, second time watching live, have you ever interacted with Darth Dawkins? How quick were you? Muted, called a liar, whatever else he does. Well, I have to tell you that I have interacted with Darth Dawkins, aka Gary. He came into my live. What actually happened was he posted something saying John Cohen is just another low info atheist. He posted it in a comment on TikTok. And I responded to his comment saying, that's a testable claim. Come and test it. And so he couldn't not do that. He would lose face if I called him out like that and he didn't pitch up. So he came in one day. I can't remember when this was. It was, March or something like that. He came in all full of bluster. And he started immediately dominating the conversation, as he always does, and demanding that I come onto his channel to debate with him. And I said, well, I'm not particularly interested in coming onto your channel to debate with you, Gary, because I called him Gary. He didn't like that. Because what he does is he has no arguments. All he does is he runs these ridiculous nonsense pre-sup arguments. And because they're all crap, the only way that he can be seen to do well in an exchange is if he instantly just boots people who say things that disagree with him. And so I said, well, I'm not prepared to commit to doing that, but let's have a conversation now. And he wouldn't do it, and he kept on over talking. I had to mute him 8 times because he literally wouldn't let me get to the end of a sentence. And at one point, and this was my favorite moment, this is on YouTube, by the way, you can find it. Just look back through my YouTube videos and you'll find both the incident itself and then another video where somebody had filmed him back in his own live immediately afterwards talking about it, and I responded to that. He said at one point to me, "If you mute me again, you will lose the opportunity to talk with me." That's exactly what he said. And I thought, the hubris of coming in, my audience is 25 times the size of his. The hubris of coming in and telling me that I'm going to lose my opportunity to speak to him if I mute him again for interrupting me constantly. So I muted him once more, and he bolted and went for the door and ran. And I thought about it afterwards. I don't think he ever had any intention of actually engaging with me. I think he came in wanting to give himself an out, to say that he tried and that I was too much of a chicken or something like that. That's what happened. But it is really, really funny. I would say if you're interested in that, go and watch the video. It's on my YouTube. Just search for it. You'll find it. It was hilarious. It was a good day. I loved it. And Bethos says, "Oh, new topic. I like it. By the way, I got the mug delivered. Oh, good for you. I bid on with John and Justin stream. Rock hard for Doug. Rock hard for John. Rock hard for Sean." Well, thank you very much. That's awesome. Brilliant. Thank you, Bethos, for contributing so generously to the fund that we started for Spencer. I know that's really helped him. And I hope to be meeting up with Spencer at some point in late July before I come back to the UK, because I'm going to be in approximately the area of the States that he lives in. So we're going to try and get that together, and possibly Bacon and Bush and possibly others too. So watch this space. 46 strings. Great to see you, friend. Using the fact that people need corrective spectacles to assert how perfectly the eye is designed. I know, right? It beggars belief. By the way, I always had 20/20 vision till about 6 years ago, and then it just started going. And I went to an optician. I said, like, I'm doing this more. I'm doing the unable to focus on things nearby. I still have got really, really, really good vision if I'm driving. If I'm anything further away from me than like 1.5 meters, I can read the bottom line in the all the Polish words at the bottom of the thing. I can read all of those. But anything nearby now, I can't do. But yeah, that's evidence of a perfect designer, apparently.
You're farsighted, huh?
I always forget what they're called. I can't read things nearby, but I can.
Yeah, I think that's more rare. Most people are nearsighted if they need glasses. Like close up, they can see, and farther away. But it depends on whether your eye is elongated or kind of shortened.
Is that what it is? I gather that as you progress through life, you start to have both problems, which is delightful. I can't wait for the other stuff to kick in. But like right now, I can read a newspaper from across the room, no problem. But anything nearby, without these, everything's a blur. So yeah, that's the perfect designer for you. Well pointed out. And Bethel says it is digging time. The doctor is in town. I know we do like a bit of Dr. Dig up in here. Very, very good. And Bethel's also said, this was when we were speaking to the football factory, bless her, order any crystal or ice crystal. This is when she was saying, can you give an example of something where order is created without intelligence? And yes, none of us were quick enough, as Bethos was, to say, crystals. Crystallization is exactly that. Perfect order created, no design needed. And Barbara Wren is a nutty old hen. Gotta love that. Thank you for the super chat. Caller needs to watch Evolution on BBC iPlayer with Chris Packham. Great show, John. I've seen this trailed. I have seen this, and I am going to be watching it because I saw it. It came across my BBC iPlayer thing of the other things you might like. I'm definitely going to be getting some of that. I'm sure it's going to be fantastic. I'm all in favour of that kind of science popularising to just communicate this stuff. I know that Richard Dawkins is not flavour of the month these days. I know there's all sorts of things about him, reasons why people don't like him and concerns about Epstein, all sorts of stuff like that. But what I will say is his book, The Blind Watchmaker, is an absolute must read. For anybody who wants to just read a book that's going to leave you capable of understanding and explaining evolution, with complete clarity. That book did it for me. It landed so hard for me, that book. It's so brilliant. I think that book introduced to me the idea of the argument from personal incredulity. I think it talks about radar and the way that the way that bats use sonar, and how our own radar can never compete with how amazingly effective bat sonar is. And it talks about genetics as three-dimensional space, and it's just absolutely brilliant. As a science writer, untouchable. So I know people often don't. He's not sort of in favour these days anymore for various reasons, but his science writing stands up, and I do recommend that book to everyone. It was written in 1988 or something like that. Absolutely superb. Brilliant, brilliant book. Cognitive dissonance. This was when we were speaking to football as well. This caller is the Dunning-Kruger effect personified. She was indeed, as are many of our guests, of course. And Fliberty Giblets, hopefully she's the kind of engineer that just drives a train. Oh, stolen from the live chat. Sorry, I can't remember who said it. That's harsh, but fair. Again, I have much more patience for people who are just really, really obviously lacking in education. But if someone's going to come in and say that they are an engineer, they have an engineering degree, and then they're so completely clueless about basic science, but they're choosing to discuss it and promote that level of ignorance, I don't really think there's an excuse for that. I think it's pretty shocking. Dr. Fudge, sometimes I dream about cheese. This was said in response to God is real, talking about the evidence being dreams, or rather saying that claims about God should be immune from scrutiny in the same way that somebody's claims about having dreamt something should be immune from scrutiny. But were it the case that somebody's claims about God were limited to the contents of their own mind, I would grant such a permission. And Magic Rectangle, God, some of these names are awesome. God is real is the worst caller I've heard since the caller immediately before. Very, very good indeed. I love that. That is excellent. And also true. And Unashamed Apostate, oh, to have the confidence of a mediocre, uneducated Christian. Ooh, that's sore. But also fair. These are all still talking about while God is real, of course, was on. I'm so glad that I've tweaked my system now so that I could see when we read a super chat a little bit later exactly who was being spoken about then, because I always used to feel bad. People would send really, really great, smart, witty, funny comments relating to a particular conversation we might have had, a little while back. And I was like, oh, who was in when they sent this? And I wasn't sure how to kind of attribute it. And Ectofool said, therapy is real and you should consider it, caller. Also fair. These are all still about God is real. And Bethel said, if the Bible proves God's, so the Quran. Completely agree. If you're going to have that standard of evidence that you can look at what a book says, and on the basis of what the book says, we should start updating our ideas about reality, then you have to apply that standard fairly. You can't just have it only for the book you like and ignore it for all the books that say similar types of things that you personally don't like. That's just silly, isn't it? And Bethos also said, if God is real, he created shouting nonsense debater. True. Not one of his better inventions, I would say. And Buzz says, I was the 25S AIT company commander, 21 to 23. That's for you, Sean.
Oh, 25 Sierra AIT that's crazy. That's what a coincidence. 25 Sierra is just an MOS code, military occupational specialty at your job. They are, I don't know if I'm getting the title verbatim correct, but they're basically satellite operators and maintainers. So I often bring that up when people don't believe outer space exists, because then they inevitably don't believe satellites exist. Then it's like, okay, so we're sending all these young men and women to this school after basic training to learn about something that doesn't actually exist so that they can have entire careers surrounding something that doesn't actually exist, to where they're actually employing these things into use, into battle spaces, a thing that doesn't actually exist. It's like beyond absurd. And I've actually heard people say they send them to like something akin to a Hollywood studio, the most, it's just mind-boggling. Like, people can't believe this for real.
Wow. Okay, well, we do have a guest in the queue. This is Eker BP. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Eker BP. Well, who knows? how it's said, but they have now just dropped out. So we did have them in the queue, and now they vanished. So that was delightful while it lasted. I wish I could have introduced you to eKirbyP, but now I'm not going to be able to. So I will continue to read messages until we get a guest. At the moment, both call queues are empty. So if you're wanting to... hang on. There we go. Yeah, if you're wanting to come in and have a chat with Sean or with me or with both of us, then now is your moment. The queues are empty. God is waiting for you to defend him, to prove that he exists, or at least to provide some evidence that we would think that he does. We don't have much these days, and I'm sure he's very keen for you to step up. If you're a Muslim or a Christian or some other type of believer, God's watching you right now. If you're watching this, he's watching you not step up and represent. He's not going to be very happy with you. So come on up. The queues are empty. If you come up now, you'll come straight in. Next super chat is from the wonderful Tim Davidson. This is Connor. What is the shape of the Earth? I wonder what Connor would have said to that. I do wonder what Connor would have said to that. We'll never know, of course. We'll never know. I felt that Connor was someone we needed to be a little bit gentle with as well, for various reasons. And Jason Gleason says, Jesus fulfilled Deuteronomy 18:20. That is true, and also harsh. Deuteronomy 18:20 warns that there'll be false prophets and people who come claiming to be the Messiah, but not being the Messiah. And Jesus fulfills that prophecy perfectly. Good call, Jason. Absolutely right. And Bab says you should get an MGM lion roar on your soundboard. Oh, I should, shouldn't I? One of the things I also should do, and I keep on meaning to do it, is search through the live to just find Reckless and find her declarations of the show. It's the John and Sean show. Fuck yeah, and all of that. I got to get that.
It's the effing Sean.
It's
John
the
and Sean show.
It's the effing John and Sean show. Like only she can do it. And it is in there in the recordings. I just need to find the stream that she was on and get that happening. Okay, well, we do have, we've got an I just want to say hi, but we are still being strict about maintaining the rules, even when it's quiet, because it's just unfair to the people who wanted to come up and say hi, who didn't. So if we start saying, well, we'll let friends in to come and have a hangout and chat when it's a bit quiet, it just gives the appearance of unfairness. So if you are wanting to actually have a debate with us, then please come on up. But if it really is a want to say hi, then please come and say hi to us this Friday, because we're going to be doing the Friday after hours show on Friday. Funny how that works. From 5 p.m. Eastern, that's 10 p.m. UK. And on that show, if anyone doesn't know, that is explicitly a non-debate show in which we invite anyone to come up and talk to us about anything. Ask us absolutely anything. You can ask me about not being religious, or you can ask me about music stuff, or you can ask Sean about things to do with him and his life. It doesn't. I'm not presuming for you, Sean, that you are willing to talk about these things, but anyone can ask us anything, talk about anything, give us your pet theories, talk about anything you want. And what we do is we basically just relocate all the off-topic conversations that used to drag the stream down because people were getting whiplash from it being a kind of brutal pre-sup debate one moment and then listening to someone crying about their something or other the next moment. And it was just made it a little bit too muddled. We thought, let's take all of that stuff and put it in its own show. And we absolutely love it. What I would say is, like, if you're wanting to join on Friday, get in early, because that queue, at one point I had 16 people in the call queue.
Jeez.
Last Friday. It's quite interesting. The audience on those shows is much smaller, but the engagement level is much higher. So people are wanting to come in and speak and say their thing and ask their things. But the audience for that type of content, it's going to be smaller, isn't it? Because everyone likes the debates. I do too. If I'm watching someone else's stream and it starts getting to conversations about someone wildly agreeing with them, I skip on as well. It's not as interesting. But that said, that's what the Friday show is about. The call queues are still currently empty, though, so let's see what happens. And Pagan Footsteps said, No one ever mentions the first page of the Bible. Starts once upon a time, and the end page is everyone dies in the end. Standard fairy tale. True, that is kind of true, right? You got once upon a time and then Revelation at the end. It's not a good look. It's pretty grim. Pretty grim. And mediocre thoughts. Hi, John. Great channel. Thought. An all-knowing entity can't be a thinking agent because thinking entails not knowing something. Am I correct? I'm not sure.
I don't think so. Yeah. I could think about things that I know. Certainly learning, it wouldn't be able to learn anything, or it wouldn't be able to ponder things that it doesn't know. There's certain aspects of thinking it wouldn't be able to do, but there's certainly aspects of thinking it could do.
Yeah. And I mean, one thing I would say is there are points, I know Justin's spoken about this too, there are points where Jesus shows that he doesn't know stuff. So like he says, even he doesn't know the place or the time, meaning of his second coming. And there are definitely points in the Bible where either Jesus or Yahweh behave as if they don't know things. So Jesus saying that, Yahweh knowing things, not knowing things, that creates some tension with some of the claims that are made. So it creates two different types of tensions. One is if you think God is all-knowing, that's obviously hard to reconcile. The other is that if you believe in the Trinity and you think that Jesus is fully God, and to believe in the Trinity, you're obligated to believe that Jesus isn't just partly God. Jesus isn't part of God. God isn't made up of these different things. That Jesus and the Father and the Spirit are all fully God. Otherwise, you're engaging in partialism, which is a heresy. If you believe that Jesus is fully God, then that means to be fully something must mean to have all the attributes of that thing. Otherwise, you're not fully it. And so if you think that God is omniscient, that creates a real problem for Jesus claiming that there are things he doesn't know, and the passages in the Bible that say Jesus learned stuff. And even God saying, by the way, that he learned when Abraham didn't kill his own son Isaac. And God said, now I know that you're, that you fear me, or that you're a good subject, is to imply that he didn't know that before. So there's this tension between the kind of God we're being told we have to believe in and these moments in the Bible that show that quite clearly not really that way. And the God of the Old Testament is, as Jason will always say, much more kind of human. He gets into wrestling matches and has to cheat and all sorts of stuff like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the one. But I think all-knowing doesn't mean that you can't think. It might, funnily enough, place limitations on what kind of thoughts you could have. As Sean said, you couldn't wonder about things. You couldn't wonder what it's like to be something like that.
Right.
Anyway, we do have a guest in the TikTok queue, Ampro306. So we will bring them in right now and see what's going on. Coming in right now. Hey, is it Ampro or AMPro? What do you prefer?
I slapped the shit out you, bro.
I beg your pardon?
I slapped the shit out you, bro. I beat your ass.
That's lovely. So are you here for a conversation or just to make an idiot of yourself?
I beat your ass.
No, I'm sure you will. But are you here to have a
location? Let's go. Location. Let's go. Let's fight. Let's go.
Yeah. Okay.
You ducking, bro?
Yeah.
You ducking? How are you a grown man ducking a fight?
Buddy, my daddy is bigger than your daddy.
You moan when you wipe your ass, don't you? You moan when you wipe your ass, don't you?
I'm going to let you do your thing because it's mildly amusing for my audience.
When you wipe your ass, and you were ducking to fight me.
How long shall we leave this? How long shall we leave this simpleton on for? Because
you were ducking to fight me.
Yes, let's put him up. Come on, Buster.
Let's go. Send location.
Let's go.
Ampro, are you a Christian?
Let's go. Let's fight. Let's go.
Yeah. Are you a believer?
Shut up. I'm not talking to Sean over here.
You're talking to both of us.
Are you a Christian? Get that yam on your face, buddy. Get that yam off your face.
Is that a yes or no?
And then now back to you.
Let's
fight. Let's go.
It's so cute how he thinks he can come in here and dictate turns.
I
find imbeciles like this quite entertaining.
You are ducking. You're ducking.
They present a difference from the normal type of interaction. So
you're ducking. Stop ducking. Stop ducking the fight. You and you.
Take a breath. Everything's going to be okay. We understand that you're upset and that you have no emotional regulation. We understand that you have no emotional regulation, but it's going to be all right, I promise. Now, let's let the boy speak and see what he wants to say, because I think it's delightful. But before you carry on with your pathetic threats, Could you just answer the question Sean asked you? Are you a Christian?
Sean, I beat Sean's ass too.
Are you capable of answering? Are you?
Delightful. You need a haircut. You need to go to church.
Are you capable of answering a question? We all want to know if you're a Christian, and there's a really good reason why, which I'll reveal after you answer the question.
Sean, you need to go to Turkey.
You can't answer the question, can you? We're going to ask you again. If you're a complete, if you're a complete daisy, then don't answer the question. If you're terrified to answer it, don't answer. Are you a Christian?
Slap the 2010 vision up.
I'd like him to remain unmuted for a moment. So
beat your ass.
Yeah. Okay, lovely. Of course.
Both niggas have receding hairlines and you got yams on your nose, but how's that possible?
Lovely. Okay, so I'm going to imagine that you're not a Christian. So given that you're not a Christian, why are you up here arguing?
I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. That's why.
Sure, of course you are. But are you a Christian?
Well, I don't know. He's making fun of
Sean,
the receding.
Sean, hush it. Sean, hush.
He's making fun of our receding hairline. He's making fun of our receding hairline. So I'm wondering if, like, are bears going to come after him now? Is that what's going to happen?
Be quiet.
Like, that could happen.
Yam nose, be quiet. Shush.
Yeah, it could happen. It could happen. So, basically, we speak to different types of people here, Ampro. Some of them come in trying to make good arguments. Some of them come in trying to make bad arguments. And some of them are so intellectually crippled that they come in here without the ability to make arguments at all. Which type are you?
Does China still beat your ass?
Yeah, they're lovely. Are you actually capable of answering a question or just not?
I'm capable of beating your ass.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what
Okay, well, run along, little child. Back to the playground.
I'm capable of beating your...
Yeah, I'm sure we're all terrified of your capability. There we are. That was fun, wasn't it? I was really hoping he was going to say he was Christian, so I could play the lovely harp music and put the 2 Timothy verse on the screen. That would have been nice. But unfortunately, he's not a Christian. He's just a little child who wants to go on the internet and tell everyone else how big and strong he is. Well done. We're all very, very impressed. And we're all terrified about how big you are. I'll meet you behind the bike sheds after school, and we'll see what we can do about it, shall we? Well done.
The big thing in my high school was the bleachers. I'll meet you at the bleachers.
At the bleachers,
the American football stadium.
Of course, yeah. Funnily enough, the one thing I'll say about this, and, accuse me of wild speculation here, but my suspicion would be that if he were to get into a physical altercation with my good friend Sean James, I don't imagine there'd be an enormous amount of him left afterwards. Just a hunch that I have. I wouldn't make the same claim about myself.
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
I'm sure you are, Sean. But I know that if you had to stop the loving for a few moments, you'd be able to execute on that quite well. Unlike me, I've always relied on good luck and my charm and wit to get me out of those kind of situations. But I'm sure that if you were needed, if things wouldn't work out so much for our friend. Not that you are without charm and wit, of course, as well, my friend.
I would always be there for you, buddy.
I appreciate it. So AM, we'll meet you by the bleachers at 6 o'clock, and
that's right. No, 3. That's when the American schools let out, or at least it used to be. I haven't been to school in ages, 3. But yeah, 3:30. Meet at the bleachers, and word gets around, big crowds form, and that's the old way. I don't know what kids are doing these days, though.
Yeah, now who knows? Yeah, I'll get my dad on your dad or something like that. Okay, well, that was a fascinating diversion. It'll make quite an amusing clip, I suppose. There you go. I would have loved it if he just told us where he was coming from on the topic, but he just wanted to come up here and show everyone how big.
I was hoping you would egg him on and say, like, come over and make him fly all the way to London, and see if he actually.
I should have said that.
Actually comes. I thought you.
I should have given him an address in, like, I don't know, northeast London, and said, "I'll meet you there. What time suits you?"
That's right.
I should have done that. Yeah, I should have done that. Yeah. That was a miss. That was a bad miss. Bad miss on my part.
And then you never know. He might rent a car and drive on the wrong side of the road. That could happen.
It could happen. It could happen. Oh, what a fool. Okay, so Bethos said, VV made me TT. May he read a book, please? Yeah. It was pretty poor. Pretty poor. And also while VV was on, Bethos also said, VV raising my blood pressure. Thanks, Dig, for analysis. I know. It's pearls before swine or something like that. What can you do? You know, we try to offer these explanations. I try to explain it really simply. Dr. Dig tried to explain it really simply. Some people just aren't ready to give up their fairy tales. And Splificus, thank you for the super chat. I think one of the major aspects of evolution conversations is the time scale. We are talking billions of years, and that is true. And we don't have an intuitive sense of the time scale. Like, it's very, very hard to imagine what billions of years means. Like, it's very, very hard to get a sense of it. Thousands of millions of years. That's enough time for these changes to accrue so slowly at a tectonic rate, just so slowly, but still to result in huge changes after enough time has passed. So I think that's really worth saying. Well said. Thank you. And Nine Ball Junkie, you guys are killing it today. I know I couldn't do what you guys do. I'm so glad there are people like you guys that fight this fight. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Nine Ball. I really appreciate it. We enjoy doing it. I really enjoy doing it. I think people who've been following me for a while will know that I used to do this just for sport and for fun. Not online and live, but not online, but not with video. I used to do lots and lots of online debating on like Twitter and stuff like that, and it was always just entertaining fun for me to do it, and it still is. But there's an overlay now where I do this. I do this with a sense of purpose that I never used to have before I started meeting so many people whose lives are impacted by this stuff. So many people whose lives were completely destroyed by these cults and by these horrible beliefs, these horrible belief systems. That's made it personal for me in a way that it never was before. And because it's so personal for me now, I feel motivated in a way that I didn't before, and committed, and I'm all in. I'm not going to do anything else with my life now, with the time I have. If I have the option to continue to do this, this is it. So thank you for the appreciation. I appreciate it, and it's an honor to be able to be a voice for some people and helpful to others, and otherwise just make people laugh occasionally. That's fun too. And Bethos says, by the way, I do have a degree in engineering, German. Says nothing about my arguments, so I don't normally bring it up. Well, it doesn't surprise me to hear that, Bethos. You're always on point, especially when it comes to like the math stuff and stuff like that. None of us are surprised to hear that. You are very highly educated. And Barbara Wren is a nutty old hen. Again, I do love that. Just joined your membership today. Big fan. Thank you so much. Watching from Cambridgeshire, the lovely county of Cambridgeshire. I love Cambridgeshire. Cambridge is a fantastic town, beautiful university town. Love it. And thank you so much. Really, really glad to have you along. That's absolutely brilliant. Thank you. And the anti-burglar, thank you for the super chat. Apropos of nothing, I always call Deuteronomy Dude Bro Eronomy in my head. Dude Bro Ronomy in my head. And Deutero Isaiah is, of course, Dude Bro Isaiah. Of course. What else could it be? I think Deuteronomy, between Leviticus and Deuteronomy, it's hard pressed to say which is more disturbing and horrific. I think for me, Deuteronomy just takes it. There's so much depravity in there between the sort of the sexual morality laws and the idea that if a woman is sexually abused within the city but she doesn't cry out loudly enough, then she's going to get executed as well as the perpetrator because it may have been consensual, which is just so completely horrific. And the stuff about in Deuteronomy 21 about war brides and Deuteronomy 22 about the virginity test and all of this stuff, it's just disgusting. It's such a horrific thing. I don't know how anyone can get through that book and want to read any further. I really don't. Who gets to the end of Deuteronomy and is like, yeah, this is my God. This is a bit of me. This is what I'm all about. This reflects my values. I like this guy. This guy's cool. Good to know this guy is humanitarian and compassionate in his lawmaking. You cannot do it. So to me, it's a miracle that anyone gets further in the Bible without putting it in the bin, frankly. Absolutely horrific. But I like the malapropisms there are entertaining. Thank you so much. And Bethos said, knowing everything equals no thinking. Never thought about that. But thinking about it, it is right. If I already know, I don't need to think it. But I still think you can dwell upon things that you know already. Not all thinking is the acquisition of knowledge. So, for example, I'm thinking right now about my son, and I know about him. I'm not learning anything new about him while I think about him. I'm just thinking about him and considering him. I'm imagining what he looks like and how wonderful he is. And I'm not actually learning anything new. I'm just contemplating something. So I'm not sure about the no thinking thing, but maybe there's a perspective on that hasn't occurred to Sean and hasn't occurred to me, and I might sit up in the middle of the night. I hadn't thought about it like that. That could happen. It's happened before. Nice. I get shower thoughts in the middle of the night. I have to get up and write them down in case I forget them, because I used to do that thing of going, I'll definitely remember this when I wake up, and then there are two things that can happen. One is bad and one is really bad. The bad one is you forget and you just never think about it again. The much worse one is you remember that there was something you told yourself you were going to remember, but you can't remember what it is. That is the unscratchable itch, my friends.
Keeps you up at night, like you can't sleep now.
That thing when you negotiated with yourself and you said, we've all done it, I could write this down, but I'm going to remember it. And then you don't remember it, but you remembered that there was something that you said you were going to remember.
Something to remember, especially if it's important. Like, oh, it was really important to me. Yeah,
it's really, really, really bad. A few years ago, I read a fantastic book by David Allen called Getting Things Done. I hate the whole self-help industry, but this book is an incredible... It's kind of lumped in with self-help stuff, but it's actually amazing. It's quite old now. It's at least 20 years old now. But Getting Things Done, or GTD in the productivity space, is a brilliant, brilliant book. And the thing that he says is don't ever use your brain for remembering stuff. Use your brain for creativity and having thoughts and being creative and inventive and doing things. Don't rely on your brain for remembering, because you just clutter your brain up with things that you have to remember. I must remember to do this. I must remember to stop on the way home and get that. I must remember this week to do this. And that thing we have of we rely on ourselves to remember stuff, and then we start filling our brains up with nonsense, which is just cluttering up our brains. Whereas if you just put it into a system you trust, it could be a computer thing or a notepad or a book or whatever your thing is, low tech, high tech, it doesn't matter. You just get it out of your brains. So now that's why if I have a thought like that in the middle of the night, I'll write it down, because I don't want to put the burden on myself to remember stuff. So yeah, David Allen, Getting Things Done, amazing book, life-changing, in fact.
Okay.
Okay, moving on. We still have no callers. It's a bit weird. The Tuesday stream is strange. Sometimes it gets super busy, and then we have these quiet periods, and then it starts to get really busy again. So there's a little bit of a quiet period while we hang out. And I remember, I think it was like this either last Tuesday or the Tuesday before, and then it got super hectic after that. We had a little lull of an hour or so where it got a little bit quiet, and then it all jumped off. The Pendrake says, people would always tell me God is testing us, and I never understood why an omniscient God would need to test me. Doesn't he know how I do? This is true. An all-knowing being doesn't do tests. Tests, by definition, are done by beings who require more information, thus the requirement to do a test. So all-knowing beings don't do tests. God is not testing us. That is complete gibberish. Well said. And Tim, thank you, Tim, says, AM Pro, Tower of London tomorrow noon. Exactly what we were saying. I really missed a trick then. I should have said it. And I wonder what he would have done if we had actually given a location.
He wouldn't have shown up. 100% he would not have shown up, especially someplace like London.
Yeah, no, but I don't mean flown over. I mean, if I'd said, what state are you in? I'll be there tomorrow. Name the place. And like,
oh, yeah.
You know, you got to wonder. But you know, what a wonderful role model for everyone else. What a wonderful demonstration of humanity.
Yeah.
Okay, we do seem to have a guest, so we will bring in AAR. Bringing in R right now. I don't know how to say things like this. How do we pronounce your name? Is it R or R?
It is R. It's the first one.
R. Okay, well, welcome in, R. Very nice to see you. Thank you for joining us. Prove God. I'll wait.
There is this argument that I thought I discovered myself, but apparently C.K. Lewis said it, and maybe you heard it before. It's the argument from desire. Did you hear about that one before?
From desire.
I don't think I've heard that one.
Lay
I'm
it on
excited.
us. Yeah, lay it on us.
Yeah,
I desire to hear this argument.
And that's nice. The argument goes as follow: we always desire something, and we get what we desire. We desire something else. So that simply there is a hole in us that is never filled. When we fill it with something, it's never filled. We desire something else. So there must be something extraordinary or something beyond this world that can fill it.
Okay, so, I hear you. I hear you. So let me try and repeat the argument back to you, and then you can tell me if I've got it correctly. So you're saying that when we desire things, even if we get them, we still desire something else. So I say I desire some new shoes. I get my new shoes, but I don't feel fulfilled. So I say, oh, now I desire a new coat. I get my new coat, but I still don't feel desired. And this process of wanting things and remaining unfulfilled continues. So there must be something out there which could fulfill our desire, but which we can never directly access. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly. That's the argument. It's very simple.
Yeah,
I don't see how that.
Yeah, is that not just a statement about human psychology and fallibility? The fact that our psychology is set up that human beings tend to feel a bit dissatisfied with stuff. How would that ever be an argument for the existence of something that could fulfill that? Because I could get God and still feel unfulfilled. I know lots of believers who feel very unfulfilled in their lives, even though they think God is there.
So the answer would be if you find something that never fills this hole, then it's not God. So the thing that will fill this hole is God.
But what about the people who find God and still feel unfulfilled?
They didn't find it by definition. That's not God.
So you're telling all of those believers who think they have a relationship with Jesus, that he speaks to them, that he answers their prayers, all of that stuff, that they don't have God?
No,
I also don't believe or buy that any human never desires anything else. Whether they're a believer in a God or not, they don't desire milk. They don't desire anything material. I just don't buy that.
Hayev, I'm probably not pronouncing this right, in the YouTube chat has just said, no, I think this argument assumes that you only desire things that are real. Thus, if you desire God, God must be real. Is that what your argument is?
No, it's not like it's what you said. It's the desire. That's the one that I come with. So I come up with this, this argument myself, and then I put it on ChatGPT. I said, did anybody come up with this? And ChatGPT said, yes. C.S. Lewis have actually this argument, and it's called the argument from desire.
Okay.
So
I don't remember reading it in Mere Christianity, but to be fair, it was a long time ago that I read Mere Christianity, and it may be that he expressed it not within the pages of that book. I don't think this is a good argument, friend, because there are other ways of accounting for the fact that human beings feel unfulfilled. And there are some human beings that do feel fulfilled without it. It's not the case that every human being always feels unfulfilled. I know people who don't have a feeling of unfulfillment in their life. In fact, I am one. I don't feel unfulfilled.
So there's two things here. One is, do you feel an overall general sense of fulfillment? And I would say some believers do and some believers don't. Some non-believers do and some non-believers don't.
Yeah.
And then there's another one. Can a person ever be completely void of any desire for anything ever? And I would say no, universally across the board. They're going to desire going to the movies. They're going to desire spending time with a friend. They're going to desire a new pair of shoes or sex or food, or like they're going to desire. Nobody is going to be. It is part of the human condition to have some kind of desire.
Yeah,
so I think in both cases, whatever you just mean by that, I don't think is a good argument.
The reason that I come up with this argument was that I ask myself this, like I'm always wanting something new. And when I get, like there was this time I dreamed to come to Europe. Now I came to Europe. I dreamed of getting to university. I get into university. And now I'm dreaming of getting married and having children. So
yeah. Part of the human condition. It's for everybody has desires.
So, the question, am I going to be satisfied one day, not wanting anything else, that I will feel I'm full?
Are you talking? Okay, so are you asking? Are you going to have an overall sense of satisfaction, or are you asking if you can ever be in a state where you never desire anything ever? Because the second one, I'm going to say no, and if it's the first one, I'm going to say maybe.
Yeah.
Look,
Well
like,
said.
even if I want something, not from place of lack. Like for example, sometimes I eat, and I'm full. I don't want food anymore, but I eat some snacks. Like
It's called having munchies. Yeah.
Yeah, and from this, I'm eating it from place of fullness. So you know, I'm in my theory or in my opinion, when I find God, that doesn't mean I will not need anything. I will, of course, and I believe I will find him in heaven. But my dream, when I see God in heaven and I'm fulfilled, then I'm still doing other things in heaven, like for example, you know, eating and so on and so on. But I'm not doing it from place of lack. So that is my idea. But now, in my condition, I'm doing it from place of my life. For example, I go to university because I wanted recognition. I wanted people to respect me. And also from lack of knowledge. I wanted to learn more because I felt my knowledge is not enough.
Do you have God in your life right now?
And not in a full sense.
Okay. So you still desire some things sometimes.
Yes, I desire, for example, to hear his voice or to see his face.
I got you. So by your own explanation earlier, or your own claim earlier, since you still desire things, you have not found the right God. You have not found God.
Yes, I believe I didn't find God, like in the sense that I see his face. Like when I say find God, I mean, you know, seeing his face and hearing his voice.
Okay, so you're claiming that if you find God in the sense that you physically see his face, you will have no more desires.
Yes, but you know,
for anything anything ever.
It's not necessarily physical. You know, I could see him non-physical way. Seeing is
okay.
Not
all right, but you haven't done it yourself because you still have desires, right?
Yes, I didn't see his face.
I don't see how any of this logically follows. Like we have part of the human condition is we have desires universally across the board. People will desire some things sometimes. Everybody will. We know that. Therefore, there exists a God who will satiate all desires. That's just a wild claim, and I see no evidence for that, and it doesn't logically follow. It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, I don't think it's logical. It's based on common sense. Like for example, if I show you a door that have a keyhole, and I told you it necessarily must have a key. You know, it could be the case that there is no key for this door, and you know someone designed it without the key. But logical common sense will tell you, since there is a keyhole, probably there is a key. It could be not the case. Logically, it doesn't follow that you have key. But common sense.
It's as logical as saying like everybody has an itch sometimes, universally across the board. Everybody has an itch, but there's a God that exists who will satiate all itches, and so there must be a God that will make you stop itching to where you never have an itch ever again. And like it makes as much sense.
Yeah, it's not a good. It's not
at all.
Not a good argument, friend. It's really not. Like I don't know if. So can I just ask you something? Like, do you currently believe that a God exists? I know you say you haven't seen. Right. So do some self-examination and ask yourself why. Because I'm going to tell you, you don't believe that God exists because of this argument. So this argument is a waste of time. This is just a sort of intellectual game that you've been playing with yourself to come up with an argument that sounds interesting or something like that. But you believe that a God exists for a different reason. So let's explore that. Let's leave this argument aside, because this is not a good argument and it's not the reason you believe. So why do you...
maybe, you know, for everybody, like you could have opinion about the argument, but you know, I get tired from repetition. Like you know, every time I go to panel, argument for God is the cosmological argument.
Sure,
and
I understand that. And these conversations do get repetitive. I grant you that. But we also I'm really interested in what the real reasons are why someone believes. So I don't think this is really the reason why you believe, is it?
This is rare. This is rare because most people love. I'm not allowed to express myself without judgment. So if I can do that, I can tell you really why I believe in God.
Please.
So I stopped believing in God for some while in my life, and then I get very sick. I was diagnosed with schizophrenia. And with schizophrenia, you have a lot of panic attacks, heart palpitation, and so on and so on. So it gets very difficult. And I couldn't take it alone. I needed, some higher power to stand beside me. So in the beginning, I was very tempted. I was saying, this is psychological. This is, unconscious. You shouldn't fight it. You should fight it. I would get panic attack, and I would immediately go to the bathroom to clean myself. So I'm Muslim. We have this way to clean ourselves before prayer. And then I will hesitate, and they say, don't clean yourself. This is the subconscious. This is what they teach you when they're young. And I fight it, and I just couldn't fight it anymore. And I take, this cleanliness ritual, and then I go pray and do 2 rak'ah, which is, something you can do whenever you want. And then I feel immediately better. And, from these incidents, I changed slowly. So when I do that, I didn't immediately start believing in God. I was like, you know what, this is your subconscious. Just do it to feel better and so on. And I keep doing it. But, you are what you do. I do this, and,
okay. All right. So I want to say a couple of things to you. So the first is that what you're telling me is that you had a serious mental health diagnosis, and that reframing your life in a religious perspective has helped you manage your mental health problems. And if that's true, then I'm reasonably disinclined to push back too hard on them. If you're telling me that this is what helps you to manage in the face of
don't feel bitter for me. I think I am in online spaces, as you can see. I put myself out there. I think it's better for mental health to put myself out there, because I would see that everything is all right still.
Okay,
so don't feel sad on me.
Well, if that's the case,
give me the whole you want.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then I would say that you can't choose to believe something. You can't say, I'm in this place in my life right now, so I'm going to choose to find this thing convincing. What you can do is you can say, I'm in this place in my life right now, so I'm going to choose to start thinking about the world through a particular lens or perspective. I'm going to start engaging with religious rituals, or reading, or being in a particular social group, or whatever it is, like affiliating with the religion. And I'm going to see if it resonates with me, and if I find it convincing. Whether you find it convincing or not is not something you choose. It's something you discover. You discover that you find it convincing. You discover that you believe these things are true, and you have no choice in the matter. So it can never really be a choice, the actual belief itself. So what I'm asking you is, what is it that made you conclude, having done all of these things and the rituals and the stuff and all of that stuff, what is it that made you conclude that the claims of this particular religion are actually true?
As I told you, this happened gradually, so I cannot tell you there is one moment. I did so many things, so I became someone who believe. Of course, different from what I was before believing. Like, for example, I used to believe only Islam is true, but now I believe that all things, that all religions offer something good. I think someone like spiritual, not religious, will apply to me, even though I am Muslim because of my family and so on. But I don't believe Islam is the only way of saving. But but if you press me and say one thing, tell me one thing that I will tell you, trust in other people's experience. Like, for example, if someone come to me and tell me, you know what, I met God, I see his face, I hear his voice. I am now tempted to, when I was scientific minded, I would say, oh, that is heretics, that's not true. But now I would say, you know what, I go to crazy places in my schizophrenia. I saw things that I can never describe. I don't know, make sense of. Maybe they find something making sense.
So is it possible, forgive me to interrupt you, I just want to respond to what you've just said. Is it possible to be too credulous? Is it possible to not be critical enough? Should I just believe everything that anyone says to me? Or should I have some standard that leads me to say, okay, I'm going to believe claims when they look like this or have these properties, and I'm going to be doubtful or skeptical or reserve judgment when they look like this, or is your suggestion I must just believe everything that every person says to me?
No, of course not everybody. Like, you know, I meet in Clubhouse. It's in TikTok is a crazy place. I meet 3 or 4 people every day claiming that they are enlightened and say harmful things.
So then there's some mechanism that you employ to say, this I believe, this I don't believe, this I accept, this I don't accept. What is that mechanism? For example, I believe in the great sages like Buddha and Krishna and Muhammad and Jesus. I believe that they had great experience because, why their stories hold all these years, like their story doesn't disappear. There is thousands of enlightened people, if not millions, claiming to be enlightened. Some of them is stuck with human history and still are here. And, it made me believe that, okay, maybe these people have something really to offer, That's the thing. This is the thing. I trust other people's experience. When I say I trust other people's experience, I mostly mean these sages, these great thinkers, the great prophets. Yeah, it just feels to me like you don't have a very well-defined system for delineating what you're going to accept and what you're not going to accept. That's the impression I get.
Yeah, I trust logic when I couldn't define what chair is. Like one day I was trying to define what chair is and I couldn't find definition. And it was the simplest thing because I was defining what good is. And I was like, let's start with something simple. It works with mathematics, weirdly. Like if I want to define a square, I can do it. Something that's 90 angles and have 4 sides and so on. But when I come to the real world, so logic for me is a tool, and sentimentality is the most important thing. Like when I want to show people this, I tell them, imagine if I start making a logical argument for you, premise 1, premise 2, conclusion. Probably we will reach somewhere and logic will be very useful if we agree on the premises. But what if I said, I don't agree with your premise? He would say, we'll try to convince you with other argumentation. And what if I don't agree with the premise of those argumentation? We go back and he say, we will reach something that if you don't agree with me.
That's still using logic. That's still employing logic. So if somebody gives you a syllogism, you evaluate 2 things. Is it valid in structure? Meaning, do the premises lead to the conclusion? If yes, then you ask yourself another question. Are all the premises, not just 1 or 2 or whatever, are all the premises true? Do you accept them as true? If you don't, then it doesn't mean that the claim is necessarily false, but it means that that particular argument has not shown that the conclusion is true. And so that's not a problem for logic. The fact that you sometimes don't accept the premises as true, that's a feature. That's an evaluation point. You are using logic to determine whether you're going to accept or reject a conclusion. And that's a valid criteria.
Yes, but it's not something that will make everybody abound to it. Like there is no argument that I can say that everybody should accept because anybody can disagree with any.
Well, everyone can disagree. Should accept and will accept are 2 different things. I think there are some arguments that everyone should accept, but certainly everyone doesn't accept them. So it's just a matter of. So logic is objective. There's objective standards for evaluating claims. Now, there is in some aspects of, especially when you get out of deductive reasoning, there is some subjectivity in some areas, but largely the conversation is about what is logical, what is rational. You certainly don't want to throw that out, and just because if you do,
I want to go with what hidden. I was talking with this Aristotelian friend of mine, and I was telling him he was against induction, and he was saying induction is not complete and so on. And I was like, a deduction also is the same. And he was telling me, I will give you another premises until we agree on something. And I tell him, what if I go all the way down with you and never agree with any premise that you say? He say, I will start from somewhere that you can never refuse. I tell him what? He say the law of identity or the law of contradiction. He's Aristotelian. That's where he will go. And then I tell him, aha. So what about the law of identity? He say, if you refuse that A is A or the 3 is 3 or whatever, then I have nothing to say with you. We cannot talk. And I was like, and is that proof? Is that a sentimental or is a logical? And he was like, that's logical. And I said, okay, then what's the premises for the law of identity? And he was like, I don't have But it's definitely logical. But I disagree with him. It's not logical. It's sentimental. It's how we feel. I know that A is A. You know that the tree is tree. Things equal himself. We know that in our feeling. And from there, we go and build logic.
I don't consider it sentimental. Like mathematics works on deductive reasoning. It's not sentimental that 2 + 3 = 5. That's,
But the premise. But
that's
the premise,
actually proven.
But the premise that zero have every number have other succession number, that is what is on feeling. So also arithmetic have a premises that we start with, we should agree with. Like
you're taking a what do you call it? Propositional attitude, part of which is like accepting it to be true or not accepting it to be true, and you're just referring to it as a feeling, but it's not an emotion, it's a perception. If I accept a fact of reality as true, it's a perception of reality. It's not like an emotion.
Okay, if we used word, then we will lost. But what I mean is that when we both agree that A is A, when we agree the law of identity, there was no argumentation for that. There is no premise 1 or premise 2. We just accept it.
So I feel like we're kind of off track here with God belief, and
we're a million miles away.
Yeah, I was talking about this. I would bring it back. I was talking about this because our friend here, which is really a good person, thought that it's weak of me that I don't have rigid way to make my beliefs, and I'm all saying that better than logic.
I wasn't saying a rigid way, friend. I wasn't saying a rigid way. I was just saying that it seemed to me that your standard for what you accept and what you reject was not very well defined. Not that it must be rigid, just that like I can tell you exactly what mine is. It's like if good evidence is presented, if a reasoned argument is presented, and if evidence is above a threshold which is like sensible based on what's being claimed. Like if you tell me you had eggs for breakfast, I'm not going to need to see evidence of that before I accept the claim because it's a mundane claim. If you tell me you laid the eggs yourself, we're going to need to have another discussion, right? And I'm going to need to see more than just your claim, right? And so what I'm saying is that what you're telling me is like you think that every religion has some truth and something to say. It all feels a little bit kind of ill-defined, and that's why I think I'm trying to sort of get a sense of what your beliefs actually are. And I don't think any of us have really got that. And I don't think you've said anything so far which I would take as any kind of evidence or argument for the existence of any gods at all.
I give you the argument from desire, but you didn't like it, and you're entitled to not like it.
It's not so much that it's not that I don't like it. It's that we can explain desire in other ways, and therefore explaining unfulfilled human desire with reference to a deity is not parsimonious.
What about the argument of the cosmological, the first mover, the unmoved mover? You don't like that too?
There's actual problems with that. There's multiple problems with it. So just so everyone's edification, premise 1 is everything that begins to exist has a cause. Premise 2, the universe began to exist. Premise 3, the universe had a cause. Notwithstanding, the word God is nowhere in there. It's just saying the universe had a cause. That cause could not be God. So there's still more work to be done. Even if you accepted the premise, you still have the huge leaps and bounds to go from some kind of cause to that the cause was a thinking agent who created the universe. But secondly, everything that begins to exist had a cause. I'll tacitly accept that, like not strongly accept it, because things get weird in quantum mechanics. You have radiometric decay that doesn't have a good explanation. It may not be the case. But more importantly, premise 2, I definitely don't accept as true. The universe began to exist because that's not even a known entity in cosmology right now. We have the Big Bang Theory that is widely accepted, and I accept it as well across, with cosmologists, but it is not the consensus of cosmologists that the Big Bang was necessarily the beginning of the universe. It's just all the parts of the universe that we can observe was in a hot, dense state at one point, and there was a rapid expansion. It doesn't say what existed before it or for how long. There's cosmological models with an eternal universe, some with a finite universe, and it's an unknown. So premise 2 in the cosmological argument is making a claim that is currently an unknown, and it's unsubstantiated.
You know, this is what I wanted to demonstrate, that whatever argument I give you, you have all the right to disagree with the premises. You know,
Well, of course we have a right, and the discussion is, are we
that's why.
rational or irrational?
Yeah.
To, like, you know what I mean?
The issue is not one. The issue is not one of
should-
rights. The issue isn't about rights. It's about whether you think these disagreements are valid, whether you think these are reasonable objections, and if not, why not? So when you make the kalam, if you say everything that begins to exist had a cause, the universe begins to exist, therefore the universe had a cause, and Sean explains in detail why premise 1 is iffy at best and premise 2 definitely has not been demonstrated, I would then say, what do you say about that? How do you respond to these criticisms of the argument? It's not about not liking them or whether we have a right to like them. It's about whether, because if you want to be reasonable, if you want to apply critical thinking and reason and logic, you said you like logic. I love that. So if you want to be logical, then when somebody points out a weakness in your argument, if you can't address that weakness and say, well, here's why your criticism of my second premise doesn't work, then that's telling you something. And it's telling you maybe you want to abandon that argument and see if there's another one.
But, you know, we do that all the time. I give you logical argument, you disagree with the premises, I try to defend the premises. You come with, because you also have to count, you have me give evidence for why you don't believe in the theory of God. I hope you are not those of atheists who say the burden of proof is not on me.
Of course the burden of proof is not on me. We haven't made the claim. We haven't made any claims. We haven't said that. We haven't said there is no God.
How you didn't say there is no God?
No.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. If you don't say there is no God, then okay, you're true. I thought you say there is no God.
No, I've just said I've said there's no proof of any God. There's no evidence of any gods, so we're justified in withholding belief about any gods. That's different. That's different from claiming there is no God.
What about if there is evidence against God? Is there evidence against God?
There's no evidence against the fairies at the bottom of my garden. Does that mean I ought to believe they're there? That's not how epistemology works. You don't believe things until there's evidence against them. You start off in a condition of non-belief with respect to everything, and then you accept beliefs in things when they're justified by evidence, or you're persuaded by evidence. That's how it works. So don't ask someone to come up with the proof of why something isn't true. That's silly.
But you know, scientists do all that. If some scientists come and say coffee is good for you, and someone else come and say no, coffee is not good for you, so an affirmation and negation. Also, the negation guys.
Hold on. You just gave a disanalogous example. So when you say God exists, we're saying we do not believe you. We're not claiming no gods exist. In the example you gave, one scientist said coffee is good for you. The other scientist made a positive claim, coffee is bad for you. Both have the burden of proof in that case. Now, if the first hold on, let me explain the difference. Now, if instead one scientist said coffee is good for you, and the next scientist said, I don't know, that may or may not be true. Make your case, and if you provide good evidence, then I'll believe you. That's what an atheist is in this case.
Yes, I understand. You can make no claim, but you know, but the evidence of proof is not from us only. Also, the people who have
yes, it is.
It's completely from you.
What about the people who have no God theory? Why they don't?
Yeah, if I do you understand the difference between I do not believe X and I believe X is false?
Yes, I'm talking about the people who say that God doesn't exist.
Well, speak to them.
Right. That's not. You see, I talk to them. Yeah.
We're not here to speak for other people's positions. We're here to speak for our own position. And I can tell you that certain specific gods, in my view, are false. So I feel quite comfortable saying that the gods of the Greek pantheon are false. I feel quite comfortable saying the God of Abraham and Isaac, of the Bible, of the Quran, is false. I feel quite comfortable saying that. If you're asking me, if you're asking me, could there be any kind of God out there, some sort of creator? I would say, I don't know, maybe. There's zero reason to think there is one. But I couldn't make the claim that I think it's false because I have no idea.
I thought you guys are positive atheists. If you are not positive atheists, then you are in good place. I think it's very fair.
Yeah, the word you're looking for is strong atheists. Weak atheists just say I'm not convinced.
Right. It's more fair position, I guess. Closer to not affirming. Going back, I don't know if you guys could entertain me more. I don't know if you have another guest. I don't want to take more of my time.
We normally wind things up at 30 minutes, and we're at 30 minutes now, but we don't have anyone in the queue. So we'll have another few minutes, and then we'll draw it to a close, because people do get bored if the conversations go on and on and on. That does get dull. So
right,
make one last argument. Give it your best shot.
I look, giving arguments and then disagreeing with the premise and doing that. We did that already. So how about I speak from my heart and give it sentimentality for a while, and you can interact with me. If you disagree with something, just jump and say that is bullshit if you don't agree with it.
I'd rather you didn't, because no one's really interested in that. Like it's, if your own personal feelings about stuff, I'm glad that you have them, and I wish you the best with them, and I bear you no ill will at all. But I'm going to say this as respectfully as you can. I wouldn't presume that anyone would care about my personal feelings about stuff, and people will be similarly unenthusiastic about yours. So nobody really cares about that. But we're interested in the reasons why people believe things. And the thing is, when we were talking earlier about like the mechanics of the argument, so if you give premises and somebody points out that one of the premises you gave doesn't hold up, what would be the right response to that?
I tell them you have all the right to disagree with it. I don't, I can go in this, but I believe that a higher place of speaking, which is rhetoric, I believe if we speak for us in our instinct, our sentimentality, we could reach what we can reach as something that 100, reason cannot. Because, my life is not abstract. If I now tell you my journey, I am 30 years old. I start not believing in God when I was heavily, what you call indoctrinated when I was young. My father was a mufti, which is, if you know the hierarchy of Catholic, he's like Archbishop. So I was heavily, and then I go to travel outside of my country. I meet other people in Asia. I go to the Eastern Asia. I became atheist, and then I get sick, and then I became again theist. Sure. If I try to tell you that through argumentation, is not, I can never reach you. I can tell you, like, for example, sure. I can tell you of what happened to me, or argument of desire.
We understand. But for a moment, before we get far from it, let me tell you how I would have answered the question I asked you. The question I asked you is, if you're making an argument and somebody presents a substantive criticism of one of the premises of your argument, what do you do with that? And you launched into, it's not always about logic, and I would speak from the heart and my experiences. If somebody asked me that question and said, John, if you make an argument and somebody presents a substantive criticism of one of the premises of your argument, what would you do? My response would be, I would consider their criticism of my premise, and if I could come up with a sufficient rebuttal to that criticism, I would present it and provide it. And if I couldn't, I would reconsider my argument, and I would consider the fact that the argument may not work. And I have done that in the past and abandoned arguments that I realized were not effective, were not right. They were possibly not valid, meaning that the conclusion would follow from the premises, or more often than not, I realized they weren't sound, meaning that they were correct in structure, but my premises couldn't be relied on. Maybe they weren't definitely false, but I was thinking something was established when perhaps it wasn't. And so that's a problem with the Kalam argument, is that it presents premises as if they are established without doubt, and then joyfully celebrates the conclusion, whereas in fact those premises have not been established. And that's a major, major problem with that argument. So with respect to that one argument, I would say to you, have some thinking on it, because if you're making a deductive argument that has premises that are not established, that's poor argumentation. So just ask yourself whether that's something you want to participate in or not.
Can I ask you one question? That's really good. Can I ask you one question?
Sure.
What do you think will guide you to truth more, your heart or your reason?
Reason.
Reason 8 days a week, because we know that hearts, or emotional thinking, as we could call it, are actually the dominant factor in human cognition. We are all far more emotional and far less reasonable than we would like to think. And all the research in psychology shows that we're far more led by emotions than we are by reason. But that emotional thinking is far more likely to lead to false conclusions than the correct application of reason.
Yes, that's why, you know, most rooms like your room, they don't entertain me much, because I disagree with this completely. I think for things that matter, morality, God, the meaning of life, we should leave it to heart. But if you want to, for something very simple like going to the moon or inventing a phone or something like that, then we should use reason. But for what is count, it should be the heart. And
I would argue the opposite. I would say when the stakes are really, really high, when you're talking about morality, when you're talking about how we ought to treat each other, we're talking about the principles around which you might organize your entire life, and the stakes of getting that wrong could be enormous. They could be a totally wasted life. It could be you inadvertently acting in an immoral way, causing harm to other people without meaning to. All of this stuff. When the stakes are that high, that's when you need to use reason most of all.
Yes.
And how reason help us with solving all the trolley problems and, you know, drowning? I don't know. I don't.
We can accept that there are areas where morality and ethics get muddy and tricky and complicated and complex and messy, and there aren't clear right answers. And the way we get
that too.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, so the way you can use reason for morality. So first, you have to start with something that's not reason, your preference. Everyone's morality, from our standpoint, our point of view, is subjective. So you start with what you care about. So, for example, do you care about how actions affect the well-being of others?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a guiding principle for you? I evaluate this action is going to cause harm, or this action is going to help others. Is that an evaluation that is important to you?
Yes, of course.
Okay. You can use reason to assess, hey, if I do this action, for example, should we vaccinate children against disease? Your perception of reality is very important there. So it's important to get your perception of reality right. Then you can employ logic that if you vaccinate all these children in this region against polio, we're going to have positive outcomes from it. So it is virtuous to vaccinate children against polio, or that sort of thing. Similarly, to keep things simple, I know for a fact if I punch John in the nose, I am harming his well-being by doing that. So logically, I should avoid punching John in the nose. So there is still logic, and reason plays a role in morality as well. It's a combination of what do I actually value, and then you use logic and reason to evaluate actions and see how they align with what you value.
That is good. I we use abstraction, but the guiding, what's guide, as you said, the value, it's what doing most of the work. Like when I lost hope in using reason for morality, for example, was when a dilemma. I forget the guy name. He changed the world of moral philosophy. I have it not remembering the names. He was saying, if you don't donate all the money you have, except what makes you keeping alive, to children in Africa who are, horrible thing. I don't want to say if TikTok is problem that, are getting harmed. You understand what I mean, right? Because they are not eating. You should. And when people ask them why, like mostly we don't believe that. Mostly we have money to buy cars, to buy laptops, to buy phones, to buy new clothes. We live in luxury and we don't donate everything we have. He said, imagine if you are in front of a lake and there is, a child who is, something bad happening to him in that lake. You have to understand. Sorry, the TikTok is problematic. He says, is it moral to save him from that bad happening to him in the lake or not? Our immediate answer would be, we should. What if the child is, something bad happened to him in the lake and you do nothing? Then most of us would agree that that's immoral action. Now, logically, the two situations are equivalent. There is a child who something bad happened to him in Africa, and there is a child who something bad happened to him in front of you. One, it is morally obligatory to you, moral duty to save him, and the other is not moral duty. And the difference between them only is the space. Logic cannot sensitize for space. If I ask you why space is making this moral and this unmoral, you have no answer. You know?
Well, yeah, that just goes to show that there are both logical aspects and value aspects of morality. And I mean, we could go on all day with it, but we've been on this for a while. But
yeah,
I think we covered a lot of ground. And please come back to us again, because I think it was
Of
an
course,
interesting conversation.
I really enjoy how you are not very aggressive. Most rooms try to humiliate me when I go up. It's a really weird thing.
That's
I don't
not
know
how
what's
we.
wrong with me.
That's not how we do things here. So thank you for coming
That's
in
nice of you.
and speaking
Yeah, and
to us.
one announcement. Sorry, I want to make videos about philosophy. So it will be. I have 5 people remain to follow me. So if the audience can follow me, so I can reach 50 followers, so I can start life, will be nice of them. And thank you for giving me the space. Thank you, everybody.
I'll give you a follow myself there. So there you go.
Yeah, I'll do
very
the
much.
same. Good for you. All right, all the best. Take it easy.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay, there we go. That was R. Okay, so the call queues are still empty. It's the quiet bit. It's probably going to get pick up and get busier again soon, especially if people start finishing work and all of that good stuff. So in the meantime, I'll read a few more messages. I've got a few funny YouTube comments I can share as well. And otherwise, we'll just hang out until more guests come in. That's okay. We don't mind this. So we have Scruffy Mans said, the Trinity is separate but equal. I wonder where we got that from. And that... yeah, that was when AM Pro 306 was on offering up a fight. That was hilarious. If you missed that, by the way, if you just joined us, that was a funny call earlier on. Someone came in and just wanted to have a physical fight. It's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. And these are messages that were coming in while that chat was on. So Bethos said, Pro 306 wants to wipe John's backside. He is toilet paper. I guess so. I mean, hey, whatever gets him through the day, I suppose. And Serial Dude said, that bear joke gets $1.99. Haha, good show, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, Sean nailed the bear joke, of course. Having a go at us about receding hairlines. Hey, it's life. Happens to the best of us. AM Pro coveted John's backside, forbidden by the 10 Commandments. I know. And I'm told it's like quite firm and round and nice. I'm told to have a nice one. So perhaps he's into it. I don't mind. That's fine. I'm honoured. I'm honoured that he would be thinking about me in that way. AM Pro. If you're still listening, you look really nice in those shorts. And Bab said, voice of thunder seldom strike like lightning. Very nicely said. I reckon he would probably cry and run away if anyone actually... It's very easy to go online and at the tough guy. He would probably crap his pants if anyone actually took him up on it. And Mike61482, are you going to do an audiobook for Unconvinced? I actually am going to do the audiobook for Unconvinced, and I plan to start recording it in August. So I'm going to be away from the 21st of July till the 4th of August, at which point I will be returning back here and commence work on the audiobook of the book. So yes, I absolutely am. I want to get it done sooner rather than later because although the book's not out till November, it would be good if we can get some pre-orders on the audiobook, and they won't do that until it actually exists on Audible. So it is in the calendar to get it done in the short period of time, the next few weeks after I get back from being away. So yeah, but thank you for asking, Mike. I'm really looking forward to reading it, although I don't much like the guy who wrote it. And Bethos said, I used thinking as in reasoning, not just remember. Yeah, fair enough. Again, in this context of the discussion about knowing things, I think that's fair. I think that reasoning, meaning considering stuff and coming to conclusions as a result of considering them, would probably be incompatible with full knowledge, because otherwise you'd have nothing.
I totally agree. It would,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, it would just be instant knowledge. You wouldn't have to reason through things because you already know them.
So in that sense, the claim of omniscience precluding a certain type of thinking has some validity. I think that's a good call. Good call, people. We like working through these issues in real time. Good stuff. And Perkeza, thank you so much for the support. Much appreciated. And then while R was on, Bethel said, human condition is to never be fully satisfied. This is our drive to strive. We always struggle, never complete, but get to places considered impossible before. Well said. Well said. And I think what happens is that wanting something is desiring a change of state, right? So you say, like, I want new shoes. That's a change of state from not having the new shoes to having them. Once you've had that change of state, you're going to want other changes of state. It's just kind of how we are. We are aware of the fact that life changes and things change. We don't stay in exactly the same state through our whole life. And so then you can think, well, some of the states are going to make things worse for me, and some of the states are going to make things better for me. And because we realize that every day for the rest of your life isn't going to be exactly the same, you want the change of state to be a positive one rather than a negative one. And that desiring for a positive change of state can be read as being dissatisfied. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you are in a global sense. It just means you want a positive change of state. So I think that maybe that's a helpful way of looking at it. But yeah, good call. And Shanna Bandak says, thank you so much. You guys are smiting these flimsy guests just like God wants you to do. Oh, thank you very much. We like a little bit of smiting on a Tuesday afternoon. A little bit of smiting can be good fun. At least we'd like to smite the arguments, perhaps not the actual people. We'll leave those unsmited. And then Shanna Bandak, thank you for the super chat. The Bible is full of mental illness. Even God in the book is nuts. I would completely agree with
100%.
this. I would completely agree with us. If you got like some mental health professionals to assess the personality of this individual in the Bible, they would conclude that Yahweh was a complete psychopath and Jesus was a complete narcissist, and possibly a bit of both of the others in both cases. So I totally agree. These are not aspirational characters. Sometimes I read. Go ahead.
It's not just the atrocities. Like some of it's just freaking weird. Like the law in Deuteronomy about like if two men are in a fight and the wife of one of the men grabs the other guy's genitals to help protect her husband, you shall cut off her hand. Like somebody was really concerned, like this was a major problem they were having.
Yeah.
And so like I'm going to make a law against that. And then you often bring up like him wanting to punish the Israelites by making them cook bread in poo, in human poo, and then after some
negotiation.
Yeah, a little negotiation. Okay, well, you can use cow dung instead
with
of
Ezekiel.
Human dung. That's what's wrong with you? That's just
and it's framed as a delightful concession. Oh, thank you very much. Now we only have to cook our bread over cow poo rather than human poo. Not nice.
Yeah.
Not nice.
It's just weird.
Yeah, completely cray in the house. And final super chat for now. Todd said, I was escorted off the golf course just now. They kept saying something about inappropriate use of the ball washer. Better you than me, friend. Good stuff. Okay. We've got 2 calls on the bingo to have a look at. Still empty call queues though. Where are all the theists at? Where are all the believers? We want to have some discussions. We want to hear some arguments. For God. Maybe we need to run God is evil and silly again, because they didn't stop that day. Sunday was crazy. Espresso Jack said, without God, life is meaningless for R. He didn't directly say it, but I understand why Jack might say that. I'm going to allow it, because he said he was like in a bad place in his life, and he started wanting to believe this stuff because it helped him, and I think we'll allow that just because. And then Gregor said, "You need faith." Did R actually say you need faith? Did he actually say it?
I don't know.
I'm not sure if he really did. Yeah, let's hold that in case we hear it from someone who actually says it, because it's such a common retort. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't had it yet. But doing all right on the bingo. We've still got some time left to go. And we do apparently have a guest in the TikTok queue. So we're going to get in, it looks like Car Bismarck in. Hey, Car Bismarck. Hello.
Hey.
How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, we're good, thanks. Welcome in. Welcome
Doing
in.
well.
Thank you for joining us. So, obviously, the prompt is fairly straightforward. I'll just qualify it by saying we don't necessarily demand proof, but just some evidence, some reasonable argument would be good enough for us.
Sure. Well, I guess if you don't mind, I hate to do this, but you have proof that God doesn't exist?
No. And neither is it a claim we're making.
Okay, so, but you want it to be on me to prove that God exists.
If you believe if you believe there's a God, then we want to know if there's a justification for that belief. We're not making the claim that there isn't a God, which is why there's nothing to justify on our part. We're just saying we haven't been persuaded by any of the claims that people have made so far. We have found them all unpersuasive. All the evidence presented so far has been unconvincing. So if you have some convincing evidence or a good argument that justifies the belief that you hold, if indeed you hold one, then we'd like to know what it is.
Well, I believe in God. I've seen some things, and to be honest with you, we're both on the same rock. And if you don't believe in God, then so be it, mate. That's okay.
But are any of the reasons that you have for believing in God reasons that you think ought to convince another person? So, for example, if if I say like, I believe the Earth goes round the sun, and if somebody had a different belief to that, I would say the reasons I have for believing the Earth goes round the sun, if you're a reasonable agent, ought to convince you too, because I've got good evidence for it. We can explain specifically the evidence for that claim, and so if you're reasonable, I would say that evidence ought to convince you. Would you say the same thing in this case, or are your reasons so personal that they wouldn't convince another person?
Well, you want me to convince you in the supernatural when you actually grab towards the natural that we know of, and that's an impossibility. No.
So basically, first of all, belief in the supernatural is independent from being an atheist. You can be an atheist and believe in the supernatural, and some people do.
How can you do that? How can you do that?
I'm explaining that. So, for example, some people believe in ghosts, but not a god. Some people believe in karma, reincarnation, magic, sauce with astrology, or what have you. So, like, people can believe supernatural things and still be an atheist. Conversely, you can, if you believe in God as being supernatural, maybe it's not the true and reverse, but that's not the point. So the point is this: the time to believe something is when there is sufficient evidence to believe it. Right? Would you agree with that?
Well, then we don't need to have faith in our vocabulary.
Is that a yes or no?
I mean, you answer my question. We shouldn't have faith. We shouldn't have faith in the vocabulary, right? Because faith is existence in things that we believe.
I'll address that. I'll address that. I just want to know if you agree with me. The time to believe X, irrespective of whatever X is when there's sufficient evidence to believe X. If you don't agree with it, you can say no. I just would like an answer.
No, I don't agree in your premise because I don't believe you can live a life that way.
Okay, I live my life that way, but
you don't. You don't.
Okay, can you demonstrate something I believe?
Have you been to Iran or China?
No, but I have sufficient.
But you know it's kind of there, right?
Yeah, because I have sufficient evidence to believe Iran and China exist.
Okay.
Is the only evidence that they exist just having been there yourself? Is that the only evidence that would exist?
You're setting the bar. I'm just trying to see how it goes.
What's the answer to my question? Is the only evidence that China and Iran exist is having physically been there? Is that the only evidence that can be present for a place existing?
No, but I'm answering the question of you.
Okay, so you're asking about
it to my faith, right?
Yeah. So basically,
you're applying that to my faith.
Okay, so I feel like this is all a deflection. Do you have evidence that your God exists that's sufficient that should warrant rational belief? If you don't, just say you don't, and that's fine.
I said yes, I do.
Oh, okay, great. What is it? Well, yeah, please share that with us. Your best evidence, whatever it happens to be.
Well, the thing is that if I take something that is of a scientific nature, you'll dismiss it anyways, right?
Just what is the best evidence that you think should convince a rational agent?
I mean,
don't worry about like if
if I reject it, I'm not going to just say no. I'm going to articulate why I think it's not good, and we'll have a good, friendly discussion back and forth on it. But please come with your strongest that you think a rational agent should accept your claim.
Well, I don't, because you use the word rational. I use the word faith. I also believe that there are certain understandings of things that are not of our knowing, of mankind, and I allow that to predict at least my understanding that we do not know everything. You, sir, are trying to tell me that you know everything to a point that you need to be. No, you are, because you're wanting. You're wanting evidence of the opposite.
No one is saying that we know everything. This is a ridiculous mischaracterization.
Yeah, I'm making a public pronouncement right now. I do not know everything. So now that it's clear, I am not saying I know everything.
But that burden is on me, though, to know everything.
No, you don't have to know everything either. Let's start with an understanding here, right? That nobody knows everything. In fact, the reason why these conversations are interesting and valuable is precisely because we all grant that nobody knows everything. And in the space where our lack of knowledge lives, we have competing opinions. That's the wonderful thing about debate, is that they tend to focus around the areas where perhaps we don't know, and there's a difference of opinion, and then what we can do is we can present the evidence for our perspectives on the things we don't know and see how the evidence stacks up, right? This is why you and I are going to have a long argument today about whether the sun is in the sky, because we both know it is. It's a waste of time talking about it because we're in agreement and we know it's there. What we don't know is whether there's a God that put it there. Now, you might think there is, and I might think there isn't. I'm not claiming to know there isn't. I'm just saying I have no idea whether there is or not, but there's no reason to think there is. You're going to say you think there is, and your reason for thinking that there is a God who put the sun there is faith. And I'm going to say faith is a word that people use to justify beliefs they hold in the absence of evidence. And why would you want to hold a belief in the absence of evidence?
Well, I'll put it this way, okay? I'll make it very basic. Do you believe we have a full understanding of mathematics?
No.
Then how can I explain to you something that you're wanting an equation for that equals X when I don't understand it, but I've seen it, I've felt it? I don't understand how you want me to quantify that and verbalize it.
So, as we said at the beginning, your personal experiences are yours, which is why I said, do you have any arguments for God beyond just your personal experiences? Because lots of people have personal experiences. And interestingly, you might find, I don't know exactly what your theological commitments are and if you have a particular, are you part of a particular religion? Are you a Christian or some specific type of believer, or do you just have a kind of personal God?
I don't feel comfortable sharing that, honestly, because I feel like this is kind of a little hostile. That's
fine. So we're probably the least hostile atheist live you're going to ever find. But that's absolutely fine. If you don't want to share it, that's fine. Let's say, for argument's sake, you were a Christian of some sort. Well, I would say to you, how do you account for all the personal experiences of people who are Sikh or who are Hindu? Right? Do you think that the personal experiences they have would be justification for them to claim that you ought to believe in their gods? And presumably the answer to that question would be no. So you would be discounting the validity of their personal experience whilst lifting up the validity of your personal experience, and that would reveal a double standard on your part, and nobody wants to have a double standard because that's very bad. So we want to look at arguments which don't require a double standard, and that's why I said, outside of your personal experience, are there any arguments that would serve as evidence for a God that you think that we ought to believe? And then you went to faith. But faith isn't an argument. Faith is just admitting you don't have one.
No. What I would say is this. I'm not going to dictate anybody that believes in a higher being. In fact, if anything, I don't believe that I can ever tell anybody anything about what they believe in. I will say, though, that that evidence for me, like I'm trying to understand the evidence that you guys need. Do you need a picture? Do you need a recording? Do you need to see? Like what is
let me give you a really honest answer. I'll give you a really honest answer about what I need to believe in God. Ready?
Yep.
I don't know. And that's a fair answer, right? Because I don't know exactly what would convince me. But if you think a God exists, does that God want to have a relationship with me?
Yes, because the fact that you said you don't know is a pulling to at least try to figure out why they're.
Follow me. I've been doing this for many years.
Sorry.
So follow me for a moment.
Can I finish?
Well, I was building an argument here, which is being interrupted. So come back to your point afterwards. You write it down if you need to. So God knows what evidence would be required for me to have a relationship with him, and you're telling me he wants to have a relationship with me. Now, if those two things are true, if he knows what evidence is needed for me to have a relationship with him, and he wants me to have a relationship with him, do you agree that it follows deductively from that he would have provided the evidence?
So basically, it's like saying, okay, are you married?
Please answer the question I asked you. I'd love it if you did.
Well, I am. I'm making. Listen, are you married?
But you're changing the subject to whether I'm married or not. I want you to give me an answer. I asked you a very carefully worded question that has a yes or a no. So I'll ask it again. You're saying that God knows exactly what evidence I would need to know he's there, and that he wants to have a relationship with me. If those two propositions are true, does it follow deductively that he would have provided the evidence?
What is a relationship?
You tell me.
What is a relationship?
I asked you that at least at a very minimum I know he exists. Then after that I can decide whether I want to follow him, love him, adore him, kiss him, give his back a rub, all of that good stuff. But let's say at a very minimum, know that he exists. So I'll ask the question again. You've said that you've agreed that he knows exactly what evidence I would need, and you've said that he wants to have a relationship with me. If those two things are indeed true, would it follow that he would have provided this evidence?
I guess, to be honest with you, if you believe that God needs to bend to your will, then yes, of course.
It's got nothing to do with my will. I asked about God's will. Did you know? Did you hang on? Did you notice that I wasn't talking about my will? I was talking about his. That's why I said if God wants to have a relationship with me, God wanting to have a relationship with me isn't about my will. It's about his. I may not want to have one, but he's in charge. So I'll ask it again. If it's true that God wants to have a relationship with me, and that he knows what would convince me, does it follow that he would have provided that evidence, irrespective of what I want, irrespective of my will, none of that? If he wants to have a relationship with me, and he knows what evidence would convince me, does it follow that he would have provided the evidence? If you can't answer it, I'll answer it for you.
Well, to be honest with you, you said that you want to have a longing to find God, or at least to understand it. But
I never said that.
I believe in free. I believe in. Okay, well, I believe in free will, right? So I'm not going to oppress anybody or put.
It's tragic that you can't answer such a simple question. I'm going to answer it for you. If it is true, if it is true, no. I gave you seven attempts to answer this question, and you've so far failed to do so. So the simple answer is: if it is true that God knows what evidence would convince me, and he wants to have a relationship with me, if those two things are true, it does follow deductively that he would have deployed the evidence and he would get what he wants, which is to have a relationship with me. Now, the fact that we don't have a relationship, that I don't believe he's there, that I have no knowledge of his existence at all, can only be explained in a small number of ways. It can only be explained by either he wants to give me the evidence, but he doesn't know how to do it, so he's limited, or he hasn't provided it. There are no other options. Or he doesn't exist.
There's a third one, but I think you're failing to recognize it.
No, there is not a third one.
Well, there is. It's you have to seek it because for some reason you think God needs
John, did
to.
you seek it? John, did you seek it?
I did, yeah. And also, what I asked you is, does God know how to give me evidence that would convince me? That means convince me whether I was seeking it or not. It shouldn't be. Is God powerful enough to convince? Apparently, he convinced Paul, Saul of Tarsus on the road, was convinced. Right. So God is very, very powerful.
Your standard,
right?
That's your standard.
It's not my standard.
Have a miraculous.
No, it's not my standard. Remember, I told you, dude, you're bad at this. I didn't give you a standard. I said, does God know what would work? I'm not imposing my standard.
You only gave me two options. I gave you a third one.
Hang on.
The third one. Go ahead.
God, show thyself to me, or God, you do not exist. That's what you're saying, right?
This doesn't work because the third option, it falls into one of the two. So I said either God hasn't provided it because he can't, or he doesn't want to. Now, hasn't provided it because he can't contains the third option you said, which is that he tried, but I just wasn't willing or wasn't able to, which means he wasn't able. He failed. He failed in his attempt to try to give me the evidence. In other words, option number one. So what you presented as option number three was just one case of option number one. So I'll ask the question again. Which one of these two possibilities?
I'm going to say something now. I've listened. I'm going to tell you one thing, okay?
No, I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish asking the question, and you can hang up if you want to. But I'm going to finish asking the question, and then you can either answer it or not. And if you answer it, then I'll let you go on to whatever you like. So the question is: given that we have now established that if your God exists, it can logically only be the case that he either doesn't want me to know he's there, or he's incapable of letting me know he's there. Which of those possibilities do you think is true?
I reject your logic because I don't believe that's true.
Well, I mean, anyone listening to this back will realize that my logic follows deductively from the things you've said.
You're like a child. You're like a child that parents say you can't have ice cream tonight, therefore ice cream doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's delightful. Apart from the fact that it's not analogous at all to my argument. It was interesting because you agreed with me at every step of the chain, and then when it got to the logical deduction that follows inferentially from the chain, suddenly I'm like a child crying for ice cream. It's not my problem.
Because you don't want to do the work to at least try to seek out something. Instead, you want to have the Saul of Tarsus experience, or God doesn't exist?
First of all, how do you know he doesn't want to do the work? How do you know how much work he did? Second of all, it's irrelevant to it because either if God is all powerful, he can convince everybody, whether they do the work or not, that he exists. Now, if he's choosing, well, that is first of all, is that a true statement?
So basically, you're saying that God needs to show me now because I'm a child.
No. Can I clarify something? Can I clarify something?
Yes,
when I mentioned the Saul of Tarsus thing, I wasn't saying that to say that's the evidence I need. That's not the claim. Remember, I'm very careful with my words. Very careful. I was very careful not to specify the evidence I need. In fact, I said to you, I don't know what the evidence is, but God knows. So I'm not making that claim. Please don't misunderstand. Hang on. Stop. No. Stop telling me what I want. I'm telling you what I want. I'm saying I'm not making a specification. I'm not making any demands on God at all. I'm just saying that God knows more than I do. If he exists, he knows what the evidence is. I'm not really sure. I'm open-minded. I'm intellectually honest, and I'm ready. I don't know what evidence would persuade me, but if God is all-knowing and is as clever as you say he is, he would know exactly what evidence would. Now, the reason I brought up the Damascus Road thing was not to say this is what I demand. That's a childish interpretation of my words. I only brought that up as an example of the fact that God is willing, apparently sometimes, to extend himself to such events. That wasn't me claiming an entitlement to them. I was just saying it's not a limitation that God has that he can't do those kinds of things. So whatever evidence he judges would be sufficient for me, he is able to do it. That was all I was saying. Now, please continue.
No, you're saying that you have a level of requirement to have God establish himself as just. So you are actually setting the bar, right?
No,
because
I'll
tell you something. I'll tell you what. Guess what? God spoke to me today, and he told me to tell you that he exists. Is that good enough for you?
No.
Okay, so that's not good enough for you. So what is the level of expectation you need? Basically, we're talking about in a room of court, okay?
Yeah.
What is the level of understanding that you need in order for you to be not on this TikTok today
Right.
and telling people that
Sure.
God doesn't exist?
That's a fantastic question. And I would say if you want the answer, then when you watch this on YouTube, just rewind the video to about 7 minutes ago when you asked me that question before.
No, you
and
can
then
tell me now. I'm right here.
no, we don't
He
need to.
told you
Tell me
already.
right now.
We've had this conversation already. So I'm saying, if you want my
Well, I
answer,
apologize,
listen
but
listen
I'm
to the
having
one
a
I gave you
conversation
earlier.
with you.
Don't make us go through the whole agonizing logic chain again, which you'll then deny at the end like you did before. No one wants to see that. That would be brutal.
You realize you
just
just asked it.
asking
Hold
what
on. Hold on. Stop. You just asked a question that you already received the answer to.
What? To go back to YouTube and rewind?
No. He's saying earlier in the conversation he gave you a direct, extensive answer to your question, which spurred a conversation that already took place, and then you just circled back like the last 10 minutes never happened and just re-asked the same question.
Then what
again.
evidence do you need from God?
Do you remember what the answer we gave you to
It's
this
okay.
was?
Just tell me right now. It's easy for you. Go.
No, because the inner circle have actually voted you off. So before we do that, I want to just clarify whether you were listening or not, because you asked this question. It's a really good question. And I gave you an answer, and I worked really hard. I polished my answer lovingly. I rubbed it, and I cleaned it, and I made it lovely and gleaming, and I put all my heart and soul into delivering you a well thought out answer to that question. Do you remember what it was?
You have to tell me. I'm asking if it's so easy.
You weren't listening, were you? So if you weren't listening the first time, what reason is there to expect that you would listen the second time?
You started talking about how the sun and the earth operates around the sun, right? You're talking about things that need to be absolutes.
Nope. Here's what I'm going to say to you. My advice to you is, when you watch this video back, find the point a few minutes into into the conversation where you asked me that exact question. And the answer I gave you then will be the exact answer I would give you now, because I'm not going to subject the audience to hearing you blub your way through a logic chain which results inevitably in a conclusion you don't like twice. I'm going to treat the audience to it once, which we have done, and now we're going to not do that again.
Are you going to deny your audience a second answer and justification?
I'm not going to put them through having to hear you fluff it again. I just can't do it to them.
So you're not going to say what evidence you need from God.
They're demanding, end it now.
Yeah.
You're not going to answer it though.
Come back again.
Come back again. Yeah.
And what I would recommend, open a Word document when you're having these conversations, and when you ask a question, just bang it out real quick. And when someone, look, I'm forgetful too, but that was a really important moment that should have been remembered. But
it's a layup for you guys. This is so easy. Just say why you don't believe it. What do you need from God?
Well, just start type out the answers to questions so that you don't forget, because we already went over this.
Is that a reason for you guys to feel like you're doing a good faith debate?
Yeah, the good faith debate involves actually listening to the answer to your questions that someone gives. If I ask you a question, I give you the courtesy of listening to your answer such that I could repeat it back to you later on and correctly reflect your position. It feels to me like you didn't do that, and so I'm not going to go through it all again with you. I answered your question perfectly.
This is a bad look for you guys. I'm gonna be honest
with
you.
I'm sure the audience will decide whether it's a bad look. But thank you for coming in to speak to us. We appreciate it, even if you got inner circled twice. We did too. Thanks a lot. Thanks for coming up. All right. Well, there we are. Apparently, he had a hard time with Ian. I can imagine Ian probably swallowed that one without even chewing. Okay. What can I say, people? Why is that going again? Stop it. Stop it.
I don't know. Maybe there's a delay. It's a third time. They're like, didn't we tell you twice already to get him off?
Yeah, that's a very insistent inner circle. But there we are. I should probably think about increasing the threshold for the inner circle now that we have 66 members and the threshold is still on 12. I always try to keep it at roughly a quarter, so I'm maybe going to bump that up a little bit. But Pamela saying he deserved a double boot. It was pretty tough, but I think there's such an inescapable logic about this thing of of God would know what evidence it would take. I know it's like for some people go, oh God, that argument again, but you can't escape the logic. And I was very deliberate about walking him through the discussion tree. It's like, okay, well, does he know what evidence I would need? Yes, he knows. Okay, does he want to have a relationship with me? Yes, he wants to. Well, it does follow from that if those two things are true, he would have delivered the evidence, doesn't it? And the fact that he hasn't can only mean either he doesn't exist, or he exists but is incapable of giving the evidence, or he exists and doesn't want to give the evidence. There are no other options. That's it.
Yep.
None. It's inescapable.
And once you understand that and you look at the world, a seldom overlooked, or excuse me, an often overlooked thing, aspect of the way the world looks, is who God decides to give the evidence to largely is geographic. It just so happens if you happen to be born and raised into a Christian culture and into Mississippi or Samoa or like a mostly Christian area, God's suddenly going to show all these people the evidence. But if you're born and raised in a place that's with very few Christians, somewhere like Japan or Thailand or what have you, God's probably not going to show himself to you. And it just so happens to align with who happens to be born into a Christian family, who's likely in a Christian culture, in a Christian dominated geography. And it just, none of it makes sense.
Yeah. And all hail Baphomet in the chat is suggesting, speaking with Cardinal Wins about what the inner circle threshold would be, suggesting that it could be a percentage of the inner circle members who are online. The problem is I don't know that, and I have no way of knowing it because there's just literally nothing tells me this person is online, this person is watching, this inner circle member is watching. I have no way of gauging it. That would be the best way of doing it, would be to set it as a percentage of those people who were there.
Yeah.
But I have no way of doing it. I mean, one way we could potentially do it, thinking about it, but it wouldn't be necessarily watertight, is any inner circle members wanting to participate in these votes would have to signal before voting that they are there, and kind of an online sort of check-in to say, as you come in on the show, if you're inner circle member, register, tick your name in the inner circle list. That could be on a web page somewhere, and then I would actually know how many are on there. But then you'd have to remember to untick your name when you leave, and there'd have to be a sort of honesty thing about it. And some people would leave and forget, and what would happen is that figure would be unreliable. So for me, it's easier to just say, well, in my head, it's like an approximation. I get it that people often aren't here. It's obviously the case that some members don't watch every single live stream in real time. Of course, that's the case. So to me, it's like approximately a quarter. So given that the number is now reasonably high, it's higher than it was when I calibrated it last time, should probably bump that up a little bit. But hey, I don't know why it kept on going off. And for some reason, the overlay wasn't showing to our YouTube guests, to our YouTube viewers, only on TikTok. But anyway, that's fine. We still heard the delightful sound of the trumpet. I spent so much time tracking that sound down and auditioning all sorts of things, badly played trombones and bagpipes squeezing and all sorts of things to try and find the right sound. I was delighted when I found that one. It's one of my favorite compositions ever now. Right, well, that was fun. Call queue's still empty. I'm thinking that it might pick up as the evening continues, and I still have gas in the tank as we approach the 7-hour mark. I'm feeling good and having lots of fun. So we'll read a couple of messages and then see where we're at and if we get a guest. Shana Bandak says, please invite Dr. Amon Hillman to your show. He translates the Bible through his knowledge of Greek and ancient something. Well, I'm absolutely up for doing that. We're happy to get guests on sometimes. That wouldn't be a problem. I think we do a reasonable job of addressing these claims, but always happy to get experts on if they want to contribute. It would be whether that was something that Dr. Hillman would want to participate in. I am thinking about, in fact, it is going to happen, doing some non-debate content, some more non-debate content with interviews and things and stuff. That's something that I'm planning at some point. Not in a position to do it right now, but hopefully in a couple of months I will be. So there will be some other stuff coming onto the channel rather than just the debates and the lives and the clips. But for now, that's how we're rolling. But thanks for the suggestion. I appreciate it. And Tim said, a buddy said he was bi. So I said, but you don't have a girlfriend and you don't have a boyfriend. You're not bisexual. You're by yourself. Thank you very much, Tim. We of course appreciate that. And Mike Bowen said, it's a layup for you guys, says a man who just got dunked all over like Jordan from the free throw line. It didn't go well. And I did read in the comments that he'd just had a hard time with Ian. And if it went like this here, I can only imagine how it went with Ian. So perhaps he's not having a good day. If that's the case and you're still listening, we hope you have a better rest of your day. So just, give yourself some love, have a cup of tea, or a nice lie down, cuddle a cat, something like that. Do something that makes you feel nice, and the world will be good for you again, because we don't wish anyone ill. And Chip says, Amon Hillman is a fringe scholar avoid. Ooh, interesting. I've never heard of
who that is.
I've never heard of him. So interesting. Two battling perspectives there from the audience. I don't know. It's like, I don't know whether we should get people in or not. One thing I do definitely want to do, and I've been speaking about it a lot, and I know I haven't made it happen yet, and that's pretty much on me, but there is a technical reason why I haven't made it happen, is to have the LDS show. I really want to do a show where we have a couple of LDS ex-Mormons, members of the LDS Church up, and we get people to call in. We get members of who are currently LDS to call in and have these engagements, because it's one of the things when they do call, I always feel a little unprepared to deal with them, because my knowledge of the Book of Mormon and the kind of stuff of the details of LDS are a little outside of what I really know about. So I always feel a little bit unprepared. I feel comfortable speaking to them when we're talking about like general theism and the problem of evil and all of that good stuff. But I'd like to be able to meet them where they are and talk about some of the very, very obvious problems within Mormonism, least of all, or not least of all, I should say, the horrific racism problem that organization had until very recently and possibly still has. And the way to do it is to have people like Nerd and Fro on who have had experience of that. And the technical issue that's kind of stopping me doing that is I still have not figured out how to create an audio connection between guests on TikTok and guests on Video Ninja, which is the YouTube side. And I'm changing my computer in about 4 weeks, just after we get back from America, switching over from a PC for streaming to a Mac. And I'm going to be completely redoing all the audio configuration. So it doesn't make sense to try and find a solution for that right now when I'm going to be dumping it in a few weeks' time. So once I'm on the new machine, it's going to be a priority for me to fix that broken link. I know it can be done because Justin does it and other people do it. I just haven't figured out how, despite lots of trying and failing. A couple notes on the
LDS thing that you want to do. One, of course, you can have your, I guess, if you want to call them expert panel, like the members of the community or former LDS that want to participate, of course, get them to sign into video like I do. So then the conversations can all take place with wherever the guests come from, whether it's YouTube or TikTok. But also a challenge will be, we don't get a lot of LDS callers, and you could have a situation where few or possibly even no LDS callers call in. So you'll want to have ample material to have friendly back and forth conversation to fill the time, and hopefully you get LDS callers calling in. But I
have thought about that, and so my thoughts are, well, a couple of points to make there is, one, if they sign in on Video Ninja, they still won't be able to have conversations with people on TikTok, so they would have to do what you do, Sean, which is to be able to flip between the two, and not everyone is set up to do that. But then in terms of material, two things. One is that I would probably look to post invitations for people who want to talk about LDS or other defend the claims of LDS and say, look, this is not necessarily a friendly space, but if you want to evangelize, you're very welcome to come and give it to us, as it were, and subject your claims to scrutiny in those kind of spaces to see if we can get some people over, and try and trail it enough in advance to maybe on TikTok and other places that we could get some people. But if not, I still think it would be I still think it would be interesting to even just talk about it, and we could all get better educated about it, because it's pretty crazy. Yeah. It's a pretty crazy cult, and it makes absolutely ludicrous claims about the Hebrews and Jesus being in America, or some crazy business like that. Is totally bonkers to me how anyone believes it. And what I really love is the parallel of saying that Mormonism is to Christianity what the New Testament is to the Hebrew Bible, to the Torah, which is a kind of bastardization. It's to take something that existed, claim it for its own, and claim legitimacy over it. So you have all of these stories of Jesus apparently fulfilling the prophecies from this Hebrew Bible, which he does not do, singularly fails to do even one, and yet they claim that it is. And so this is why Jews can look at the Hebrew Bible, and then they can look at this dude who came along later making all of these claims and say, well, that's not the Messiah. He doesn't fulfill it. Look, the prophecy says here he had to be a king in Israel. That guy wasn't a king in Israel. And it's a sort of a kind of appropriation of the law and the myth from the Old Testament. That's what Mormonism does to all of them. It just goes, all right, you guys, we're going to have a new one, and we're going to claim that our guy and our stuff is all derived from your beliefs, and it's equally ludicrous. So you've got lots of layers there. I think it would be really fun to talk about it. Even if we didn't have any guests, it would still be interesting. And if that were the case, then maybe we'd time limit it. We're not going to spend 8 hours talking about Mormonism, right? But it might be that we say, for the first hour of the show, we're going to chat about the Mormon Church and about LDS, and we're just going to have a discussion about it. And if anyone from the church wants to call in and speak to us, they're very welcome. And if they don't, then we end it and go back to the normal stream. So that's how I imagined we might do it.
That's a good way. And if it starts taking off to where it's enjoyable and we're getting LDS callers, you can extend it. Yeah.
Exactly that. I think it's interesting. And Shanna Bandak saying Joseph Smith was an evil man and Brigham Young worse. Certainly very, very racist, like not good at all. But look, Shanna Bandak says in front of us now, I'm ex-LDS. Well, you're very, very welcome here. So when I announce this, I'll make sure I announce it with good visibility. When we start planning this thing, I will put a post on YouTube. I'll put something on TikTok. I'll reach out to everyone, and anyone who wants to come and be on the panel to talk about this as an ex-LDS would be very welcome. I will invite you all up. I would really, really welcome your input, because you guys will have a perspective that Sean and I could never have. Kim, we see you in the queue. We'll get you in just a moment. And I really, really welcome it. But Brigham Young, horrific racist, absolutely horrendous from what I gather. Buzz said, just wait till those annoying fucks inevitably knock on your door while you're napping. I know, right? we don't get many Mormons in my part of the world, but hey, I'd invite them in if they did, like I always do with the JWs, who often knock on my door.
I'm one of the few that actually likes when the times when you get the knock on the door, have you heard the good news, or people proselytizing, because it's like, oh, like, I want to have this conversation. I have this conversation for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Come on in. Let me waste a whole bunch of your time.
Oh, I love it too. I love it too. Yeah. Misinterpretations, great to see you, as always. Ammon Hillman is a crazy person, not a Bible expert. Sounds like the jury are speaking here, my friends. And then finally, Jason says, the groundlings have spoken. It appears that way. Jason. Right, let's get in Kim and see what Kim is saying. Maybe we're going to get the proof and the evidence we've been looking for all this time.
If you have a driverless car and there's a hole in the road,
hi, Kim.
How does it see it?
Are you driving, Kim?
I think this might be an accidental call. Sounds to me like this is an accidental call. So
Kim's jamming out to some music, though.
Yeah. What a shame. I thought we might get some conversation, but no, it was not to be had. So we. What? What is that? I have no idea what that is.
Wait. That's got audio to it too.
Wow. That was wild. Whoever sent that, I have no idea what that was.
I didn't know some of the animation, like, because you can send GIFs and it'll
and
be an animated GIF. But
no
that one
one
had sound.
Yeah, no one on YouTube would have seen what that was because the TikTok graphical overlays don't get ported over to the OBS feed, which feeds YouTube. So no one on the YouTube side would have seen that. Just would have heard the music. So basically, for our YouTube friends, people on TikTok can send kind of animations and like they're kind of gifts that make weird things appear, like hats and funny things, and some of them are little animations that happen on the screen. They're kind of offerings. They're very nice and fun. But that was one that had a sound to it, which is possibly what you heard, and it had writing on the screen and stuff like that. But hey, thank you. I can't see who sent that right now because my software is not telling me. But thank you for that. I was like, okay, someone's taken over the stream. What is going on? My first thought was, is this copyright? Is this going to be bad? But there we are. And Ashley says, Ian was having the same audio gifts too. It was super annoying. Yeah, that is not great. I wonder if there's a way to turn those off, purely because in the middle of talking and stuff, those sort of audio things are not great, whereas the graphics things don't interrupt the flow. I would say to whoever was kind enough to have sent that, thank you so much. And to anyone else, please send, if you're going to send these wonderful things, thank you so much for them. But ones without audio would be better, if possible, less disruptive. Bab says, Torah, A New Hope, Gospels, The Empire Strikes Back, the Quran, Return of the Jedi, the Book of Mormon, Spaceballs. Very, 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 very good. Yeah, that is absolutely superb, Babs. I love that. I don't know where you get it from, Babs. Babs always has something clever to say, and I always wish I was clever enough to have thought of it first, and I never am. But Babs, that's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely superb. Spaceballs. Yeah, I thought you were going to say Jar Jar Binks or something like that, but Spaceballs was even better. Absolutely superb. Right. Let's see. Still no guests, but that's fine. We can just hang out. Let's see if I've got some YouTube comments to share, because I have had some. I have to just make sure that my thing's going to display them right. I think it will. Okay, here's one. Is this going to display it? Yes. So this came from Warner of the People, which is probably some weird, strange use of the word warning. But brother, you are full of hubris. God opposes the proud, but gives grace to the humble. Your wisdom is but foolishness to God. But God has chosen the foolish things of the world to shame the wise, and God has chosen the weak things of the world to put to shame the things which are mighty. Repent of your wicked unbelief. You know deep down that God is real. He is a God of love and divine mercy, but he will not force you to believe in him if you do not want to. He gave us free will. We all have a choice to make: belief or unbelief, death or life, heaven or hell. Real nice eternal soul you've got there. Shame if anything were to happen to it. It's basically what he's saying. I mean, it's just drivel, isn't it? But I love these sermons, and again, they all lean into this silly idea that you can just decide to make yourself convinced of this stuff by wanting to. All right, well, if you say so, like, you know, you argued for it so convincingly, I'm just going to decide to find it convincing now.
Yeah, and also, you really do believe, but you're choosing not to believe. Which one of those are you asserting is the case? Because they cannot both be true.
Right, yeah. And also the other thing in here, which I've also noticed, this thing of like, your wisdom is foolishness to God, and God's chosen the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. That's just a cope. That's just basically saying God likes bad arguments, but God likes fallacious reasoning. Like, foolish things to me are like bad arguments, bad logic, foolish arguments, fallacious reasoning. Those are the things God's chosen. Not God is, a God of reason, God of clear thinking and purpose.
Valuing foolishness over wisdom. That's just like, really?
It's not aspirational, is it? Let's face it, it's not aspirational. Okay, here's another one from Prophet Tate. Keep telling yourself that, buddy. It's not going to change the fact that you are going to die one day. And going to hell for all eternity. A lot of people say the earth is flat. That doesn't make it true. Ironically enough, most of them are believers of the Bible who are saying so because that's what the Bible kind of says, doesn't it? The Bible clearly paints the picture of a flat world. That's why it says in the book of Job, rolled flat like clay under a seal. Like a flat thing. Rolled like, it doesn't say flat, forgive me. Rolled like clay under a seal, which happens to be flat. And so it's an unfortunate metaphor you've chosen there, or a thing to compare to. But yeah, again, more threats.
I'm not saying they don't exist, but I personally have not seen or know about a flat earther who is an atheist. I've never seen one. I'm not saying that they have to by the laws of probability and how many people in the world. There's got to be some, but I haven't seen one. If anyone knows of one or one I could talk to, I would love to have this conversation. But I literally have you known of any, John?
No, not a single one. And I would say, I don't think I've come across a single evolution denier who isn't religious either.
I can't think of any that I have as well.
Yeah.
But if anyone knows of any in the chat, if you know of any, or send a super chat, send it in the chat or whatever. Like, I genuinely want to know. Like, I want to talk to an atheist who's a flat earther. But I just don't know of any.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, pretty wild. Still waiting for a guest, but I'm sure someone will pitch up. We're that irresistible. Someone will turn up eventually. Buzz says, even Jar Jar doesn't deserve that level of disrespect. Jury's out. Jar Jar was an abomination. I was not happy about Jar Jar. I was a child of the original Star Wars stuff, and like so excited when those ones came along, and then it was like, you've done what? He's what? It's what? No.
Oh,
but anyway,
Jar Jar was so annoying.
It was very bad, very, very bad. And David says, unfortunately, Random Thoughts is just that. That whole proof was so silly as to be a waste of time. I lost brain cells just listening to it. Yeah, I mean, this obviously was earlier on in the show. In fact, Random Thoughts was our first guest, I think. It wasn't a good argument at all. It wasn't good. But then we get lots of bad arguments. We're kind of used to them around here. And Leona says, I noticed this discussion subject equals more crash outs. I think the most crash outs was Sunday. Again, Sunday was pretty much, would you agree, Sean? Sunday was the wildest live stream we've had, just in terms of the sheer number of absolute crazies who came in on Sunday. It was relentless. There was a point, it was like later on in the evening, and there was a point where it just was one after the other, and some really aggressive ones. And I realized that I made a real boo-boo on Sunday's show, which was, do you remember, Sean, the guy who came in who was making the idiotic argument that we don't care when kids die because they're just soulless apes and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
What I didn't put together then was he's actually banned. That was Angel Investor.
Oh.
That was Angel Investor, and I have a ban list, so I log the calls, and if someone comes in and they're really horrific, I flag them as banned, like don't let them up. So when they see the name again, I check it and I say, oh, okay, it's on the ban list. I'm not going to let them in. But
can you can actually ban them, right? So that your show, your lives will not appear for them. Can you not?
I probably could have banned him on TikTok, and I just didn't do that because I relied on my own system here. So I thought, well, he's banned. He's not going to come back.
Yeah.
And then of course he's just changed his name to Beyond Mathematics or something. In fact, I need to go and find him and ban him properly on, block him on TikTok, because he's an absolute imbecile. And I don't mind. I like taking robust argument. I quite like it when people come in and they're a little bit feisty. It makes the exchanges more fun in a kind of way. But if you remember, he was the guy who came on. He was getting absolutely drenched in the argument. He was just not doing well at all. So his response was, he shifted to, you'll remember this, Sean. He said, am I calling 45 African Americans stupid? Because he was saying, I was saying that I think that belief in God is unwarranted, and he shifted to, I must be racist because I'm calling 45 million African Americans stupid because they all believe in God, and which was just an attempt to try and use race to play a race card where it really, really didn't belong. And on the basis of that, I banned him, because people who do that damage the ability that we have as a collective to push back on genuine racism. We have a problem with genuine racists in the world, particularly in America. We have a problem. Racism is still a problem in America. It may be less of a problem than it was at some time. It may be more of a problem, but it's still a problem. Whatever your view is on it, it's something that needs to be taken account of, and it's not something we can tolerate. But our ability to combat racism is eroded when people come in and cry wolf and accuse people who clearly are not expressing racist views of racism. That creates a culture of skepticism about accusations of real racism. And so because of that, I thought I can't platform him again because that's just not acceptable. So I banned him. But yeah, he just got around the ban by reinventing himself with another name. But we won't be speaking to him again. Issa has been an Inner Circle member for 4 months. Congratulations, Issa. That's absolutely awesome. I love that. And Issa is saying, Sean, I think that the guy went to Antarctica, that was a flurf, and is not anymore, had a chat with Dr. Blitz and said he was not religious. I can't remember his name now, but I can check later. Sean,
okay.
I think.
I'll look into that. Yeah, he's easy to look up. If that person is talking about, the group that went to Antarctica and then live streamed that the sun stayed up for 24 hours, and then the whole Flurf community turned against them. They're in on it now, and it turned into this whole thing. One of them, I think he's the only one. I don't know for sure. I don't want to tell the story wrong, but at minimum, one of them changed his, he is no longer a flat earther.
Right.
So he'll be easy to look up, and if he's an atheist, then that's certainly a prominent example that I wasn't aware of.
Right. Yeah. It happens. I mean, you do get, hey, look, you get whack jobs in any idea. Get people who believe in all sorts of weird ideas. But it's certainly the case that most people we come across in these online debate spaces, if they're flat earthy, then it comes with a load of other crazy as well, and quite often that's biblical literalism, and they believe in a firmament and all of that silly stuff too. Pretty wild. And then another disagreement with our earlier. This is all breaking out. A fight is breaking out in the chat here. Hillman is a genius. Do not be afraid to have him on the show. Interesting. So
we just got to talk to this guy now. Everyone's don't have him on, have him on.
Yeah, some people saying have him on. Some people saying don't have him on.
Who is this guy? Do you know, John?
He apparently translates.
Everyone's talking about him.
He's a scholar, translates the Bible from the original languages, and has some perspective on it. And some think that he's fringe, and some apparently that he's worth listening to.
Is he a Christian? Is he an atheist?
I have no idea. Yeah.
All right, I gotta look this guy up. What's his name again? Hillman.
Yeah, if you just put Dr. Hillman and Bible, you'll find it. I can't remember what the first name was. Interesting. I have absolutely no position on this matter whatsoever.
Ammon Hillman.
Ammon Hillman, right? Yeah, absolutely no idea. So you can report back to us. Andy Gambino says, "Fear a loving God's wrath. Is that a contradiction?" Yes. A loving God wouldn't need a wrath. I love my child. He's never seen my wrath. I've never need to show him my wrath, because I don't really have a wrath. But if I had one, I definitely wouldn't direct it at those I love, because what do you need to do that for? Okay, it seems like we might have a guest. Well, we do have a guest on the TikToks. On the YouTube side. Bismillah Biryani. Good name. So we will get them in. Are you researching Hillman, Sean?
Oh, I was just reading up on him.
I'll
shift my attention over to here.
We'll look into that afterwards. So let's see if I can make sure the audio is working. No microphone selected. So my guess is that the audio here. Oh, is it going to work? Maybe it's selected something. Let's see. Let's see if this works. Bismillah Biryani, are you there? Yeah, I was wondering if it might not because the audio was looking a bit iffy. Good name though.
Bismillah, is your microphone working?
No, they dropped down.
Can you hear us?
They vanished. Oh. No audio, and then they vanished. Half of the course. Okay. The upside, of course, is that obviates the need for me to type Bismillah Biryani into my call name system, which is always nice. So what did you find out about Hillman? Oh, hang on.
Sorry, not a lot initially. I just started looking at the Wikipedia page, publications, and the Chemical Muse. I don't know what that is. Hillman's trade press book. The Chemical Muse argues the psychotropic drug use was pervasive. Blah blah blah. That's not really relevant. Do I have the right one? Is it Amon Hillman?
Yeah. Amon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Classicist and author, and anyway, I'll read up on it later. I don't want to take up everyone's time on
So we have some stuff here. So Fliberty Giblet said, I don't know who Amon Hillman is. There's my vote. Good vote. That's mine too, by the way.
Yeah.
And then Chip says, hey Chip, always good to see you. Chip says, ask Justin about Amon for the scoop, which leads me to think, if Justin thinks that the chap's views are not worth taking seriously, that would be a reasonable point for me to say there's probably something to it. But I don't know. And sometimes things aren't black and white. Sometimes someone can be pretty fringe and pretty way out there and hold some positions that perhaps can't be justified, but they could be very smart and very gifted in other ways or have other interesting things to say. So who knows? But I will ask Justin about it, and maybe we'll find out. And Shana Bandak also says, if the Bible said God will gather 144k in the end days, and there are 7 billion on Earth, that lottery sucks. Absolutely, especially if you consider that the 7 billion on Earth are only right now. There have been many more billions of that have lived. I mean, I don't know what the number is for how many humans have lived on Earth across all of history, or even just since the days of old when the Bible was written. It's going to be a lot more than that, orders of magnitude more. I agree with you that lottery is not great, is it? And it sucks to not be one of the 144k, right? One of those elect. It's wild. It's really wild. Okay, I've just noticed we've got 3 calls on the bingo, which probably came in while we were speaking to Carl Bismarck. Indeed, they did. So Espresso Jack said, you need faith, which he did actually say, to be fair.
Yeah.
Good call. And Bass Clef called. Good to see you, Bass Clef. I love it when we see new names on the bingo. That means people are getting involved. I love that. Bass Clef said, it's a relationship, not a religion. I'll allow it because, hey, why not? And Espresso Jack called hardened heart. I wonder if he said hardened heart. I think he was more saying, was he saying hardened heart? Was he saying that implying that we don't get this stuff? Maybe he was implying it that we don't get this stuff because we're resistant. I think he probably
yes.
he was,
I
wasn't
think he said something. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I would give that to him.
Good one. Excellent stuff. Well, I'm getting a sense that Espresso Jack might be lining up to take it today. We have only 4 squares left on the bingo. I can see this going to a 6x6 soon. I'm going to have to do some heavyweight text reconfiguring to make sure it fits still. Eventually, we're going to end up with like a massive matrix of every apologetic argument ever made. And you're going to need an electron microscope to read the text.
What I'd say is stick to 5x5 because if I'm not mistaken, that's a proper bingo card. And then it also keeps the crash out like dead center, which
it does. Like. I could hear the gasps of horror as I suggested 6x6. It would have to be 7x7 if we iterated again.
but have another 5x5 like set up and ready with all new boxes.
That's
and
a
then
good
when
idea.
one fills up, just boom, now we're on to the next.
I love that. That's a great idea, Sean. Yeah, that's a great idea. And I do have the means to add new boxes in as I do from time to time. And so if anyone wants to send in suggestions of things they want on the bingo, let me know.
I also like having logic because you have like circular reasoning on there. I think you have argument from incredulity.
Yeah.
I would like to have one that has a whole bunch of logical fallacies so people can practice their epistemology.
That's
and
such a good
identify
idea.
this person used an argument from ignorance fallacy, and then when they come up, we can talk about the so people can learn fallacies and such. That might
I think that's a brilliant idea. That's a brilliant idea. Well, we can talk about that. We just had someone pop up into the YouTube queue and then vanish immediately. So that's a thing that happens as well. I was just about to say their name and then they disappeared again. Okay, well, let's see. What else have we got? I saw A. Butter said, how do John and Sean do these all-day long-haul lives? Well, we just sit down and start chatting and carry on until it's all done. I love it.
Wings
to me.
And bathroom breaks. Wings and bathroom breaks. And so, I don't know how John does it, but that's how I do it. I don't ever see John eating or taking bathroom breaks. It's crazy.
I was going to say I don't think I've eaten once on a live stream, but I have. I did once have a little cereal bar at the side here next to me, and I would occasionally sneak little bites of it. But I think that was a one-off. I normally don't do that. I do see Justin sometimes eating fruit on the live streams. I think maybe I should do a little bit of that.
I've seen him do that sometimes. I feel like it's bad form, but my box is like really small, so I don't feel as bad about I don't know. I just somehow. But if I'm going to go like 6, 7, 8 hours, I have to eat sometime somewhere,
Yeah. Well, I know that all I'm doing is fueling the fire of the conspiracy that actually I'm not a real human. I'm just an AI.
That's right.
There are people who have made this claim. We do have Chris R back again, who popped in a moment ago on the video queue. So we'll try and get Chris in now. I'm just looking at Chris is on an iPhone. I can activate the audio for that, and let's try this. Chris, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, excellent. Nice to have you. Thanks for coming in. We appreciate that. On video.
Yeah, I don't hear him on video.
Would you like me to turn my camera on?
No, you don't need to turn your camera on. It's absolutely fine. Sean, if you just go out and back in on video, then you will...
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
You get that. Bear with us a moment, Chris, while we get Sean out and back in. I will hang up that one, and he will come back in a moment, and then we'll pick it up. Just waiting for you, Sean. But welcome in, Chris. While we're waiting for Sean, thanks for joining us. Are you here to provide an argument for God? Because that's what we all are waiting for.
Maybe.
Okay.
Let me tell you why I'm here. And you'll have to forgive me. I'm a little bit nervous. My heart is like pounding.
Oh, don't worry. No need to be nervous. It's all good. It's just us talking with a few people listening. It's all good.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm kind of in a place, and maybe if you want to end this call, that's fine. Because I'm not necessarily in opposition to what you're talking about here. In fact, I started as a very devout Christian when I was 23 years old.
Yeah.
And I've been struggling for the last couple of years.
So Chris, let me just say to you, we have a show specially for people like you. It isn't this one today, because this is specifically a debate show, which is why it says above my head, debate stream opposition only. But you sound like exactly the kind of person we would love to speak to on the Friday show, which is this Friday from 5 p.m. Eastern, and it's called After Hours. And we literally love talking to people like you who have had a religious background, and struggling with it, or thinking about whether they are still find this stuff convincing or not, and trying to figure it out. We love having conversations like that, but it's just not the one we're going to have today. But I would say to you, I'll keep an eye out for you on Friday. The queue gets crazy on Friday. We sometimes have 16 people in the queue. But if I see you on Friday, I'll jump you up the queue, because I always feel a bit bad turning people away once they're here talking to us anyway. But it's just not what the audience are here for today. So it's a rule that I stick to. Otherwise, it's not fair. But please, if you have the time and if you would like to, come back on Friday and we'll see if we can help you process some of this stuff.
And I found you guys on YouTube, so like it would be like the same thing. Like I would just follow the link.
Exactly the same. Yeah, it will be from I don't know where you are, but it's 5 p.m. Eastern time. If you give me, I don't know if you subscribe to my channel, but if you subscribe to the channel and put the notification bell on, you'll see when I'm going live. And just come up on Friday, and exactly the same. It'll be exactly the same link, and we'll get you straight in. I'd really love to talk to you.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. And
thanks, friend.
What's your name?
I'm John. I'm John Cohen.
John. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, man.
All right, buddy. Thanks. Bye.
Yep. Bye.
All right. I hate turning people away, but again, you have to you can't have a rule that you don't apply consistently. It's just not fair to the people who then do get turned away if you then break it for others. So we're going to keep it straight. And I really hope Chris calls back, because he just sounded like a really nice guy. And I really felt for him. My heart went out to him.
Yeah.
So Chris, if you're listening, come back on Friday. I mean this as a promise. If I see your name in the queue, you're getting a jump up to the front, because we really want to talk to you. We're going to bring in Midwest on TikTok, and we'll do that right now. Hopefully. There we go. Hi, Midwest. How are you? Midwest, hello. Is it another accidental dial, we wonder?
Might be. Hello?
Feels like it, doesn't it? What a shame. Okay, well, we will say goodbye to Midwest on TikTok. That one didn't last. That's a shame. Okay, well, we remain with call queues empty. Maybe I should have allowed Chris after all, but I just feel, as much as it hurt me to turn him away, because he sounded like he could really have done with that conversation.
Yeah.
Then I feel really bad for the people who didn't get the benefit of that conversation, and they are rightfully peed off that I'm like making exceptions for some people and not for them. And it's just easier to just go, this is the debate show. We do debates here, and then we have the other show for the other stuff. So hopefully that happens, and I hope Chris is all right. Right. I did see something. Hayev said, I see a Reddit post claiming Hillman has said the ancient Hebrew language didn't exist, but is instead the greatest hoax in history. Wow. That's pretty fringe.
What?
Among other weird claims. Yeah, I mean, that would be someone making a claim like that. That's pretty out there. That's not something I would be inclined to give too much stock to, but hey, you never know. We've got our old friend Brandon in the queue, so we'll bring Brandon in. It's been a while since we spoke to Brandon. Nice to speak to Brandon again. Brandon, welcome.
Hello, John and Sean. How you doing?
Very good.
Good.
It's been
How you doing?
been a while. Been a while. How are you?
It's been a while. Things are more crowded in here these days, John. We're going through the roof with viewers. Good on you, mate.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Brandon. Hope everything is good for you.
All good, thanks.
Excellent. What do you got?
So, we could go two ways. We've had conversations before about how I build my view towards God essentially from consciousness and values. And actually, Sean made some really good points last time I spoke with you guys, talking about God, even with God in the picture. Morality is in some sense still subjective, that God doesn't get you out of that issue. And I think on reflecting, I think in the colloquial use of the words, I think you're right. If we're using objective to mean like perspective independent, then
mind independent of the
mind,
stance of a mind. Yeah. Independent
then,
of the stance of a mind. Yeah.
By that definition, it doesn't escape the idea of morality being objective or subjective, but instead of subjective. Sorry, but I do think that the idea of a God at least makes it non-arbitrary, because there's one non-contingent thing. What do you make of that?
I consider it arbitrary. So what is arbitrary is also subjective. So for example, I do not consider the well-being of creatures, thinking creatures, to be arbitrary. I care deeply about the well-being of others. And so as a result, I care about how actions affect the well-being of others. But some deity says so or has a law or a rule, I consider that arbitrary. Like if Thor declared whatever, like I don't care that it came from Thor or Shiva or Yahweh or whichever god. To me, just a proclamation from a god, I'm still going to evaluate their moral proclamations with respect to well-being to see whether I agree with it or not. So like if Yahweh gave me the order to go unalive all of the Amalekites, I'm going to say, no, that's an immoral decision you made, because I'm still assessing how the actions affect the well-being of others. And like God says so, I consider that arbitrary. And I fully recognize that if somebody's a Christian, that could be the most important thing to them, is Yahweh says like, oh, that's incredibly important to me, but it's not important to me. And so my subjective value, I put zero value on Yahweh says so, but a Christian might put their valuation to 100, like that's everything to them.
Yeah,
does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you for sure. So would you say, and this is not a got you, I'm not about to spring some argument on it if you do.
No, please.
Would you say that ultimately your moral perspectives are arbitrary as well?
It depends on what you mean by ultimately. What you mean by I don't mean to go like Jordan Peterson on you. Like, what do you mean by?
No, it's fair.
By ultimately or arbitrary. When I say arbitrary, what I mean by that is of little importance, or of like arbitrary. I sort of mean insignificant. I don't get. Basically, what I'm saying is I don't give a fuck what Shiva, Thor, Yahweh, or insert God here has to say about morality. The mere fact that they said a thing holds zero weight with me. But if you talk to me about how actions affect, like, hey, if you do this action, it might help cure cancer, or it might cause like all these people to suffer, or so, those are things I actually like. My give a fuck meter goes up. If it's like so-and-so, and I don't care if it's a god, a person, or whatever, so-and-so said so, has zero value to me. And it doesn't matter who you plug into so-and-so.
Yeah, I fully get you. That well-being is the thing that you are optimizing for in your subjective moral approach, right?
Yeah, that's all I give a crap about. And then, so oftentimes Christians or Muslims or whoever will say, well, what if someone doesn't care about well-being? Then we're going to be unable to come upon like agreements on some moral issues. But, they have the same problem, because in my case, it's not even hypothetical. I genuinely don't give a shit about insert God here. It doesn't matter which God it is, has to say about morality. I genuinely don't. So we have that problem right now, which is why when Christians say, but gay marriage is a sin, I don't give a fuck about that. What I care about is how banning gay marriage or treating them like their relationships are an abomination, how that affects the well-being of gay people and of society as a whole. That's where my give a fucks are about. So that's why, like me and a typical Christian, so there's some liberal Christians who are pro LGBTQ, but like me and a typical Christian, we're not going to agree on gay marriage, because they're going to say, but God says, and I'm going to say, but see how it affects them. and how it affects their well-being, and less children get adopted because you guys are trying to prevent them from adopting. And like now these children are stuck in the system, and I'm going to be looking at things from a well-being perspective. They're going to be looking at things from a I want to be told what to do by my God perspective, and we're just not going to agree. That's just the way reality is.
Mm-hmm. So when I say arbitrary, I mean more technically that like it could be chosen at random or could be otherwise, and there is no obligation for it to be as it is.
Do you mean, so it sounds like you're sort of leaning toward arbitrary by not objective, not like an intrinsic fact of reality. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think I'd go as far as intrinsic fact of reality. That sounds quite metaphysicsy. Like, I'm a weaker claim than that, but in that direction for sure.
Yeah. So basically, it's arbitrary in the sense that each person can decide for themselves what they value.
Okay.
Yeah. So in that sense, it is arbitrary, and that might not be ideal, but like that is the fact of reality. However,
I appreciate your integrity on that for sure.
Yeah, but also a fact of reality is the fact that we have a natural inclination toward empathy, and a fact that we have to live in shared cooperative societies. So what you're going to find is broad agreement, not universal. Some people have psychopathy, or I don't want to speak out of turn because I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist, but they might have a condition where they lack empathy or what have you, or have been conditioned toward cruelty, and that's going to happen with some people, right? But broadly, we all agree that that the well-being of thinking creatures is not arbitrary, and broadly, we're all near universally going to some degree, evaluate behaviors with respect to well-being.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I understand. And would you say that well-being as a term is obviously in reference to the kinds of beings that we are? Like if I was the kind of a biological being that didn't need water but needed to drink jet fuel, that would change the nature of well-being, right?
Well, it would just mean that, like, if drinking jet fuel was good for you and helps you live, has the same effect that me drinking water, then me providing you with a steady supply of jet fuel would be moral. Like if you were dying of thirst, I would give you jet fuel. It'd just be different physiology.
And my drinking habits would be more expensive. Yep.
That's for sure. Especially in this day and age.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Elon. So the moral framework that you have, does it provide guidance for you if we get to a point where we're able to like bioengineer our own affections and like dopaminergic motivational circuitry in our brains? Like if you could design a person or even change your own affections towards certain behaviors, does your moral framework give you a way to evaluate what things you should make yourself like or someone else like?
Are you saying if something changes the physiology of my brain to where I stop caring about well-being, does that change morality, or what do you mean? Or I didn't.
No, I'm asking particularly if, say, AI enables us to use nanobots to change our physical neurology such that we can either produce in ourselves or like produce humans that we can genetically engineer to have different preferences, whatever preferences we want, and biological well-being based on beyond what we have.
Yeah, so that's an interesting moral question, is genetic engineering, and I don't want to get too deep in the woods on that, but I would say as a humanist myself, I would favor, if you're going to genetically engineer, like gene editing for, babies being born, I would want, because I care about how people behave with respect to well-being, I just want to ensure that the humankind continues to have empathetic offspring. I would want to, before I get into like the ethics of genetic engineering myself, because I haven't had a deep think on that. I don't want to like on the fly take a moral position on that. But in the event that that's happening, I would want future generations to continue to have healthy supplies of mirror neurons, causing them to have empathy for others.
Yeah. So if someone were to utilize such technology to produce a slew of humans who were like predetermined to be super obsequious, like they have absolute like class A drug level highs of joy when they submit to the orders of someone else. You could maybe have them submit to people that look like you, for example. Would it be wrong of a person to use such technology within your moral framework?
I would, yeah, I see what you're saying. So basically, there's a moral dilemma where these people are genetically engineered to be subservient to a person, like sort of like losing their autonomy. However, they're happy about it, so their well-being is intact.
Something like that.
Okay, I think that that's a moral dilemma that I'll have to think about. One thing I can tell you is that under any moral system, whether it's divine command theory or humanism or what have you, there's always going to be complex moral dilemmas. However, the vast majority of like real world decisions are much simpler.
I agree,
you
totally.
you can come up with moral dilemmas, and you came up with an interesting one that I would want to give like sort of a think on before I answer it.
Totally. I'm not looking for a gotcha.
No.
The reason that I bring it up
fair. Go ahead.
Is only because I think it takes the moral discussion to this like slightly meta level where the arbitrariness of any particular value gets put under the microscope. And so we have to ask, if we can choose what someone does value or enjoys, what should we have them value and enjoy? And at that point, we have to appeal to some higher level value, like the next level up. Yeah.
And just immediately came to me is that if you create such beings, those people would have a higher propensity to be exploited by the person that they are following to possibly do harm on others, and that's a possible argument against it.
It could certainly be abused. Yeah,
it's complex. You can come up with moral dilemmas, but I think in sum and total, humanism is a far superior moral system than divine command theory or any other theory. I'm going to care more about humanism because I care about humans. I care about their well-being. So that should like any more. I'm just by that fact alone would causes me to value humanism over all the others.
Yeah, I hear you, and I guess that becomes an empirical question then, because obviously if God exists, then the best well-being that a person could achieve would be something like heaven that lots of gods and lots of religions are offering. And so that's just a question of what exists and what doesn't. Yeah.
But then if there's billions burning alive in eternity for all, I will gladly give up, like, if God exists and I had a choice between exists or not exists, and it's the God of classic theism, I would gladly give up my eternity of happiness in heaven if it means billions and billions and billions of people aren't burning in hell for all eternity.
You sound very much like Paul in, I can't remember which of his letters. He says that my people, he's talking about the Israelites, would be saved. I would give up my place in heaven. Yeah, I think that's morally admirable for sure.
Yeah. I appreciate.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, no, I appreciate the thought challenges, though. You gave some intelligent insights and perspectives and challenging questions.
I appreciate it. Yeah, the reason I'm bringing it up is because in some ways I want to show the soft underbelly of my worldview. If I could come to what feels like a compelling, cohesive moral worldview that doesn't require God to justify its perspective, then that cuts the legs out from my foundation for believing in God. Now, that's prior to me becoming a Christian. Like I think I'd be a deist even if I wasn't convinced of Jesus and all of that stuff.
So the thing keeping you believing in God is basically the moral argument. Is that what you're saying?
Something like that. It's that value seems to be intrinsic to what it is to be. That the nature of my consciousness is such that I am making value judgments, and I'm not sure that I can avoid that. And those value judgments, if they're arbitrary, lead to seemingly either nihilism or like destroying one's own foundations to be.
I don't think that they're. I don't see that they're intrinsic, though. I mean, it may be more desirable for like the value to be intrinsic. It might be that it's like you value these things so much they just feel like an intrinsic fact of reality. But when you evaluate it from a non-emotional standpoint, purely logical, I don't see how they are intrinsic. And also, like, how do you deal with the Euthyphro dilemma? Like, are things good because God says so, or does God say so because they're good? In either case, there's problems with it.
Yeah, in some sense, I reject the dilemma. I just don't think that answers to those kinds of questions are epistemically accessible to us.
Well, like, what makes something good? So what distinguishes? So we have X behavior. What is, if morality is objective, what is the objective criteria by which we distinguish moral from immoral behaviors?
Yeah, so I think ultimately within Christianity, we just have to say divine revelation, and we're trusting the person who's giving us that information.
So feels. No, I mean, seriously, that's basically what you said. Because, like, here's the thing. There's other adjectives that describe things that are objective. Like there's subjective ones like delicious, right? Like that's a subjective adjective. But for example, bald. A head is objectively bald if, here's the criteria, it has no hair on it. Water is objectively frozen if it's in a solid state. And then what I would say, and now the question is, if morality is objective, an action is objectively immoral if, and like, what's the criteria?
So the only non-arbitrary criteria. Oh, yeah. My screen's gone black. Are you with me?
We got you.
Okay, apology. My phone's freaking out. I'm glad I'm still here. The only non-arbitrary criteria that I can think of would be a non-contingent thing. And so essentially something like God.
Okay, so God says so?
Well, at this point, before I get to Christianity, it could be like a deistic thing. It could be a non-conscious ultimate value. Yeah.
Yeah, whoever God happens to be, but from your standpoint, it would be God says so.
Or God is.
Yeah. Or God is. So a lot of Christians, and I'm not saying you're going with a Christian God necessarily, but would you say God's nature?
But I wasn't.
Okay.
I wasn't.
Yeah. So God's.
Point, yeah.
So God's nature. If it aligns with God's nature, it's good. Right? Is that your answer?
Sure.
Okay. So you answered the Euthyphro dilemma. It's good because God says so. And now you know what's coming next. You're a smart dude. If God says cutting the toes off of babies is moral, would that make it moral?
It would be the only non-arbitrary reference point that we could use.
So is that a yes?
It depends on what we mean by moral at that point. If you're defining morality by well-being, obviously not.
And that's so okay. So this is where. So first, you defined well-being in such a way to where you left yourself vulnerable to that, and obviously you seem like a nice guy. You don't like it, so you have to admit that's a big problem. However, but you're also given sort of an idiosyncratic definition of moral that won't be found in any dictionary, and that's fine, but it's not like a normative definition. You sort of defined morality as, taking your preference and then saying, I'm going to define morality in such a way. I could do the same thing, and I could, and it would be better even. I could define moral and immoral in terms that, actions by definition, if they are, I'm just going to make it a definition, I'll type it up in Merriam-Webster or whatever. Moral are behaviors that enhance the well-being of others. Immorals is an adjective that describes behaviors that harm the well-being of others. And now, by definition, I have objective morality too. I just plugged in my preference and gave it the definition. Only I don't have that problem, because under my paradigm, cutting the toes off of babies can never be good. Any atrocity, like harm, you might be able to come up with weird moral dilemmas where if you do this bad thing to this person, it ends world hunger, and there's moral dilemmas. But by and large, like, I don't have the problems that you have if I'm going to redefine morality in my way instead of your way.
Let me give you something,
I hear you.
Brandon. Let me give me something that you may not have thought about here. So I think that words, when we apply adjectives to things, they can either function as descriptors or as labels. And so if you're using a word like, let's say a word like red, and I say, this table is red, and I'm using the word as a descriptor, because we all understand what red means. We could even define it in terms of a range of frequencies of light that we all recognize as red. So when we use the word red to define an object, a table, we say the table is red, we all understand what it means. If I were to show you a green table and say this table is red, and you say, well, by what standard? By what standard? And I say, well, I define redness as being the color that this table is. You would immediately know that this was an incorrect argument, because in this instance, I wouldn't be using red as a descriptor. I'd be using it as a label. I would have stripped out its actual meaning. I would have removed the semantic content, meaning that it has light within this particular range bouncing off it, which we would recognize as red. And I'm just using the word red as a label that doesn't actually anymore have any connection to the semantic range normally associated with red. And you would recognize this as fraudulent if I described a green table as red. Let's have a look at what happens when we do the same with the word good. So we know that the word good, even if we can't define it exactly, you can imagine like one of those word clouds. We know that good has got something to do with fairness, something to do with kindness, something to do with that which would be preferable to those involved. We can argue around the margins about exactly what it means, but we also know what good isn't. We know that good isn't cutting the toes off babies for fun, right? So if we are willing to apply the word good to cutting the toes off babies when God says so, we say, well, if God says cutting the toes off babies is good, it must be good. And then we apply the word. The only way we can do that, it's a little bit like calling the green table red, is by no longer using the word good as a description of anything that would mean anything to anyone, and instead using it just as a label. So we're now just taking the word, we're emptying it of all of its actual ethical or moral content, and we're slapping it on the God as a decree, right? We're just going, right, this is good now, but it doesn't actually mean anything. And what we've actually done is we've solved the problem of morality by abolishing it. We don't have morality. We just have a label and obedience. And that's the problem with divine command theory. That's the problem with trying to use ethical language in a way that is not actually ethical, because it completely removes any of the real meaning behind the words that are concerned, and that's how they get to be used. And that's what's happening when Sean says if God says, would it be good to cut the toes off babies if God said so? And you say, well, yes, it would have to be, because that would be the only standard that isn't arbitrary. It's no longer a standard, it's just a label. And that's the problem that I think you have.
We're definitely talking about different things at that point, because what I'm trying to get at in this conversation is that extra meta level when talking about morality. And if we enter the paradigm of well-being, then I'm with you. I fully understand what you're saying, and there's absolute logical coherence, but I'm partly trying to evaluate how one comes to well-being as the standard by which morality should be defined, even linguistically, by that good should be defined, and justifies that as the reference point in a non-arbitrary way. And in searching for something that's non-arbitrary.
It's subjective, but being subjective doesn't mean it's arbitrary. It means that concepts like good and bad and ethics have to be rooted in fundamentals like human suffering and cooperation and survival. Otherwise, they really are arbitrary. And the reason why these standards are not arbitrary is because those kind of concepts, like not wanting to individually be in pain yourself and recognizing that being in pain and suffering yourself is undesirable, and so you recognize it's undesirable for others too, they're foundational. They're not arbitrary. They're not just a whim. They're not just a taste. They're fundamental. This is what ethics are about. This is why if you lived on a desert island by yourself, it wouldn't be possible for you to do something unethical, because there's no one else there to suffer by any action you do. And so we understand that ethics and morality are to do with the impact of your actions on others. And why should we care about that? It's because we recognize that sentient beings can experience suffering. And
So I think you're defining the debate to its conclusion in what you're saying there. You're saying that to talk about ethics, that's what we must talk about. And what I'm trying to do is take one step further back. And it seems like you're saying that that's an illegal move.
I think it gets you into sort of meaninglessness, because if you're trying to divorce questions of suffering from morality, what are you left with? This is why I say, if you're on a desert island by yourself, what would an immoral act look like if you were on the moon by yourself or on a desert island by yourself? What would it mean to do something immoral? What are you going to do? Punch yourself in the face? If you want to do that, you do it. You couldn't do an immoral act, because there's no one to suffer the consequences of your action. So we know that morality has got something to do with the suffering of others.
Well, that's one way we could define the language, but we could define it such that it includes that, but is not only that.
So if let's say it includes a combination of divine command theory and humanism. So both well-being and God says so is important. Now let's go to an extreme. God says cutting the toes off of babies is good. So now you have completely competing. God says so is in direct contradiction to humanism. So you have to prioritize one over the other. Which do you prioritize?
Yeah, so when we're putting both into the equation, the question then becomes, if we believe, for good reason, justified reasons, that God, though he is giving divine commands, is also working towards the well-being of all people. If
then it's
we
just
have
humanism.
good enough, yeah, and we're saying that there's a combination of both, right? That's the paradigm you put forward.
So here's the difference, though. My ethics in that case would still only be about humanism. It just happens to be that God is also a humanist in that hypothetical world. God is also a humanist and knows how to apply humanism best. I'm still purely and only a humanist. I'm just using God as a knowledge base at that point. However, if the value itself is in God says so as the intrinsic value of what's good or not good, that's the problem, because now you can have a situation where God is a sadist and, God enjoys pain for the sake of it. And if that is God's nature, then that in and of itself would have to be good. And if you're encompassing both divine command theory and humanism, what do you do if they are in opposition to each other?
Yeah. Well, if they're in opposition to each other, then one of them would have to go, wouldn't it? Because that's just
exactly
logical contradiction. Yeah.
And I choose the well-being of others over it does what it's told. That's my subjective preference.
That God does care about us and that he is prioritizing our well-being because he loves us.
Then all I care about is the well-being part, and his commands I don't give a shit about. It just so happens God's also a humanist and has the same values as me, and then maybe knows how to best apply humanism. But in the event that God is not a humanist and is sadist, would you then agree that God is bad and say, I'm not going to listen to that God?
If we're defining bad and good by well-being, then of course he's bad. Yes.
Right. But if it's divine command theory and God is a sadist, then sadism is good.
That would be the nature of things if we are defining good by moral command theory. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And so, go ahead, John. It seems like the vote's coming.
Yeah. Whenever we've got a new thing now, when we get to 30 minutes, I poll both rooms. So
it's all good. Yeah.
The vote has narrowly come in to say, please move on. So we will do that. But nice to talk to you again, as ever.
All good. A pleasure. All the best, gentlemen.
Keep well.
And was the vote close?
Yeah, it was reasonably close. Yeah. It wasn't.
It never goes their way. So the fact that it was close is actually a compliment to Brandon.
Yeah, it wasn't hugely close on the TikTok side, but it was 52% on the YouTube side. So 53%. So there we are. And I did make it clear that there is at the moment no one else in the queue, but that's fine because I just think we keep things moving along. People don't get too bogged down, but there we go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, while we wait for our next guest, let's just do this.
Yeah. I thought we had come to a point to where we've already fleshed everything out in its fullest, and
it kind of felt that way.
Progress was made. Yeah.
It kind of felt that way. Felt that way a little bit. I mean, I understand where he's coming from. He's sort of saying that how do you determine that well-being is it? But I think, well, to me that's what morality is.
Right.
And there we are. Bab said there's a Wikipedia page on Hillman. Okay, well, it seems like opinion is wildly split today about Hillman, this chap.
The guy's coming up a lot. Like a lot of people are talking about. I don't even know. I don't even know if I want to know who he is. Some of the things I've heard.
Could be the case. I'm strictly agnostic here about all of this Hillman business.
Yeah.
I have no clue. And one more skateboarder. Thank you for the super chat. I'd pay for fallacy bingo. Hail skating. I definitely love your idea. And I definitely think that maybe it's time to start dropping a few more logical fallacies onto the board, even if it means taking off some of the chestnuts. It'll be fun to spot them because let's face it, we get our fair share of them. They're in all the time, and I love the idea of doing that. So I think that's an excellent call. We'll take a look at that. Excellent work. And Andy Gambino, thank you for the super chat. When will Christians ever learn anything that rises from the dead has never turned out well for anybody? I'm thinking of Pet Sematary. Do you remember Pet Sematary? I love that. I love the book and I love the film. It was scary as all hell, and I think that's very good. Yeah, that's very good.
I'm trying to think of an exception, but the Crow. The Crow. I got an exception. The Crow.
The Crow. Fair enough. The Crow. Yeah.
The hero rose from the dead and ended up taking out the bad guys. Sorry, spoiler alert, but great movie.
He came back as a badass, didn't he? Yeah. Fair enough. But yeah, and I'm thinking now also about, all the zombies that came out of the ground in the book of Matthew. That when Jesus was crucified, the earth opened up and all the dead rose from their graves. Thank you, Jennifer, for the lovely, swirly, colourful thing. Much appreciated. And all the dead that climbed out of their graves and went wandering into town. What do you suppose happened to them? Did they stay out of their graves and then live the rest of their lives as zombies? Or did they return to their graves afterwards and climb back into the coffins and go and then go back to sleep again?
It's kind of weird. So little is said about them, because that's a big deal. Like, what, I need more of the story. Were they like, were they zombified, or were they like, do they have all their faculties? Like what happened to them?
I definitely want to know.
Did their families come and find them and, oh, I miss you so much, or freak out and run? Like, what happened? They didn't.
Can you imagine
talk about that?
Those who arrived back home to find their ex-spouses had happily remarried and getting on with it, and like, darling, I'm home, as a zombie, and actually what wifey's now married your brother or something like that. Not good. Not good. Not good. The Jesus zombies would have had to have unionized and acted in their collective interest to say, what are we going to... They would have had to have places to live that didn't mind the smell of rotting flesh.
They should make a medieval soap opera about that, or like a telenovela, but medieval times, and like, replaying the story, and then the zombified husband comes home.
Definitely.
And she's shacked up with his best friend. Oh my God. I want to hear it. I'm there for it. I gotta watch that.
I'd be all over that too. Yeah, absolutely. But good call, Andy. Completely agree. Zombies, never a good look. Anony says, rules you don't apply consistently. What? Like a religion? I'm not sure what that applied to. But there we are. And while we were speaking, I don't think this would not have been directed at Brandon, but while we were speaking to Brandon, Alopanote said, can you explain the Nazareth tablets? I don't think I can. It's not something that I know much about. I'm going to put my hands up and say, not sure. If that's something you want me to look into and try and read up on and figure out what to say about that, how about you, Sean? You got anything on that? The Nazareth tablets?
No, I don't. Out of my realm.
Out of above my pay grade, I'm afraid. I cannot explain the Nazareth tablets, for I'm not sure what that means. And SJL said, theists don't have morality, they have rule following. I would agree that divine command theory, this is what the point I was making about descriptors and labels, that the kind of morality you get with divine command theory isn't actually morality. It really isn't. If you say that anything God does is good, and that's the standard of good, and you define good as that which God does, then you've literally rendered the word good meaningless. It's tautological. You're saying that when you say God is good, and you say good is anything God does, you're saying God is whatever God does. And that may be delightful and lovely, but it actually contains no moral information at all. You're not making a statement of ethics anymore. You've stripped it away. And that's why I say religion solves its ethical problem or its moral problem by just abolishing morality. Don't worry about that. We're just going to call it good and pretend it's job done. Yeah. I don't think it works at all, ever. And Pagan Footsteps, Hillman, he has asserted that the ancient Hebrew language, I said this earlier, is a historical hoax, and that the Old Testament was originally composed entirely in Greek. I mean, that would be a claim. Certainly, you could see why people would call that fringe. I don't think that we have any reason to think that's true, but hey, I'm not a scholar. I have no idea. Could be true, for all I know. I have no idea. And Audio Rock Miamadeus says, Old Testament theocracy had worked, there would not have been a need for Jesus. I guess you mean if. If you satisfy the 10 Commandments, theocracies are possible. By the way, I'm an AI music producer. I am prepared to convert agents. I don't know what convert agents means, but I'm not a big fan of AI-produced music. You'll forgive me because I spent several decades learning to produce music properly. And by that, I mean I don't just type a sentence into a prompt box and have an AI regenerate other people's ideas and serve me up something I can pretend I did myself. My background in producing music involves actually sitting down with musical instruments and figuring out chords and melodies and playing them and recording other people playing them and working out arrangements and writing string lines and the real actual thing. So I'm not a big fan of this whole AI music thing. I think we're in danger of removing human beings from the creation of art, and that makes me very, very sad. But thanks for
I'm with
your
you
comment.
on that.
Yeah, I think it's very sad.
I've seen physical works of art where pencils that I enjoy realism. Pencils, and it looks like a black and white photograph. I like just the skill, like there's such an appreciation for that piece when I know that went into it. Or somebody else can like plug into AI with a nice big fancy printer and printer paper, what have you, and just print out a separate black and white piece of work that may actually be as impressive or more impressive than the other one aesthetically. But like I get so much less enjoyment out of that than knowing the skill that went into this person with charcoal or pencil or whatever oils or what have you.
Yeah, I think so. I think something really precious about the human being's ability to create stuff. And I know how hard I worked for decades to learn the trade of creating music from scratch, from nothing, to a finished record that is in the shops that people are buying. It's really hard. Like tens of thousands of hours spent working through the night and practicing and learning and studying and reading books on harmony and learning and failing and getting better, and the pain of becoming good at something and not ever being as good as you want to be. I never did. I was quite successful, but I never got to the point that I wanted to get to, and I understood the pain of not being good enough. And so the idea that someone can say that they produced music because they typed some words into a text box and some software created it for them, I'm not a big fan of that. I find it slightly horrible, and I worry about how the creation of music is going to survive if the way people create music is by just typing text into a box. I'm not a big fan of that at all. But anyway, there we go. Outside scope. And Liberty Giblet says, "Re the Crow, yeah, but the star died in real life filming it." That is true. Brandon someone, I can't remember his name. He died. We've got SCP in the queue. We'll get to SCP in a moment. But let's see. Jason said Wittgenstein would like a word about good. Exactly. Words have to have meanings. And Pastor Fairy, thank you, Pastor Fairy. Congratulations for reaching 25,000 subscribers on YouTube. I didn't know that had happened. I had a feeling it might happen today. But that's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone who's subscribed. That's a pretty big milestone for me to have reached 25k on YouTube. Funnily enough, TikTok has not yet reached that, and TikTok was the one that started growing so fast at the beginning. We'll get there in a couple of months or so on TikTok at the current rate.
Nice.
But thank you for that, and thank you to everyone who's subscribed. It means the world to me. I really, really appreciate it. That's a milestone.
Please follow John if you haven't already. If you enjoy his content, come back again. If you're not following him, please follow him. Just want to throw that out there. Help him get to 25k on TikTok.
Thank you. I appreciate that, all of you. The good thing about having the numbers up on TikTok is it helps it teaches the algorithm to push the live streams out to other people's feeds so that they see them when they're scrolling, and we get more engagement in, and that just makes them more fun. So that is brilliant. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Sean, as well. And a clarification from Audio Rock Me Amadeus says, "You may not understand how the AI music maker I make is made. I use Udio. It's made in 32-second portions. I select the clips that match my preferences. It can take hours to make. Suno is different." Fair enough. I grant that there are different levels of, if you like, autopilot. You'll forgive me for being a bit old school. I come from the tradition of sit down at a piano, write a song, get a singer in, get them to sing it, or write it with them, get real musicians to come and record real instruments in the studio and do that bit by bit and correct it lovingly and coach good performances out of artists, whether they're singers or an entire orchestra or a guitarist or a drummer, coach them through to get to use psychology and encouragement and careful guidance to get the best performances from an artist you possibly can in a recording studio, and lovingly mix it all together with an audio engineer, sit for hours and hours over a mix. Sometimes it would take 3 days to get a mix right, agonizing over whether we've got the reverb on the snare drum quite right, all of those kinds of things. People don't understand how much goes into making a record that you would just listen to. It can be weeks to make a song. And so when I hear that there are these technologies that basically take the human out of the process and then leave it for another human to iterate through bits and chunks and versions, okay, maybe the process you're talking about is a little more interactive than Suno, where you literally just put some text in and it spits out a ready-made song for you, which literally involves zero skill. I'm still not a fan, but I appreciate your clarification, and I appreciate your support of the channel. So thank you for that. Okay, let's get SCP in, and we will return to super chats after that. Let's get this all working and audio all being nice. There we go. We are on a headset, and SCP, are you there?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome back again. We seem to speak quite regularly these days, so welcome back.
Well, I appreciate you having me on, and every time I feel like I learn something, and we have a pretty cordial conversation, so thank you for that. And also congratulations on the 25,000.
Very kind, thank
you. When your book does come out, I want to get a signed copy. So I will. I really wanted to get in. I think it was at some point last week. We were having a discussion about God and evil. And as you know, I don't believe that God is omnibenevolent. But I did want to sort of have a conversation about the evil or the lack of morality in a lot of stories of the Hebrew Bible, if you'll indulge me.
Sure.
And just before I get to the argument, it's sort of, I need to ask just like a series of 2 or 3 questions that sort of lead to the argument, and I really want to get your thoughts on it. So, question 1: do we agree the Hebrew Bible was written by man and not divinely inspired?
Yeah.
Do we agree that a lot of the miracles and a lot of the stories that involve, divine action are either myth or are exacerbated to a insanely high degree?
Yes.
I would say all.
Yeah. In my view, all.
That's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, why couldn't the same be applicable to all of the genocide and horrific actions that occur in the Hebrew Bible? Because there are certainly a lot of examples of that occurs in the Hebrew Bible, but there are no historical
I hear you.
evidence for it.
Yeah.
So,
my claim is not predicated on those things actually having happened. My claim is predicated on them being presented as the will of a God who's claimed to be moral. So whether they happened or not is kind of irrelevant. So if the commandment is go and kill the Amalekites and make sure you don't forget to kill the infants and babies too, whether it was actually done or not, it still paints the picture of a very, very immoral deity. So if we were to say it didn't even happen, they never did it, it's just a myth, that's fine. But then it's painted, because remember, my backstop to all of this is I don't think any of this stuff is true. I don't believe in gods. I don't believe in any of that stuff. I'm just looking at the if you like, you could say doing a moral audit of the characters in a story. We could do that for Harry Potter, and we could say, what do we think of Professor Snape? What do we think of Dumbledore? What do we think of Voldemort? We could say this character is good, this character is not so good, this character does terrible things, this character is of low moral quality. And when we do the same moral audit of the Bible, we find that whether or not these things actually happened or not is irrelevant. This God is a complete monster.
But if we agree that the Bible was written by man and it was influenced, the description of the God is influenced by man, how do we know that that's inherently what the God at that time was, or it was just more so what was influenced by people during the Bronze Age period at that time in that part of the world?
Yeah.
Because from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, there are other sort of cultures that had deities that were equally or similarly as cruel and barbaristic compared to our morals today.
It's probably a combination of a few things going on here. So some of the myth making was probably done to provide theological justifications for actual horrific events that did happen. So there may have been some tribal genocides and slaughters and things that were, sort of retrospectively justified by reference to divine mandate, to say, yes, we wiped out these people. God told us to do it. It was a divinely, that is a thing that probably happened. And it may well be the case that some of these stories are made up out of whole cloth. I don't really know. But all I can go on is look at this document, look at this text, look at the stories that we're being told here, and say, what moral lessons can we learn from this? Well, the moral lessons we can learn are that this God appears to be completely in favor of people owning other people as property, appears to be completely in favor of the death penalty for minor transgressions, like picking up sticks on the wrong day of the week, appears to be in favor of absolutely disgusting laws with regard to the treatment of women, appears to be in favor of, as we say, genocide, appears to be in favor of lots of collective punishment, wherein one person does something which violates a law, and in response to that, the punishment affects or kills lots of innocent people. Examples being all the firstborn of Egypt, of the people of Egypt, who had no say in Pharaoh's unwillingness to let the Israelites go, but all of those people.
We don't think that actually happened. Not that I disagree with anything you said.
We don't think it happened. No, of course it didn't happen, right? Because we know that ghosts don't go flying around houses killing firstborns. But the moral lesson is that this was good, and it's a horrible lesson. Another example would be David's punishment for having conducted the census is that 70,000 of his people died in a pestilence brought by God. Those 70,000 people didn't didn't do the census. David did it, but they paid the price, and this is framed as a punishment of him. Another punishment of David, where innocent people are hurt, of course, is the retribution for his infidelity and amorous time spent with Bathsheba, wherein David's wives got raped as a punishment for him. They weren't involved in any of those actions. And again, whether any of this stuff actually happened, my view is none of it did. These are all myths. But the moral story that we can draw from this is that these things are good. This kind of ties into our conversation before, right? These are retributions and actions perpetrated by a God who we're told in Deuteronomy 32:4, all his ways are just. It doesn't sound just to me to do things like that.
It also says that the God is a wrathful and a jealous God. I mean, it's contradictory because the authors of the Hebrew Bible are not singular; it's multiple, and it's over a long period of time. So, no, I understand what you're saying, and I guess just sort of to touch back onto the actual prompt for today. So it's prove God, I'll wait. I don't really have a good answer for it because my belief in God is pure. I'm why I got to say wise because I believe in I inherently believe in something just on faith alone. So perhaps that makes me a fool in many respects. But I guess what I would throw back at you, and you'll probably say it's a silly argument because it probably is, but I'll say it anyways. I can't prove God exists because I know there's no logical way to prove its existence. Like I said, it's purely based on faith, and I'll be the first to admit that. But at the same token, someone can't inherently prove with certainty that God doesn't exist. So
of course.
What if I would say, what if I made a prompt, you can't prove God doesn't exist always?
I would say it's not a claim I'm making. I've never said God doesn't exist. It's not. I don't claim that God doesn't exist. I just claim that no one's met the burden of proof that would warrant belief that he does exist. And the other thing I would concede to you here is that I think in my prompt, prove God it's a little bit. I wanted to be really snappy with it and try and stimulate conversation, but in actual fact, it is reasonable for people to believe many things without proof. So I believe that my son loves me. I don't have proof that he loves me. I just have evidence for it. I can't prove it, but I have evidence for it. And so really what I'm saying by prove God I'll wait is provide some reasonable argument that might be persuasive to someone trying to apply reason that would justify this belief. So I accept. I'm not really demanding proof because I accept that you can't prove it. No one can, and there's lots of things I believe that I can't prove.
If your son tells you though that he loves, which I'm sure he does, that he loves you constantly, isn't that sufficient evidence
Yes, but it's not proof. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's evidence, but it's not proof. Proof means that there's zero possibility of it being otherwise, right? So, like, proof really is the mathematics is the domain of proof, really, where you can start with first principles, and you can say we start here, and you build a proof from first principles. That's what mathematical proof means, and it is certainly true. There's no possible world in which it's not. That's why I say proof is a bit of a high bar. It's not really fair for me to say prove God, but it's easier than writing a prompt for the live stream, which is provide evidence of God such that a rational agent would conclude that you've established an epistemic warrant for God, which is really what I mean.
No, I understand what you're saying. So correct me if I'm not understanding you here. So proof needs to be something that is 100% unquestionably going to occur. Is that what I'm understanding?
Not necessarily going to occur, but like if I want to prove, as I said, proofs are things that largely exist within mathematics. Like
2 plus 2 equals 4. That's always going to be.
To prove something is to demonstrate it such that there is zero possibility that it's not true, and that's a very, very high bar. So, have you read Descartes?
I know cogito ergo sum.
Right. So cogito ergo sum was the conclusion of Descartes' process, wherein he set out to he wanted to try and establish a foundation for the sciences, a foundation for knowledge, and his thinking was really clever. What he said is, I'm going to empty my mind of all assumptions, and I'm only going to put back things of which I'm completely certain. And he realized quite quickly that there was really nothing he could put in there, because he couldn't be certain of anything. The only thing he could be certain of was that he was experiencing awareness, because to doubt that is to experience awareness. So you can't. It must necessarily be true for any given person that they are experiencing awareness, and this is it's a problem, but it's also a solution, because it helps you to see with more clarity that it's unreasonable to demand pure proof of something such that the probability of it not being the case is zero. If you ask me, have we proved that the Earth goes around the sun, I would say yes and no. Yes, in terms of an everyday colloquial use of the word proof. No, in terms of a mathematical certainty, because I would say that the likelihood that we know for sure that the Earth goes around the sun is like 99.9 with like 1,000 nines after it %. But you can't philosophically say that there is zero chance that everything, all the data we've gathered that supports this, isn't somehow an illusion. So philosophically, you'd say it's not proven, but we have so much evidence for it that we call it proven, and we all understand what we mean. So when I'm talking about prove God, I just mean make a reasonable argument. And I've never heard one, literally not one. I've been doing this for quite a while, and I've not heard a single argument that it would even count as evidence for a God, let alone proof. And that's why I think faith is a bit of a weird thing, because faith is what you do when you recognize there isn't really a reason to believe something. Otherwise, you just believe it because of the evidence, and you don't need faith.
I think a big part of it, at least for me and for a lot of other people, well, at least more so for me specifically, because it's more of a cultural and tribal thing, being Jewish. It's not necessarily it's something. It's a little different than Christianity and Islam. I think that's part of it with me. But I think another part of it, and I think this is more applicable to other religions, and I'm glad that I've reached a point where I can admit it. I used to, believe, just everything is true 100%, and it's provable, and it's that sort of route. But I now reached a point where that is that I believe because it makes me feel better, because it's a lot easier to cope knowing that life is not easy. Everyone has their challenges, and to be able to go through life thinking that the good get rewarded and the bad don't. Not necessarily the Christian concepts of hell or heaven, but just the idea that there's something after this and that your actions and morals do matter. It just makes coping and going through life easier. And again, that's something that you can mock me after, because I'll be the first to admit that I'm not thinking in a logical, rational way. But at the same point, when life can be so difficult for so many people, if you're not necessarily thinking in the most rational way, but it still allows you to function and allow you to persevere in life, I think that is a comfort to many people.
Of course, of course. So in my book, I speak a bit about motivated reasoning, which means that there are instances where you become legitimately convinced of something. Remember, you can't choose to believe something. You believe it because you're convinced of it. So I would say in your case, you find yourself convinced of this belief because of a strong emotional need to be that way. This is what I'm hearing from you. I'm not trying to imprint this on you. I'm trying to reflect back to you what I'm hearing. You realize that belief ties to a sense of identity, that it's comforting, that it gives you a place in a community, and as I said, an identity. And all of these factors lead to an emotional propensity towards the belief. So even though you've not consciously chosen to believe it, you find this stuff convincing essentially for emotional reasons, which you can't help. They are involuntary. These are the reasons why you find this stuff compelling, and they are emotional rather than logical. Because if they were logical, you wouldn't be using the language you're using. You'd say, I believe in a God because I am convinced by the fine-tuning argument, or I am convinced by the moral argument, and you'd be making a different kind of argument. What I'm hearing from you is, I recognize that I don't have a rational reason for believing this, but I find myself believing in a God because it makes me feel good and because it ties me to my cultural identity. They're emotional reasons. And that doesn't mean they're bad reasons, by the way. You can believe things for emotional reasons and it can be okay, but it is still a departure from the application of reason and logic. So, it kind of is a bad reason, really. But what I'm saying is believing things for emotional reasons doesn't always get you to the wrong conclusion. It just can. And so you leave yourself open. And I suppose what I'd say to you is, how important is it to you that your belief about God is true? Do you want it to be true, or is it just that you want your position on this topic to bring you comfort and a sense of belonging and identity? Like, if you knew it was false, would you want to know? Like, if let's say I've got it written down on a card here, it's been delivered to me, the verdict is in, and I have the truth, and you know I do have it, would you want me to tell you?
I think I can honestly say no, and I think it's the exact same proposition to if someone can say, I can tell you exactly when you're going to die. I can tell you the day, the hour, the minute you're going to die. Do you want to know? And I believe there was a study conducted, I don't remember when, that 100 people were asked this, and I think 96% of people said no, they don't want to know.
So I can respect the honesty in that.
Yeah.
It's not my position. I want my beliefs to be true. You're saying you want your beliefs to be comforting. And to that I would say, fine, but then at least acknowledge that. Acknowledge that you're operating in a way where you have explicitly said you don't really, I don't mean this to sound bad, but you don't really care whether it's true or not. You just want to believe a comforting story because it makes you feel nice. And that's fine. But be mindful of how that then that sort of bumps up against other people who have a different epistemology, where actually they are concerned about what's actually true about the world. And in some senses, it could be said that it's reckless to have that kind of epistemology because it can be dangerous. But
hi, Kat.
Kat's here. She's very sweet. But you're not pushing your beliefs onto other people, and it sounds like you're, I don't know, it's you're at least being honest with yourself. Being honest with me doesn't make a difference, but you're being honest with yourself about where you are with this stuff leaves you the opportunity to change it should you want to. At least
I used to. Yeah, I used to be a lot, like I was a lot more religious growing up. Like I went to yeshiva. I know really fully Orthodox. I was a lot more dogmatic with the religion itself, taking everything at face value, which is not really my fault because that's just the way I was raised, and that's just I was indoctrinated in many respects. But I still grown and still do appreciate the culture of my people, and I think just again. From a psychological standpoint, and maybe it's because I was indoctrinated for so long, is that my mind is developed in a way where I need that comfort, I need that crutch, and I think that might be part of it as well. But I think then we're getting into a whole different conversation where I'm probably going to need a therapist more than anything else.
I think that's something you should genuinely remain open to, and I don't mean that as a joke at all.
No, absolutely not. I don't take offense. I'll take any offense to that whatsoever.
It's something that you might want to consider. You know, deciding for yourself whether because don't think that comes for free. So that willingness to sort of delude yourself for a comforting fantasy does create cognitive dissonance that you have to carry, which is what happens when your mind kind of has to brush up against a reality that doesn't really match what you're telling yourself, and it's quite hard to live a life of cognitive dissonance. So on some level, you're taking on a mental burden by doing that. But I admire your honesty, even if I don't admire your epistemology.
That's totally fine. I nothing you said isn't wrong, and I appreciate that. And
sure.
if you just would find me, if I just ask one last question, because I just sort of had this idea in my head. Again, it might be a really stupid argument, it probably is, but I still like to talk things out. So I sort of addressed my epistemology and how and why I believe, or at least choose to believe. So I'm sure I'm not the only one. I'm sure it is something a lot of people believe for similar reasons. From a utilitarian standpoint, if there's an amount of people that believe as such, and as a result, they're able to, cope through life and be morally just, good people, and, thriving members of society, doesn't that give inherent value to that epistemology, even if it's, potentially or more than likely than not wrong from a truthful standpoint?
I hear what you're saying. So to sort of take a consequentialist view of this thing, I hear you, and I've often said here, and I will say many times more, I know people whose lives have been radically improved and changed by becoming religious, and it's helped them to get away from bad patterns and harmful things and all of that. So for those people, it could be said that the religious affiliation has helped them. But I would say that it's possible to gain access to all of those good things you mentioned without having a faulty epistemology. You can have a non-faulty epistemology and still have access to kindness, altruism, self-betterment, compassion, helping other people, a sense of moral justice. All of these things are available to everyone. I'd like to think I have those things, and I don't need a belief in anything magical or any sort of obviously untrue things in order to embody those values. I don't want to sound too grandiose, but certainly aspire to them and try to model them and try to live by them. Those are the values that I live by. So, I would say, yes, a faulty epistemology can inadvertently lead someone to living a good life too, but it also comes at a price, and that good life is not off limits if they don't have the faulty epistemology.
That's fair. I appreciate that. And again, thank you so much for, thanks Sean and you for so much for having me on often. And I really enjoy our conversations, and I really enjoy the stream. So
thanks, man.
Thanks for having me on, and have a great evening, and to both of you.
All the best. Kol tov. Bye-bye.
You too. Kol tov. Thank you.
Okay,
You
there
too,
we are.
buddy.
SCP. I admire his honesty. What can I say? Most people we speak to are not that honest about their reasons for believing the things they believe, so I have to give him props for that, even if I disagree about the stuff. Okay, let's have a few super chats. Kif said 25k subs. Congrats. Thank you, Kif. Kif has been along with me on this journey since the very early days on YouTube. Kif was one of the first people to consistently be interacting with the content that I was sticking up on YouTube, and it was a total no-brainer to ask Kif to be a mod in the chat, and he is a fantastic mod and a great friend up here. So thank you, Kif. I appreciate you, and thanks for your kind wishes. And Bab says, there's a zombie policeman in the Terry Pratchett's Nightwatch books, believes in equal rights for the dead, and bits are always falling off him. Right, that's exactly what we were talking about. I think we need to talk about zombies more on the show. I think we need to do that, definitely. Audio Rock Me Amadeus, back again. I'm 56. I can sing 4 hours of song lyrics memorized. Mick Fleetwood called cocaine jet fuel. The music industry is no longer a monoculture. Again, I understand what you're saying, and it sounds like you have a background in music too. So good for you. I'm just voicing my concerns. That's it.
So is he saying he has, or I'm sorry, I don't know if it's he or she, forgive the pronouns, but 4 hours of all just song different, like that much music memorized?
Sounds that way. That's a lot of songs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can do it too. Never going to give you up, never going to let you down for 4 straight hours. I can do that for 4 straight hours.
I certainly can't. But yeah, I just on the music thing, it's just a pet peeve of mine. I understand the world is changing, things are different, and I have part of the reason why I started stepping out of the music industry was because I don't like the way it's going, and I did my time and I paid my dues, as they say.
I can remember when DJs were mixing vinyl, and it wasn't just you play a record at a party. It was the scratching, the mega mixing, blending this song with this song and the completely different tempos and adjusting the speed. Like, it was such a skill to be a DJ. And then when technology started advancing and less skilled people started being able to do similar things, and they had computer assistants and everything else. Yeah, I feel like something was lost on there. I'm still old school, and I appreciate the old vinyl. The vinyl DJs who could really create music within music, where there was such a skill to that.
And I still have respect for modern DJs who don't use vinyl, but still are very, very creative in the way they mix music. There's a genius to it. And
Beardy Man.
Beardy Man does it.
He beatboxes, and then records it, and then does some there's unquestionably an enormous amount of skill to what Beardy Man does.
He's a genius. He's so far beyond DJ that it's not even true. If anyone doesn't know who Beardy Man is, he's actually a friend of mine now. I don't think I told you this, Sean. We've been having long conversations, long FaceTime calls, and chatting. Darren, his name. The guy's a bona fide musical genius. So what he does these performances where he's got lots of technology that just loops stuff, but every sound he makes with his own voice. So he does he puts together drum beats and bass lines and all of that stuff with his own voice in real time, creating and composing from scratch using nothing but on the fly, extemporizing and improvising. The guy is a proper genius, and he's a really, really nice guy, and he's got some very good ideas about debate culture. Actually, I've had some really interesting conversations with him.
You'll have to share that. You'll have to share those with me later. But did you get to see him with Harry Mack? Harry Mack is the GOAT when it comes to freestyle rap. So I don't know enough about Beardy Man's niche, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's the GOAT at what he does too. And you put those two together, and it was just
I saw it.
Such a freaking symphony.
It was bonkers. It was bonkers. So we've got Second Banana. Good name. Second Banana over on the YouTube queue. Let's just double check our audio for that and make sure it's behaving itself. I'm not sure if it is or not. Let's try it. See if it works. Second Banana, are you there? Looks like not yet. Let's try. Second Banana, can you hear us? I'm trying to gain access. No, dropped out again. Another one came in, dropped out. Maybe he'll be back. Second Banana was no banana. So no banana for Second Banana. We didn't even get the first one. So yeah, that's my views on that. And back again, it's his opinion. It takes no talent to make AI music. It takes no talent to make punk music. So would you say David Byrne was an autistic idiot? Well, I don't because David Byrne actually was involved in making music with real musicians. I don't think it takes no talent to make punk music, even if it's not my particular favorite at all. I just think I want human beings. And this is way off topic for the stream, but I lament the possibility of removing human beings from the production, from the creation of music, and leaving it to algorithms and generative AI. It bothers me. I don't like it, but I accept that it's now part of our world. Yeah, I accept it. It's part of the reason why I'm not in the industry anymore. And again, order up my this. My father said science is the study of the observable universe. If you can't observe it, it isn't science. Scientology is a more major concern. I would completely agree there. Scientology has absolutely nothing to do with science. And absolutely nothing
I
whatsoever.
had a guy who was into Scientology try to explain it to me, and I'm not going to lie, after 30 minutes, I still couldn't freaking stand it. Maybe someone else can explain it in a way I can understand, but it was just like, what are you talking about? I don't get it.
It's complete gibberish. It's to do with these things that are in your body making you not work properly, which you have to get out by doing these audits, and you hold on to the silly nonsense bars while you do that. And it all, when you get to a certain level in Scientology, which you get to once you've paid the cult enough money, then you gain access to the special information, which is that there was someone called Xenu who was a galactic prince, and all these things came called Thetans came to the Earth and invaded human beings, and it's science fiction bullshit. But they've managed to get a few very high profile people like Tom Cruise and Will Smith and people like that to be kind of high profile spokespeople for the cult, and they have absolutely millions. There we go. So Matthew says, I like to combine both. I can have comforting beliefs and let them change according to scientific evidence or personal experience. It does leave me with a god of the gaps sometimes, though. Again, I think that's pretty honest. I just personally work a different way. I just want to know what's true, and I don't want to hold false beliefs. It's like, for me, it's like a cornerstone of skepticism is that you don't want the beliefs you hold to be false, and that's my position. I want my beliefs to be true. I want to hold as many true beliefs as possible, as few false beliefs as possible, and so I configure my epistemology such to be optimized for that. But obviously, don't always get it right. Queen Beach, Will Smith, Scientologist as well. So was Chick Corea, by the way, fantastic jazz pianist, and John Travolta as well. Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
Really?
There's a bunch of them.
God, some good actors and everything that are. John Travolta is such a great talent.
Great talent, horrific Scientologist, horrendous. It's a really nasty kind. And they've got like a special department for going after people who say bad things about them. Scientologists, I love you all. You're all wonderful. No fraud at all, honest. Dear. We briefly had someone pop into the YouTube queue and then out again. We're doing well. We're approaching the 9-hour mark here. Maybe we need to start winding this down soon, but I'm having too much fun. This is good. Audio Rock again. 3 Jim Croce tunes, almost all of Donald Fagen's Nightfly. That's a great album. I Don't Care for Ruby, also Raindrops, XTC's Mayor of Simpleton, Sultans of Swing, etc. Well, you've got excellent taste in music. You've got good stuff going on there. Dire Straits and Donald Fagen, fantastic. Good on you.
I've heard of all of them.
I'm sure. I'm sure you're making wonderful music, and I don't mean to disparage what you're doing. That's not my intention at all. Just voicing my thoughts about certain stuff. Chick Corea and RTF is the GOAT, says Bert Russell. What would RTF be? Bert Russell, what is RTF? Chick Corea was fantastic. He wasn't actually my favourite pianist. There are other pianists I like much more. I would take Keith Jarrett over Chick Corea, and Herbie Hancock too, who I had the pleasure of spending an evening with once. He was an amazing guy. So humble, it's ludicrous. One of the greatest jazz pianists who's ever lived, arguably the greatest, and humble as anything. I want to know what RTF is. I'm missing that in your reply there. Return to Forever, of course. Sorry. Yes, they were amazing. Amazing stuff. Incredibly innovative albums, beautifully produced. And I would say you could not get an AI to produce music like that. Not possible. Because it was an incredible mix of composition and extemporization. And yes, Stowbird, Bill Evans. I spent an unhealthy number of hours transcribing Bill Evans in my younger life and working out chord voicings and agonizing over the fact that even once I'd successfully figured out what he was playing and how, I could never make it sound as good as he could. And that was painful. But, one manages somehow. One copes. Brilliant. I love talking about music too. Good stuff. maybe we need to do a music show once and talk about a discussion about music. This is maybe stuff we can talk about on a Friday. I'm genuinely happy, by the way, when the Friday comes out around for any of you people who are here on Friday. The conversation does not need to be limited to religion on a Friday. I'm very happy to talk about other things. I'm happy to talk about music. I'm happy to talk about anything. Whatever you like. It's why I call it like an AMA. You can ask me anything. You can ask Sean anything. I can't speak for what Sean would be willing to talk about, but you can really ask us anything. And if something's out of bounds, we'll tell you that and say rather not go there. But that's kind of the purpose of the Friday things, is to just open it up a bit and talk about anything you like. Absolutely anything. Stanley Clark, absolute badass bass player, incredible. Right, we've got ex-Muslim in the queue. Strikes me as potential here for another conflict, because ex-Muslim may not be wanting to debate with us, but let's see if that is the case. Ex-Muslim, are you there? I'm not seeing an audio device for you, so I think you may not be there in a way that we can hear. I can't see your... There we go. Let's see if we can refresh your audio device. Bluetooth headset. Are you there, ex-Muslim? Because we can't hear you because you haven't configured your audio. I'm trying to do it for you, but it seems like it might not be. We can try and do this. How about speakerphone now? Are you there? The thing with this Video Ninja thing is if the audio isn't configured, you can't hear the other person. Are you there, ex-Muslim? Possibly. Signs of life. But it's fairly bad. Let's try headset earpiece and try that. Are you there? No.
Hello, sir. How are you?
There we go. Yeah, I am fine. How are you? I guess maybe that was
Are
it.
you listening me?
Yeah, we're trying to talk to you.
Can you hear us?
I think there is net problem. I think so.
A net problem.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
We
do you
hear
want?
you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay.
Can you hear us?
I think I should try next time.
All right.
Okay.
No problem. Call us back when you've got a better connection. No problem at all. My sense is that probably wasn't going to be a debate anyway, but I wonder if we're kind of, maybe we've passed the point of debates. It feels like the stream has calmed down. We've just been hanging out and chatting and talking about other things, which could be the thing. Let's have a look. Get that off there. Audio Rock Me Amadeus again says, I don't make money with music. I don't believe people making AI music should make money with it. I released to public domain 280 audio songs. Cool. That's absolutely fine. Enjoy making music in whichever way you make it. Mine is not to judge at all. So yeah, I wish you well with that, of course, and thank you for your support of the channel. And of course, Gordon Loves Science coming in, giving out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships, which will have been distributed to our friends in the chat. Adam is saying, I'm liking this more than the debates that usually aren't debates, just theists making claims without evidence or bad faith arguments. Yeah, I mean, we're sort of having a mini Friday evening show now, aren't we? We're just kind of hanging out and chatting and shooting the shit and talking about music and other things, and maybe that's not too bad. We have been going for 9 hours, so we've done our time. We've filled the debate pot, I'd say. It's fair enough. And Ryan, hey Ryan, great to see you over on TikTok. Ryan Driscoll, awesome to see you, friend. Haven't seen you in a while, but very nice to see you. Ryan is saying scared all the Christians away. It kind of does look a little bit that way, doesn't it? Oh, here we go. That's bad. That's bad. thank you for sending the thing, but please don't send things with that much sound if you can avoid it, because it's very loud and it doesn't make any sense to everyone else who doesn't get to see what that is. TikTok is freaky and weird.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that gift thing is well, I don't know what it is, but there we are. Oops, says Lacadian. Maybe that was it. Maybe
was that Lacadian that said
it might have been. I love you. I love you, S. But weird that they are adding audio to those things without telling people. No worries, friend. You just didn't know. I appreciate the gesture. I think no one knows. I didn't even know that was a thing until today. But there we go. Yeah. Kerry says, was that someone auditioning for John? I don't do that anymore. There was a time in my life where I did. I was involved with auditions for like pop groups and stuff. It was absolutely horrendous.
Did you have, like in the movies, the struggling artists like chasing you down, like, bro, you got to listen to my tape. You got to listen to my
demo.
Not
not quite, but I did have people like wanting to do stuff, and it's been fairly bad at times.
Okay.
fairly bad at times. Oh, this is lovely. So Izza is saying 1,000 likes on the stream just now. That is crazy for YouTube. That's really a lot. I don't think we've ever had that many before. So that's awesome. Thank you so much for everyone who's liked the stream. That really helps. Not that it helps us get any guests in. But I'm actually all right. I'm actually okay with not getting guests in now, because we've had a bunch in today. We've done some good work. I'm assuming
we're not far off of 250,000 likes on TikTok. We're approaching that. We're at 240 now, 240K.
That is crazy. That is crazy. I mean, thank you to everyone. The support really means an awful lot. I mean, really it does. And I know I say it every week. I sometimes worry I'm going to get boring saying the same things over and over, but I can't get through a stream and just not thank people for the support, because the support is absolutely bonkers. I
TikTok Chris said, "Can you ground that, John? Can you ground that?"
No, I'm not able to ground it. Not able to. I wish I could. Yes, Babs, your zombie chat was read, and thank you for it. I don't think we're missing super chats anymore. I had to change the system because the one I was using before, and I didn't even know that Justin had been having the same problem. It was one episode where Bethos was actually the one to highlight it, had sent some super chats and said, "You missed my super chat." I'm like, really? Because I have this aggregator that's supposed to pull them all in for me and put them in a queue so I can make sure I get to them all. And it just wasn't working. And it just so happened that same week, Justin got fed up of he was using the same one, and he created a system to aggregate super chats for himself, and I've done the same. And so it does seem to be working. I don't think these things are being missed anymore. It mortified me, the fact that people had been kind enough to make those donations and gestures, and that I hadn't reciprocated by at least acknowledging them. That is mortifying. So there we go. Titoman is saying 24-hour John and Sean live stream. I'm quite up for doing like a freaky long one day. I'm kind of quite into that. We'll have to think about
It'll have to be on maybe on a day when I have a day off, and
yeah. If I start nodding off, you'll have to go wake up, and I'll sort of come back again and keep going.
And then you can't use the bathroom. We'll do a 24-hour stream. You cannot use the bathroom.
I'm not sure if that would work out. I'm not sure if it would. Well, maybe we'll take this as an opportunity to start winding down as the calls for today seem to have run their course. I think maybe there's a finite set of people who are inclined to call into shows like this, and maybe we just got through the ones that are out there today, and maybe if we waited around for longer, there might be another influx as people come back from nights out or finish what they're doing or whatever. But we're at 9 hours, probably a fairly good innings. Adam says we all know John Wares depends. Maybe that's something.
That was my vote.
I need to think about, or like a system like the Air Force pilots use, where they if you're on an
you
18-hour
got
mission,
sort of a flight suit. Yeah, you got a flight suit going on
with a built-in toilet. Yeah, maybe that's a thing I need to look at. It's been a good one. So thank you, everyone. Let's attend to some housekeeping. The first thing, of course, is to announce our winner on the bingo, who is, unsurprisingly, Espresso Jack, who's absolutely smashed it with 10 calls on the bingo. Absolutely superb. That's a dominating performance if ever I saw one. I have to hang on. I have to also say that Kif did call No Morality Without God while we were speaking to Brendan. So that pushes Kif up to 5 in second place. An excellent performance from Kif as well. And then Bass Clef and Eliels and Fliberty joint third place on 1 each. Brilliant. We didn't fill the board today. We were left with a couple, but it was still pretty good. Pretty good. A good innings, as they say. And what else have we got to look at? We have, of course, got to look at our leaderboard of calls today. Thank you for all of those who participated in rating the caller. I do enjoy that. I think it's good fun. And our leaderboard looks like this. So Lamont was our best caller. He was very affable, wasn't he? He was very polite and respectful.
Yeah.
I disagreed with the point he was making, but he was a model guest. He's completely welcome back anytime. What a lovely guy.
And a smart dude too.
Yeah, he was.
I disagreed with his arguments, everything else, but he was a smart, polite. Like, I'd love for him to come back.
Yeah, and that's an example of the kind of caller who should score well on the bingo, because I disagreed with his arguments, but he made them thoughtfully. He wasn't talking crap. He wasn't, you know, pulling it out of his backside. He was doing the best he could, and his arguments, as you say, Sean, they weren't stupid. We just were passing them differently. The worst conversation of the day goes to, unsurprisingly, AM Pro, who came in to ask for a physical fight. That was the purpose of his visit. If
he got ranked.
He got ranked number 4. It's amazing to me that he didn't get 0, but you know, 4 is still quite impressive. I wonder if someone thought that his arguments had perhaps a little bit of validity to them.
Jesus.
It was amazing. If anyone missed him, I can't remember what time he was on, but he literally came up and spent the entire time trying to negotiate physical combat with one or both of us.
Yes, that's right.
Which was delightful. A first, in fact, on the show. So he, of course, is very welcome to come back. As soon as his balls drop, he's welcome to come back. But there we are. I think that probably just about concludes our business. Fliberty Giblets has just said, speaking of musical geniuses, thoughts on your fellow countryman Jacob Collier. I know he's not for everyone. I think, and don't want to be hyperbolic here, but I think that Jacob Collier is the greatest living musician in the world. I don't think that there's anyone else who even has 50% of the talent that he has. That's my view.
High praise.
That's my view. That the guy is. People throw around words like genius. He works. Have you ever heard of him, Sean? I'm guessing maybe not, because he's sort of in a certain niche. He's not like.
I've absolutely heard of him.
Okay.
No,
so
I haven't. I didn't. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. No. Cool. Oh yes, Brandon Lee was Bruce Lee's son, says Babs. Of course he was. Yeah, so Jacob Collier is a young guy. I came across him when he started putting videos on YouTube of a cappella vocal arrangements he'd done of songs. He was about 15 or 16 years old, and they were genius arrangements, absolute genius. And he would sing all the different parts, maybe 6-part harmony, which is really complex. And he would sing all the parts himself and then put himself in different boxes on the screen and put up YouTube videos, song after song after song, of these absolutely incredible arrangements, like ludicrously good arrangements. And then I found out he actually plays double bass as well, and he was playing double bass with some really, really good people. I was like, wow, he must be really good. And then I found out double bass wasn't his first instrument; it was like his third. and he plays piano as well. And the guy's an insane piano player, like insane pianist. And then I found out he plays a bunch of other instruments too. And then he started doing these videos where he would do a song and he'd play all the instruments and do all the vocals and everything. And
then just overlay them, and now it's like he's an entire band, basically.
And it's all him. And then he went on tour around the world with a stage that had a load of different instruments set up, and he would run around the stage using a looping thing. So he'd sit the drum kit and put a drum beat down, and then it's going on a loop, right? So the thing he played is now repeating. Yeah. Then he'd run over to the bass and put a bass line down. Then he'd run over to the piano, and the guy is an absolute genius. He's a virtuoso on 5 or 6 different instruments. He's incredible. So those are my thoughts, Flippity. Jacob Collier, and I don't know him personally, but we have mutual acquaintances, and he's a very, very lovely guy from what I gather. So there we are. So that's Jacob Collier. Incredible person. So yeah, as Bab said, Brandon Lee was Bruce Lee's son. I forgot about that in The Crow. I forgot that was the case, and he did sadly die during the making of that film. And Audio Rock Miamadeus says, note, stress suppresses cognition, tissue regrowth, reproduction, and immune system. Clinical stress, prolonged high heart rate, and blood pressure. I agree with this, and we know that there's a connection between mental well-being and physical well-being, and that it's bidirectional, meaning that when your mental health is not good, it has an effect on your body. You have increased levels of cortisol, all of these other things happen. And when you're physically well, that has an impact on your mental health too, and it can be round and round in the cycle that you go. But I'm not sure what that was apropos of, but yeah, I agree completely. So does that conclude our business, everyone? Any further business? Anyone, as they often say? I think maybe not. I think we're probably there. We got a good one in, I think. So someone asking, is that Virgin, sir? How can contact with you? If anyone wants to contact me, you can email me, and my email is John, which is JON, at unconvincedbook.com. Pretty easy to find. I'm going to put it in the chat. Anyone on TikTok who wants to contact me can just message me. That's fine. I don't always manage to get to them all, because I do get a few, and sometimes I get a bit bogged down. But I'm just going to put the email address in there, book.com. There we go. I'm actually going to put the email address into the other chat as well, in case anyone wants to. Sometimes people want to ask me things or want to organize things.
You surpassed 250,000 likes.
That's bonkers. I think that might be a record. Thank you so much. That's extremely generous. And so the last thing is, thank you so much to the mods, of course. Couldn't do this without you. I massively appreciate you all, every single one of you. So thank you so much. And Sean, thank you, my friend.
Thank you. Really enjoyed it. Thank you, everybody.
We will be back on Thursday night. I always have to look and see. I've got my computer over here, and I have to check to see what day of the week it is, because I get so fried these days. I have no idea where I am or who I am or what I am or anything like that. So Thursday night we'll be back. It'll be 10 o'clock in the UK when we start. That's 5 p.m. Eastern in the US this Thursday. And I'll probably run Atheism Just Makes More Sense, because we just love that topic. It's so good. So we'll probably run that. And in the meantime, be safe, be well, be happy, be nice to each other.